Chapter 1: The Wrong Leg. Outside the luxurious 5-star hotel, luxury cars can be seen everywhere, and people coming in and out are dressed in suits and designer clothes, looking like successful people. A little head suddenly popped out from behind the bushes about 5 meters away. The big black eyes looked around curiously. As she was looking, the little head was pressed back by a dry big hand. She turned her head and called softly, "Master Joe." Maui-san touched the little tuft of hair on her head, his eyes full of love. "Nuanu, do you remember what Master told you? What are we doing here today?" Nuanu nodded, counting on her fingers in a serious manner, her chubby face full of seriousness, and answered word by word, "We are here to look for my dad today. The tallest, most handsome, richest, and gentlest person in this hotel is my dad." The little girl was not very old, only about 3 or 4 years old, but she spoke clearly. Hearing her words, Maui-san nodded with satisfaction and touched her hand with reluctance. If possible, he didn't want to send the little girl away, but there was really no other way. If they didn't send her away, they would not be able to survive. 3 years ago, he picked up a baby at his doorstep. No one claimed the baby when he took her to the police station, so he had to take the baby back home. He calculated that the child had a talent for metaphysics, and he was overjoyed. He immediately took her in as his apprentice. Nuanu was indeed very hardworking and smart. In just 2 years, he had learned most of his skills. He was very satisfied with this little apprentice. The only bad thing is that among all the shortcomings of this child, the one he lacks is money. Compared with being a widow, a widower, a disabled person, or lacking power in life, being short of money is considered a good thing, at least it does not endanger life. However, her lack of money is too serious, not only affecting herself, but also affecting them. 3 years later, he moved from a big villa to a small shabby house, and he had to walk instead of driving a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. No one knew the bitterness and pain he experienced. Thinking of the bowls that he was reluctant to replace even when there was a gap in his home, Maui-san couldn't help wiping away his bitter tears. "It's too bitter. Too poor." As if she knew what he was thinking, she scratched her head in embarrassment, guilt flashing in her beautiful big eyes. She looked at his clothes with a hole in them, feeling even more guilty. She pulled his sleeve and said, "Master, don't worry, I will definitely find your father, and then you will be able to save money and live a good life." Hearing the little girl's soft words, Maui-san felt relieved and regretted sending her away. Then his reason returned and he stopped thinking about it. He sighed, touched her hand and said, "Don't be afraid, Nuanu. Master has calculated everything. Their family is very rich and will not be affected by your fate. You two are destined to be father and daughter. He is kind, easy to talk to, and often does charity. He is a good man with merits. If you follow him, it will be good for you. You will definitely live a good life in the future." "Yeah." Nuanu nodded, stretched out her hands to hug him, rubbed her little face against his neck, and said obediently, "Master, I understand, I will be obedient." In the corner where no one was paying attention, the light in the big eyes dimmed for a moment, and there was a hint of sadness. Nuanu was reluctant to leave her masters, but she knew that if she stayed with them, she would harm them, so when Master Joe told her that he would find a father for her, she agreed without hesitation. She can no longer be willful and can no longer cause trouble for her masters. She blinked to get rid of the tears in her eyes, and when she let go, she had returned to her usual self, looking at him with a smile. However, after all, he was the one who brought her up. Looking at the slightly red eyes, how could Maui-san not notice it? He sighed and touched her head lovingly. Nuanu rubbed his palm, 2 dimples appeared on her face, and she comforted him softly, "It's okay, master. I will go back to see you when I have time. I won't forget you." "Yeah, okay." Maui-san couldn't help but feel a little sour in his nose. He forced himself to look away and pulled her back to squat. "Let's wait a little longer. Let's go find him when he comes out." "Good." Nuanu responded obediently and stared at the direction of the hotel entrance with him. At this moment, in the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel, the air pressure is very low. All of Wang Hao's bones were broken. He fell to the ground helplessly, his body shaking from time to time, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. His eyes were full of despair. After a moment, a pair of shiny leather shoes appeared in his sight. He looked up along the trouser legs and met a pair of black eyes as deep as a cold pool. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, and fear emanated from his bones. He raised his neck with great effort and begged, Third master, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have betrayed you, please let me go, I won't dare to do it again." Feng Mohan glanced at him casually and said calmly, "You should have known the outcome from the moment you decided to betray me." After saying that, he looked away and waved his hand, and the bodyguards around him immediately surrounded him. Seeing this, Wang Hao's pupils shrank slightly. He knew that he could not escape today. His face changed drastically and he cursed, "Feng Mohan, you devil, you pervert. You will not die well. You." Before he could finish his words, someone covered his mouth and the bodyguard dragged him away quickly. The terrified whimpering gradually faded away and the room returned to silence. Feng Mohan sipped his red wine and sneered, "A bad death?" He wanted to see who could kill him. Feng Mohan drank the wine in the glass, smiled sarcastically, and walked out. The door opposite him happened to be open. His brows were bright and his manners were gentle, which formed a sharp contrast with his coldness. Wen Qingze glanced at him. He had also heard some of the noise just now. He frowned and said, "Boss Feng is so ruthless. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Hearing this, Feng Mohan looked at him sarcastically as if he had heard a joke. "Do you want me to just stand there and let people beat and scold me, and there will be no retribution? Mr. Wen is really kind." That's not what he meant. Wen Qingze frowned even more tightly and stopped talking, not wanting to say anything else. The same is true for Feng Mohan. The two of them looked away at the same time in tacit understanding, but they walked in the same direction. "Here I come." Maoishan glanced at the time and saw that it was almost time for him to calculate. He perked up and pulled Nuanu beside him, quickly saying, "Go, your dad will be out soon. Remember, go up and hug his thigh and call him dad. Depend on him first." "Okay." Nuanu nodded, silently repeating in her heart that he was the tallest, most handsome, richest, and most gentle. She clenched her fists with a serious face. When he counted down to 1, she happened to see two figures walking out side by side. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately ran over with her short legs, hugged the man's legs on the left, and shouted crisply, "Dad." Feeling the weight on his legs, Feng Mohan raised his eyebrows slightly, lowered his eyes, and looked into a tender little face. Where did this little beggar come from? Behind the bushes, Maoishan slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. "Silly apprentice, you picked up the wrong person." Chapter 2. This is my dad. The little girl was fair and tender, wearing a piece of tattered clothes with crude stitching. She had a red rope around her neck with 3 gray copper coins strung underneath. She looked like a little beggar. Only her face was clean. When she saw him looking at her, she relaxed her brows and smiled broadly at him. The little red mole between her eyebrows made her look even more charming and lovely. She called out "Dad" softly. The pronunciation was clear and crisp, he did not hear it wrong. The little guy was indeed calling him daddy. Wen Qingze heard the noise here and looked over. He saw that the little girl was so delicate and tender, but she was so brave that she was not afraid that the evil star would kick her away. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but get nervous. He stared at Feng Mohan and saw that he had no expression on his face. He was afraid that he would hit the little girl, so he quickly coaxed her softly, "Little girl, this is not your father. Come here quickly. Uncle will take you to find your father." As he spoke, he reached out to pull her, but Nuanu suddenly dodged to the side, turned back to look at him with some vigilance in her eyes, then looked away, hugged Feng Mohan's hand tighter, looking a little dependent. I don't know if he was pleased by her action, but Feng Mohan didn't kick her away. Instead, he grabbed her by the back of the collar and lifted her up, looking at her carefully. Who sent her this time? Nuanu was also well behaved. Even though she was uncomfortable being held by him, she did not struggle. She took the opportunity to quickly hug his neck, and wrapped her short legs around him like a tree trunk. When he was not paying attention, she pouted and gave him a loud boo on his handsome face. After the kiss, she quietly looked at his expression. The masters were always happy whenever she did this in the past, so it should be helpful to him too. As for Feng Mohan, his body stiffened the moment she hugged him. Before he could say anything, he felt a warm touch on his face, and there was a little ball of milk in his arms. His nose was filled with the milky scent of the little one, and his expression froze slightly. His eyes darkened and he looked at her without saying a word. Seeing that she was not afraid at all, he suddenly smiled. "Little girl, you brought this upon yourself." After saying that, he walked straight towards the car. He had never been liked by children since he was little, and he had never held a child. He didn't know that he had to support a child's butt, so he just let her hang there. Nuanu was also afraid that she would fall, so she wrapped her legs around him tightly. She saw her master waving at her and saying something to her anxiously with his mouth open. She also waved to him and mouthed to him happily, "Goodbye, master. I will definitely make dad like me." After reading her lip movements, Maui-chan felt like crying. He was wrong, that was not her father. The person she had just avoided was the father he had found for her. This man came out of nowhere, he looks fierce and he doesn't look like a good person. His men calculated quickly and their faces changed drastically in an instant. Oh no! This person is actually a person born with bad luck. Fong Mohan stuffed the child into the car, then got in himself and said calmly, "Drive." The driver responded immediately and looked at him carefully in the rearview mirror. He was a little surprised to see him coming in with a child in his arms. He asked in a low voice, "Third master, who is this child?" She was picked up. Fong Mohan glanced at the little one sitting obediently beside him and said nonchalantly. She was very small, with her legs not even as high as the seat. When she sat there, her short legs were hanging in the air and did not touch the ground. But she still sat there with her back straight, her hands on her knees, and she looked very well behaved. Noticing his gaze, Nuanu also looked over and smiled at him, "Dad." The driver's hands shook with fear, and the car shook as well. Feeling a chill, he swallowed and quickly steadied the steering wheel, not daring to say anything else, fearing that something even more terrifying was waiting for him. However, his eyes couldn't help but drift to the rearview mirror, and then he saw a tender white little hand quietly moving towards the hated and feared Mr. Fong-san, and tentatively pinched a corner of his clothes. The driver swore that he really saw satisfaction on the little girl's face. Suddenly my whole body was numb. Is this girl stupid? How dare she get close to the most ruthless and heartless person? You know, even his nephews and nieces didn't dare to get close to his uncle, which was enough to show how much he was disliked by children. But Nuanu was really not afraid. She grabbed the corner of his clothes with her little hands and felt relieved as she was not thrown away. She remembered that when the car shook just now, she also shook a little and fell towards him. It was a pity that she did not fall into his arms. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh with regret. It was just a little bit short. Suddenly, she thought of something, her eyes lit up, and her other hand hidden behind her back moved quietly. Then the car shook violently as if it had hit something, and her soft little body suddenly fell into Fong Mohan's arms, and she took the opportunity to hug his arm. "Don't you want your hands anymore?" Fong Mohan's eyes suddenly turned cold and he looked at the driver in front. The driver shuddered, and sweat dripped down his forehead. "Third master, spare me. I think I just hit something, that's why I'm like this." Fong Mohan suddenly smiled, his voice getting colder. "Bumped into something? Do you think I'm blind?" The driver also looked out blankly. The street was empty and the road was flat. There was not even a small stone, let alone anything. However, he clearly felt that he had hit something just now. No, he was sure that there was nothing on the road just now. It was as if there was a sudden bump. That was a collision. Ghost? A voice suddenly came from behind. Fong Mohan tapped his leg with his fingers. "Is that what you wanted to say?" In a word, the driver's forehead was covered with more sweat and his breathing became a little stagnant. In his arms, Nuanu tucked her little head in and whispered "Dad," breaking the silence in the room and giving the driver a break. Fong Mohan lowered his eyes and looked at the little guy in his arms. Seeing that she was holding him tightly, he said in a calm voice, "Why don't you sit down?" Nuanu shook her head and cuddled closer to him, rubbing her little head against his chest. Nuanu likes hugging daddy. The dependence on the little girl's face did not seem fake. Fong Mohan tapped her with his fingertips and inexplicably felt that this child was not that annoying. He did not push her away and let her lean on him. His eyes fell on the driver in front of him. "Drive carefully, if there's a next time." He didn't say the rest of the sentence, but the driver understood it all at once and nodded hurriedly. "It definitely won't happen again." Fong Mohan didn't say anything. The driver glanced at him secretly, then quickly started the car again. He was tense all over, and only when he got back to Feng's house did he suddenly breathe a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had escaped a disaster. When getting off the car, she saw that his back was soaked. She scratched her head guiltily, thought for a while, let go of Fong Mohan's hand, rummaged in her pocket, took out a paper ball, handed it to the driver with both hands, and said, "I'm sorry, uncle. This is an apology for you." The driver didn't understand and took it subconsciously, then looked down and was stunned. It turned out to be a piece of talisman paper? Chapter 3, Better Than Her Master. Fong Mohan glanced at it and saw a piece of yellow paper folded into a triangle. It looked like a trick used by the old Taoist priest to cheat people. He didn't expect that she would have such a thing. Without paying much attention, he walked inside. Nuanu waved at the driver, quickly ran over to catch up with him, hugged his hands, and when he looked at her, she looked up and smiled at him ingratiatingly, so Fong Mohan didn't push him away. Seeing his consent, Nuanu breathed a sigh of relief and looked around curiously. This is a detached villa with a small garden in front. It is extremely exquisite and luxurious. However, Nuanu frowned even tighter as she looked at the black air surrounding it. Why is there such a strong evil spirit in Dada's house? Just as she was thinking about it, Fong Mohan had already opened the door and took her in. The decoration inside is mainly black and white, extremely simple and cold, but Nuanu took a deep breath and found the scent very clean. But there is clearly a lot of evil energy outside. Why don't they dare to come in? Tell me, who sent you? Fong Mohan asked in a calm voice, sitting on the sofa. Nuanu's attention was immediately drawn to him, and her heart tightened. He knew everything? Don't try to lie, I can see that. Seeing her eyes rolling around, Fong Mohan reminded her. I didn't mean to lie. Nuanu walked over, I just haven't figured out how to say it yet. Her fingers were tangled together. If her father knew that she had a poor life, would he abandon her? Just like Master. Thinking of her master, her eyes dimmed for a moment, and the little tuft of hair on her head drooped down, making her look a little depressed. Fong Mohan frowned, go ahead. Her shoulders slumped, but she still whispered, I was sent by the master. The master said he would take me to find my father. You are my father. After she finished speaking, she looked at him nervously, afraid that he would not believe her, and said anxiously, it's true, master said that the tallest, most handsome, richest, and most gentle person in that hotel is my father. Fong Mohan. Is she looking for her father? She is obviously looking for Jinshan. Gentle? Are you sure you're talking about him? His eyes swept across the child's entangled fingertips, knowing that she was still hiding something. Fong Mohan did not ask any further questions, he would eventually find out. But now, what should I do with her? As if she saw through his thoughts and was afraid that she would be sent away, Nuanu hurried over, took his hand and said, Dad, don't chase me away. I can work. I am very capable. Oh? Fong Mohan became interested. Then tell me what you can do? He thought the little girl would talk about washing clothes and cooking, but she said, I can catch ghosts, tell fortunes, read faces, and look at feng shui. Even though he was always calm, he was stunned for a moment. Looking at the serious look of the little girl, his eyebrows slightly raised, you can read faces? What did you see from my face? Hearing this, Nuanu looked at him and quickly said, Dad has a full forehead and a very good face. He is destined to be very rich and powerful. As she spoke, she looked at the purple and golden light around him in amazement, which made her eyes flash. Purple represents nobility. Gold represents wealth. Her father was obviously a wealthy and powerful man, but apart from that, there was an extremely strong black light on him, which was a murderous aura. The three colors are intertwined, indicating that one is both extremely wealthy and also born lonely. It is the first time that she has seen such two extreme destinies appear in the same person. She suddenly understood why the evil spirits outside the house did not dare to come in. Those external objects were no match for his innate evil spirit, so they did not dare to approach. However, they could not help but be attracted by their own kind, so they would appear near him. This has led to the current contradictory yet harmonious situation, with evil spirits raging outside the house but it is clean inside. However, this situation is also very easy to break. Once they find an opportunity, the evil spirits will invade, and then we will be in trouble. After a moment's silence, she looked up and said, Dad, starting tomorrow, let's do good deeds together and accumulate merits to dispel the evil spirit in you. Evil spirit will harm the body and consume his own luck. Fong Mohan looked at the little girl's serious expression and suddenly smiled. He thought she could say something. Just looking at where he lived, he couldn't be very poor. As for his unlucky fate, the old man had someone calculated when he was born. Everyone in Beijing knew it. Laugh. It seems that her master did his homework before bringing her out to cheat people. Okay. He stood up, pinched his brows, and laughed at himself for wasting so much time with a little kid today. If you're hungry, find something to eat. I'm going to sleep, don't disturb me. She's just a kid, I don't think she can accomplish anything. Let's find her master and then send her away. Watching him leaving, Nuanu opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say, so she just hung her head in frustration. She could feel that her father didn't like her that much. But she won't give up, she will try her best to make her father like her. He clenched his fists and encouraged himself. After thinking for a while, he opened the door and walked out. He walked around the house, found several corners, threw a few stones, and instantly an evil removing formation was formed. He watched the evil spirits dissipate around him, nodded with satisfaction, clapped his hands, and went back into the house. It's a little difficult to resolve the evil spirit within my father, but these dirty things outside are easy to deal with. Helping him a little bit, it finally came in handy, and Nuanu felt more at ease. In the room, Fong Mohan watched the surveillance video outside the hotel door and found the figures of Nuanu and an old man in it. It was almost the same as what she had just said. They squatted for a long time, whispering and discussing for a long time. When he came out, she saw the old man said something, as if he was counting, and then the child ran towards him. But, following the old man's gaze, it seemed that the person he was interested in was not him. So, their original target was Wenshengza? Is it just that the little girl made a mistake? Interesting. Fong Mohan touched his chin and remembered the way the little girl dodged when Wenshengza wanted to pull her away. He suddenly felt much happier. She has good taste. Late at night, the door of the room suddenly opened a crack, and then a little head poked in. Blinking her eyes and looking at the person lying on the bed, Nuanu walked out lightly and stood beside the bed. Seeing that he didn't move, she grabbed the bedsheet and climbed up, hugged his arm and rubbed it. Soon, the sound of steady breathing could be heard. His nose was filled with the scent of milk from a child. Fong Mohan frowned, opened his eyelids and took a look at the little guy in his arms. He woke up when she reached the door, but he didn't move, wanting to see what she was going to do, but just come to sleep with him? His fingertips landed on her neck, and just as he was about to throw her away, the child in his arms suddenly moved, rolled into his arms, and the little hands naturally grabbed his clothes. His hands were half raised, and it looked like he was about to hug her. After frowning for a while, Fong Mohan finally put his hand down. Because she has better vision than her master. Chapter 4 Dad, let us do good things together. At midnight, when the yin energy was at its strongest, Nuanu, who was sleeping soundly, moved his nose and sneezed slightly. He opened his eyes drowsily and saw that the evil energy raging from Fong Mohan almost surrounded him completely. The purple energy was entangled with it, and he was already at a disadvantage. Fong Mohan's brows were furrowed and his face turned pale, as if he was having a nightmare. Not good. Nuanu shuddered and came to her senses. She took out a piece of talisman paper from her pocket, licked it with her tongue, and stuck it on his forehead with a paw sound. The evil spirit instantly retreated, condensed into a ball, and huddled in a corner, not daring to act presumptuously again. Behave yourself and don't bully my dad. Nuanu slapped the air and scolded fiercely. The evil spirit trembled when she slapped it, and its huge body shrank even smaller, looking like a poor little thing. Seeing this, Nuanu yawned, lay back down, rubbed her body against Fong Mohan's chest, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when the sky was just getting light, Fong Mohan opened his eyes, and his vision was blocked by a yellow object. He reached out and took the object off his face, his brows slightly frowned. What is this? As he was thinking, the thing in his hand suddenly turned into smoke and dust, leaving no trace. His eyes suddenly shrank. Fong Mohan looked at the empty fingertips, lowered his eyes and pondered. Dad? Nuanu beside him also woke up, rubbed his eyes with his chubby little hands and sat up, and asked, Did you sleep well last night? Fong Mohan narrowed his eyes. Did you put that yellow paper on my face? Well, isn't it useful? Nuanu suddenly came to her senses, patted her chest and said proudly, I told you, I can help Dad. However, the talisman can only suppress it temporarily. To completely eliminate it, it still depends on the father's own merits. Thinking of this, Nuanu grabbed his hand and said seriously, Dad, let's do good things together. This was the second time he had heard such words. With a cold sneer, Fong Mohan said disdainfully, Haven't you heard of this saying? Good people don't live long, evil people live for thousands of years. What's the point of being a good person? This was indeed the first time that Nuanu had heard such words. As people in her line of work who spied on the secrets of heaven, they all had some physical problems. The master said that she had a weak fate and took her to do many good deeds, which made her feel better. But looking at her father's face, she didn't know how to persuade him. After thinking for a long time, she could only say, Good people will be rewarded. Fong Mohan was even more disdainful. He shook his head, threw back the quilt and got out of bed. Realizing that he didn't like to hear such words, Nuanu frowned and looked at the evil aura on him, feeling a little worried. How can he get rid of the evil spirit if he doesn't do good deeds? Feng Mohan had packed up everything and saw the child sitting on the bed with his cheek in his hand. The fat on his face was squeezed together, making him look fatter. But his brows were frowned, and he looked like he was filled with hatred and resentment. When he saw him coming, he sighed. It's like he's really disappointed in me. Feeling amused, Feng Mohan asked, "Why are you still sitting here? Aren't you going to eat?" "Eat?" Her stomach growled at the right moment, and Nuanu immediately jumped out of bed. When she finished washing up, Feng Mohan was no longer in the room. She walked out the door and found him at the dining table downstairs. She immediately trotted over and hugged his legs and rubbed them a few times. Adley was just bringing the dishes over and was startled to see there was suddenly a child in the house. When she saw that the child actually ran over and hugged Feng Mohan, her eyelids couldn't help but tremble. She is the nanny here, but Feng Mohan doesn't like having strangers in the house, so she just cooks and cleans up and leaves every day. But he also knew his employer's personality very well. He was ruthless and resolute, and he hated children the most. She was afraid that he would kick the little girl out. However, the scene she imagined did not appear. Feng Mohan just glanced at her lightly and looked away. "Sit down." "Oh." Nuanu let go of her hand obediently, dragged the chair closer to him, and then climbed up by herself. Feng Mohan did not help her during the whole process. Instead, Adley watched her fearfully for a long time. I was puzzled as to where this child came from. The next moment, I suddenly heard her shouting, "Dad!" The bowl in her hand shook and the porridge inside spilled out. Feng Mohan glanced over with a cold gaze. "Put it down." "Yes." Adley quickly calmed down and served another bowl in front of Nuanu. "Thank you, Grandma," Nuanu said to her with a smile, and her whole body looked soft. Adley also twitched her lips, and became even more confused. "This is the master's daughter? How come I haven't heard of her before?" After breakfast, Feng Mohan returned to the study. Nuanu walked a few steps too slowly and was locked outside by him. Pursing her lips, Nuanu went downstairs feeling somewhat disappointed. Adley was cleaning the house, so there was no one to play with her. Feeling a little bored, she ran to the yard by herself, and frowned secretly as she watched the evil spirit gathering again. Why is it here again so soon? She ran to check the formation she had left yesterday. The stones were still there, but they had lost their luster. The formation actually failed. There was more evil energy than she had imagined. She touched her chin, and suddenly there was a gust of wind passing by her ear, blowing her hair up. She turned her head and looked over, her eyes suddenly curved. "Sister Xiaoliang, thank you for yesterday." She saw a shadow appear in front of her. Xiaoliang was wearing a white dress with most of her clothes stained red with blood. She died in a car accident and had no memories. After death, she floated to the mountains and met Nuanu. The two became good friends. Nuanu was the one who grew up with her. The person hit by the driver yesterday was her. Looking at her soft appearance at this moment, he smiled softly and asked with concern, "Nuanu, is that man up there your father? He looks a bit fierce." She was still being tactful in her words. In fact, the evil spirit from Feng Mohan was so strong that even ghosts didn't dare to approach him easily. Nuanu puffed up her cheeks and said, "My father is not fierce." Seeing this, Xiaoliang quickly coaxed, Okay, I'm not mean, it was my sister who said the wrong thing." Seeing her protecting that man like this, Xiaoliang also had a headache. "So are you going to stay here from now on?" Speaking of this, Nuanu sighed, "I want to stay, but Dad doesn't seem to like me very much." The little girl looked sad. Xiaoliang felt distressed and comforted her. "It's okay, our Nuanu is so cute, your father will definitely like you." "Yeah." Nuanu was happy when she heard this, with a bright smile, and the little red mole between her eyebrows became even more dazzling. "I think so too. Dad has a lot of evil spirits. I want to help him get rid of it, otherwise he will get into big trouble in the future. But he doesn't like to do good things, so it's difficult." As she spoke, she scratched her head, feeling a little worried. Xiaoliang had been a ghost for a longer time, was older than her, and had more experience. He helped to give advice, saying, "Then you can do it for him. As long as it's done in his name, it will be counted on him. The effect won't be as good, but it's also a merit." "That's right." Nuanu slapped her forehead and suddenly realized, "Why didn't I think of this? I know what to do now. Thank you, Sister Xiaoliang." Xiaoliang smiled and was about to speak when he suddenly heard footsteps and immediately floated away. As soon as Feng Donghai walked to the door, he saw a little girl standing in the yard, talking to herself in the air. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he suddenly felt a little cold. He shivered, then spat and looked at Nuanu with disgust. I cursed in my heart, where did this little brat come from? He is as unlucky as a disaster star. Chapter 5 Dad, I will protect you. Noticing the movement, Nuanu also looked over and saw the disgust in his eyes at a glance, and her little face also fell. She doesn't like him. It smells stinky. He is a bad guy who just did something bad. Fong Donghai just glanced at her, not taking her seriously, and walked straight in. Seeing Fong Mohan sitting on the sofa leisurely drinking tea, his face instantly fell and he shouted, "My second uncle came and he didn't even know how to greet him. Your third nephew is really well educated." Hearing this, Fong Mohan glanced at him and said with a half smile, "Why don't you go and say this in front of Fong Changhai?" Fong Changhai is Fong Mohan's biological father and Fong Donghai's elder brother. Fong Donghai choked and thought of his elder brother. He barely suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "What did you do to Wang Hao? He committed corporate espionage and stole secrets. He violated the law, so he should be sent to where he deserves to go. He actually sent someone to prison." Fong Donghai was so angry that he almost fainted. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Fong Mohan put the cup on the coffee table. The sound of the collision reached his ears, and his heart skipped a beat. Then he heard him say, "Second uncle, are you here today to speak for Wang Hao? How can he be so kind? Is he second uncle's man?" Fong Donghai's eyelids twitched, and he sobered up a bit. He suddenly remembered his nephew's temper and tricks, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He no longer dared to act like an elder, and said shamelessly, "How could it be? It's just that their wife made a scene at the company, and I was afraid that it would affect your reputation, so I came to ask." "Really?" Fong Mohan glanced at him. Fong Donghai came to his senses instantly and sweat began to appear on his forehead. He was really asking for trouble today. Why did he come here to pick a fight with him? What did he mean by what he said just now? Could it be that he knew something? Thinking of this, he became even more nervous. The room fell silent instantly. After a while, Fong Mohan suddenly said, "What are you doing standing outside? Who is he talking to?" Fong Donghai was startled, and following his line of sight, he saw the little girl he had just seen in the yard, and a look of confusion flashed across his eyes. "Who is she?" Nuanu lay at the door and listened for a long time, and finally understood. It turned out that the bad things this person did were aimed at his father. Hateful. When she heard Fong Mohan calling her, her eyes rolled around, and she suddenly ran towards Fong Donghai with a smile. "Hello, Grandpa." "Who is her grandpa?" Fong Donghai looked at her tattered clothes, and for a moment he couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes. Seeing Fong Mohan was there, he gave a fake smile and said, "Hello." When he saw her hand actually reaching out to him, his heart skipped a beat. Did she wash her hands? Tang Tang just hugged him for a moment, then let go immediately, ran to the sofa, and obediently called out, "Dad." "Dad?" Fong Donghai looked at her suspiciously, his brows furrowed even tighter. Fong Mohan squinted at him and asked, "Second uncle, is there anything else?" Fong Donghai immediately said, it's okay. I suddenly remembered that I have a meeting later. I'll leave first." After saying that, he ran away immediately. Nuanu looked at his back, made a face at him and snorted. "What did you put in him?" Fong Mohan asked. When she hugged him just now, she quickly threw something into his pocket. Seeing that he had discovered it, Nuanu did not hide it and answered obediently, "A bad luck charm." "Bad luck charm? Well, it can make him unlucky." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a awe from outside the door. Atli heard the noise and ran out quickly. "Oh, second master, how come you fell down the stairs?" His eyes fell on Nuanu, and seeing her blink innocently, Fong Mohan narrowed his eyes and thought of the talisman he saw in the morning. He slept very well last night. He had some nightmares in the first half of the night as usual, but he didn't have any dreams in the second half of the night and slept until dawn. Was it her who did this too? Seeing him looking over, Nuanu was confused. When she heard Fong Donghai yelling again outside the door, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. Then she took Fong Mohan's hand and said seriously, "Don't worry, Dad. I'm here. No one will bully you." As she spoke, she waved her little fist. "If anyone bullies you in the future, tell me and I'll beat him up." The little girl's face was filled with righteous indignation, and she bared her teeth, looking fierce. Fong Mohan looked at her and suddenly smiled. "You? I'm a grown man, I don't need your protection." Nuanu was not angry and looked at him with a smile. It doesn't matter, she will prove it with practical actions. She is very powerful. Antli came back after a long while and asked in surprise, the ground isn't slippery, how come the second master fell 7 or 8 times just by walking to the door? Fong Mohan's gaze fell on Nuanu and saw that she was looking down and playing with her hands without any reaction. When she saw him looking at her, she winked at him, put her hand between her lips and made a hush sound, then looked away lightly, picked up the cup on the coffee table, and hid the smile on the corner of her mouth. It seems like it's not bad to raise a child who is so clever and quirky. Life won't be so boring anymore. After drinking a glass of water, he made a phone call and said, "Give me those women's clothes." The assistant asked what size they wanted. He glanced at Nuanu and said, "It's for a 3-year-old child." After saying that, he hung up the phone, completely ignoring the huge turmoil his words had caused in his assistant's heart. Glancing at Nuanu, he sneered in his heart. She was wearing tattered clothes and people who didn't know would think he was abusing the child. Nuanu looked down at the clothes on her body, and noticing his disdain, she explained, "This is a patchwork quilt that my master made for me. Every piece of cloth on it was begged from every family by the masters. They said it would bring good fortune, and accepting everyone's blessings would be good for my health. She was weak when she was a child and was always sick, so the masters thought of many ways to help her." Seeing the little girl hanging her head and looking listless, Fong Mohan asked, "Do you miss your master?" "Yeah." Nuanu pinched the corner of her clothes and responded after a long time, with a nasal tone. Fong Mohan suddenly became a little annoyed. "Then I'll find someone to take you back." Nuanu shook her head, "I can't go back. It's about not being able to, not about not wanting to." Fong Mohan stared at her. "Why?" She lowered her head and stopped talking, her toes unconsciously drawing circles on the ground, looking depressed. His heart sank. Fong Mohan turned his gaze away calmly, his voice also cooled, "It's up to you." After saying that, he picked up the computer on the table and started to handle official business, no longer paying attention to her. Nuanu was stunned for a moment, carefully sizing up his expression, hesitated for a moment, walked over anxiously, and whispered, "Dad, are you angry?" Seeing that he didn't say anything, she hurriedly said, "I didn't mean to not tell Dad, I was just afraid that you would not want me after you knew it. The master said that fate is determined by heaven, just like her fate of being short of money, which cannot be changed, but can be resolved a little bit. But the merits she has accumulated now are not enough." Thinking about it, her voice weakened, and she pulled the corner of his clothes and said, "Dad, give me a little more time, and I will tell you later, okay?" There was a tremor in his voice, which made him sound pathetic. Fong Mohan looked up at her and saw that the little girl's eyes were red. In the end, he did not ask any more questions, but just said in a calm voice, "Noisy." Nuanu was stunned for a moment, and it took her a long time to realize that he disliked her being noisy. She bit her lip, let go of his clothes with some disappointment, and drooped her head weakly, her clear eyes full of sadness. Chapter 6 Uncomfortable. The room suddenly became quiet. There had been no sound of a child for a long time. Fong Mohan glanced at her and saw the little girl standing there, small and round, with her shoulders slightly heaving, looking like she was crying. He frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, the doorbell suddenly rang. Nuanu raised her head suddenly, her eyes were a little red, but fortunately the corners of her eyes were dry. "Didn't cry." I felt inexplicably relieved. Fong Mohan was about to get up to open the door, but Nuanu suddenly said, "Dad, I'll go." After saying that, he ran to the door, so diligently, tiptoed to grab the door handle, pressed it down, looked at the person outside, and asked softly, "Uncle, who are you looking for?" The assistant was dumbfounded. The moment he received the call from Fong Mohan, he guessed that he might have a child at home, but when he actually saw the child, he was still a little dazed. It is impossible to imagine what it would be like for a soft and sweet little girl to be in the same room with the murderous Mr. Fong-san. However, this was not all. What shocked him even more was yet to come. As soon as Fong Mohan heard the noise, he guessed who the visitor was. Seeing the two people standing at the door talking, he frowned and said, "Come in." Hearing this, the assistant suddenly came to his senses, quickly opened the door and walked in. His eyes couldn't help but look at Nuanu again. The little girl was very pretty, even cuter than the child star that was popular recently. But he didn't know where she came from. He had never heard of such a child in the Fong family. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze falling on him. The assistant shuddered and dared not look around anymore. He retracted his gaze, lowered his eyes slightly, and said respectfully, "Boss Fong, here are the clothes you asked for. Go change it." Fong Mohan looked at Nuanu and said, He spoke with the same coldness as before. But Nuanu was not afraid of him. She trotted over to him, hugged his legs skillfully, and looked up at him. "Thank you, Dad." This one sentence shocked the assistant, who had already adjusted himself. What did she call Mr. Fong? Dad, father? When did Mr. Fong have a daughter? Looking at Nuanu hanging on him, Fong Mohan lifted her away with some disdain. "Go change your clothes." Oh. Nuanu stood up obediently and went to look at the new clothes. It was a pink princess dress. It was very beautiful and felt good to the touch. She liked it at first sight. Suddenly she remembered something and turned her head to ask, "Dad, is this dress expensive?" Fong Mohan took a quick look. It was a well-known children's clothing brand. The average price of a piece of clothing was in the 5 figures. He said calmly, "It's not expensive. It's less than the price of a meal." Nuanu remembered the breakfast she had just had. It was a piece of bread with black grains of something she didn't know what it was. It tasted a bit strange, as if it had gone bad. It must have been expensive. This dress isn't that expensive, it must be very cheap. Feeling relieved, Nuanu ran back to the room holding the princess dress. The assistant stood there, his mind seemed to be frozen, and he couldn't figure out the current situation. Fong Mohan took a sip of water and looked up at him. "Anything else?" The assistant reacted for a moment, and finally regained his senses. He understood what he meant, and quickly shook his head. "It's okay, then, Mr. Fong, I'll leave first." He lowered his eyes and drank water. Not long after, he heard footsteps and a hint of pink appeared in his sight. "Dad, look." Nuanu ran up to him, turned around, and looked at him eagerly. "Is it beautiful?" Fong Mohan raised his eyes, satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The girl was fair-skinned, and in pink she looked even more delicate and lovely. Thinking this in his heart, he still said indifferently, "Not bad. That's why it looks good." Nuanuo's eyes curved, and she stepped forward to hold his hand. "Thank you, Dad. I like this skirt very much, and I like you too." "Like him?" Fong Mohan lowered his eyes and looked at the little girl, smiling like a flower with a little flattery in his eyes. She was probably afraid that he would send her away. He pulled his hand away calmly, his eyes fell back on the computer screen. "Go play by yourself." "Why are you angry again?" Nuanu tilted her head and looked at him. She thought for a long time but couldn't figure out why. She couldn't help scratching her head in frustration. She wanted to say something, but seeing his expression of "keep away from strangers," she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue and nodded obediently. "Okay then, Dad, you are busy. I won't disturb you anymore." Having said that, she turned around and walked out, looking back every few steps. When she reached the door, she still didn't see him look at her. She had no choice but to walk out frustratedly and sat on the steps outside the door, supporting her cheek with her hand, feeling a little worried. Dad didn't seem to like her very much, but Master Geo clearly said that they were destined to be father and daughter. But then again, they are not natural father and daughter. She and her father have only known each other for less than a day, so it is unrealistic to expect him to like her that much. Feelings are developed through time. If she keeps trying harder, her father will definitely like her in the future. Thinking of this, Nuanu clenched his little fists with high morale, stood up, and ran back into the house. Fong Mohan noticed her and saw that she had a smile on her face. Unlike the distress she had just shown, she looked somewhat happy, with her eyebrows slightly raised. She was quite generous and her mood improved so quickly. Nuanu ran to the room, picked up the patchwork quilt on the bed, rummaged in her pocket, and took out a few sheets of yellow paper. She decided to help her father get rid of the evil spirit outside first. The formation we set up with stones yesterday was not very effective, but if we used talismans, it would be much better. She bit her index finger, and blood immediately came out of the white and tender finger. Nuanu took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and her eyes were full of concentration. Her fingertips moved across the talisman paper, and soon, a talisman was drawn. Looking at it, Nuanu nodded with satisfaction, took out another piece of blank talisman paper, drew 3 in a row, and then stopped. Her originally rosy cheeks also turned a little pale. Nuanu supported herself on the bed and sat down on the ground. She carefully put away the talisman, took out another talisman from her pocket, wrapped it around her bleeding finger, and recited a spell silently. The talisman disappeared instantly, and the wound on her fingertip healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground for a while before Nuanu got up and walked downstairs with the talisman. Another figure flashed in his sight. Fong Mohan looked over and had no idea what the child was doing. But she doesn't look very well. Like being injured. Thinking of this, Fong Mohan frowned even more tightly, and after pondering for a moment, he stood up and walked out. After finding a good place and putting the talisman away, Nuanu couldn't help but grinning as he watched the evil spirit outside dissipate. Suddenly she felt a little itchy and scratched it. The itchy areas are increasing. Neck, back, arms. What are you doing? As soon as Fong Mohan came over, he saw the little girl scratching her body with a wrinkled face, looking uncomfortable, so he asked, "Dad?" Nuanu turned her head to look, pursed her lips, moved towards him, put her arms around his legs, leaned against him, looked up and said pitifully, "It's itchy, it hurts." Fong Mohan grabbed her arm and took a look. When he saw the small red dot on it, his face changed instantly. Chapter 7, Life is Over. My stomach hurts, too. Nuanu suddenly bent down, covering her stomach with her hands, her face full of pain. Soon, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her little face lost its color. Even the hands that were holding his legs lost their strength and let go weakly. Clothes. Before she could finish her words, her body went limp and she fell to the ground. Fong Mohan quickly caught it and picked the person up. The little girl looked chubby, but it was actually just baby fat. She didn't have much flesh on her body and she felt light and fluttery in my arms. Now her eyes were closed and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow, making her look even more fragile. What's going on? Fong Mohan frowned and immediately made a phone call. "I'll give you 10 minutes, come over immediately." The person on the other end started cursing, but he ignored her and hung up. He carried Nuanu back to the room and put her on the bed. Just as he was about to get her some water, he found that she was holding the corner of his clothes. The hand was very small and didn't seem to have much strength. Its face was pale at the moment, and it was obvious that it would take little effort to separate her hands. However, looking at her appearance at this moment, Fong Mohan suddenly felt a little reluctant. After a long stalemate, he finally sat back down. As if she sensed his scent, her nose moved, and she moved over to him while sniffing his scent. She leaned her head against his legs and rubbed them gently, and her brows relaxed a little. Fong Mohan pursed his lips, somewhat unaccustomed to such intimacy. He tightened his grip on Shun Pan but did not push the man away. Not long after, there was a knock at the door, followed by someone shouting, "Where's the person?" His voice was a little loud, which seemed to disturb Nuanu, and she frowned. Almost subconsciously, Fong Mohan raised his hands to cover her ears. When the frown on her brows relaxed, he gently took her hands away, walked to the door, looked at the person shouting outside, and suddenly his face darkened. He said in a deep voice, "Here." Song Chengan looked over and asked, "You? Why are you in this room?" Before I could say anything, he glared at me and said, "Shut up and keep your voice down." Song Chengan was so angry. He was asked to come here as soon as he received a phone call. He drove on the city highway like a racing car. He almost vomited. He only arrived within the 10 minutes he gave. This is his attitude? With a snort, Song Chengan glanced at him from head to toe and said, "You don't seem to have anything to do, so why are you calling me?" Fong Mohan glanced at him and said, "I'm fine. Go inside and take a look." Inside? Song Chengan was a little surprised and winked at him, his eyes full of gossip. "You don't have a mistress in your house, do you?" Fong Mohan narrowed his eyes, and a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He said in a very low voice, "Want to die?" For a moment, the hair on his back stood up. He didn't dare to say anything more. Song Chengan swallowed his saliva and walked inside. He looked at the little girl on the bed, and was stunned. She turned her head and looked at him. "Whose child is this?" Fong Mohan ignored him and raised his chin slightly. "Treat the disease first." Sensing danger, Song Chengan shrank his neck, did not dare to ask more questions, and hurriedly checked the little girl. "Ha?" He frowned. "It's okay. Heartbeat is normal, pulse is normal. There is no problem." Fong Mohan picked up Nuanua's arm and pointed at the small red rash on it. "You call this nothing?" In just 10 minutes, her body was covered with more rashes, which looked horrifying. It certainly didn't look like she was fine. Song Chengan also found it strange, but he checked again carefully and found everything was normal. But this time he didn't dare to say so, otherwise the evil spirit next to him would probably twist off the head of this quack doctor. He took a closer look at her arm and said, "It looks like she has an allergy." "Did you just wear this skirt today?" "Yeah." Fong Mohan nodded and asked, "Because of the clothes?" It's possible she's allergic to the fabric. Fong Mohan frowned. She said her stomach hurts too. What did you eat? Fong Mohan thought for a moment and said, bread, caviar, and milk. Hearing this, Song Chingon touched his chin and thought about it. Everything was fine. However, caviar and milk are indeed common allergens. So he said, it looks like an allergy at the moment, but I'm not sure whether it's to the food or the clothes. I need to check for allergens. Let's change her clothes first. Fong Mohan was somewhat annoyed that he could not directly diagnose the disease, but he still listened to him and changed his clothes. The assistant bought 3 sets of clothes and originally planned to let her wear them, but suddenly remembered that they had not been washed, and it might be because of the allergy. After thinking about it, he put on her patchwork clothes again. Song Chungan was dumbfounded when he saw it. After a long while, he said, Old Fong, are you going bankrupt? You let your child wear this kind of clothes. It's so tattered. What the hell is this? Beggars wear better clothes than this. Get lost. Fong Mo glanced at him coldly and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Damn, you're destroying the bridge after crossing it. Song Chungan was so angry that he was about to speak when he saw Nuanu's eyelids move. After a few seconds, her eyes opened. Her pupils were clear and bright, with distinct black and white, which made people like her just by looking at them. I just don't know where it came from. He was extremely curious, but no one paid any attention to him. Nuanu looked down at her clothes and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she glanced around and after seeing Fong Mohan, she clung to him and stretched out her hand weakly, calling out weakly, Dad. Plop! The stethoscope in Song Chingon's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Ignoring him, Fong Mohan walked forward and asked, Are you feeling better? Yeah. Nuanu nodded gently, still a little listless. Have you discovered that you are allergic to anything before? Nuanu shook her head. It's not an allergy. From what she said, it seemed like she knew what was going on. Thinking about it, Fong Mohan also asked. This time, Nuanu didn't say anything. After a while, she suddenly asked, Dad, how much is this skirt? Skirt? What skirt does he care about at this time? Seeing the little girl looking at him eagerly, Fong Mohan was silent for a while. He went downstairs and found the invoice in the bag, and then said, 33,000. 33,000? Nuanu's eyes suddenly widened. Didn't they say that these clothes were inexpensive and cheaper than food? Wrong. She touched her stomach. So how much did our breakfast cost? The bread cost about a few dozen, I forgot, and the milk was just ordinary milk. That's not right either. Nuanu thought about it carefully, wondering what went wrong. At this time, Song Chingon leaned over and said, Why don't you tell me about your caviar, which is more expensive than gold? 1 spoonful costs 3 or 400,000. When she heard this number, Nuanu's hands started to tremble, and she finally knew where the problem lay. She touched her stomach, her lips turned pale, and her face turned bitter. It's over. She actually wore such expensive clothes. I ate more expensive food. It's over, it's over. My life is over. Seeing that she was about to cry, Fong Mohan's eyes flashed with confusion. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Yes, the problem is quite big. Nuanu looked down at the white light on her body that represented poverty, and she wanted to cry but had no tears. How could such a luxurious thing be afforded by someone like her who was short of money? She didn't deserve it, she wanted to cry. Chapter 8 Born to be Poor. The little girl looked so hopeless that she confused the 2 grown men. Fong Mohan asked in a deep voice, Don't like it? Nuanu didn't say anything, just glanced at Song Chingon and pursed her lips. Fong Mohan understood and turned to look at him. You go out first. No, if it's a secret, why don't you let him hear it? Song Chingon was full of displeasure, but all of it disappeared the moment he met his gaze. He swiftly took the medicine box and left, not forgetting to close the door behind them. Tell me, what's going on? Seeing that she had recovered some of her spirits, Fong Mohan hooked his long legs over the chair, sat down slowly and said. Nuanu glanced at him secretly, hesitated for a moment, and revealed a little bit of the truth. Dad, I can't wear anything too expensive, and I can't eat anything too expensive. What's the meaning? Fong Mohan thought carefully about her words and recalled how she looked just now. If I do this, will it be like what you did just now? Yeah. Nuanu nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Dad is really smart. Looking at her childish way of praising him, Fong Mohan's mouth twitched. What should we do now? Do we need to take medicine? No need, I just need to rest for a few days. Having said that, Nuanu sighed and touched her stomach, feeling a little worried. She ate such expensive food, how long would it take her to finish it? Is there no solution? Seeing that the little girl was listless, completely different from the energetic girl he had seen before, Phong Mohan felt a little annoyed for some reason and asked. After thinking for a while, Nuanu said, "We can only do good things." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Phong Mohan again, her face full of expectation. "If Dad can do something good for me, I will get better faster." Phong Mohan stopped talking and stared at her. If the girl hadn't looked so pale, he would have suspected that she was pretending in order to trick him into doing the so-called good deed. It sounds outrageous. How can you get better by doing good deeds without taking medicine when you are unwell? This is too idealistic. However, thinking of the talisman that inexplicably spontaneously combusted and disappeared in the morning, as well as the good sleep he had in the second half of the night yesterday, Phong Mohan couldn't help but believe her words. Although the current situation may be beyond the scope of his cognition over the past 20 years, the little girl in front of him may really be different from ordinary children. Narrowing his eyes, Phong Mohan suddenly asked, "What counts as doing good deeds?" Hearing this, Nuanu suddenly felt that there was hope. She smiled even happier and spoke in a much lighter tone. "There are a lot of things. As long as you can help others, it counts. For example, helping an old lady cross the road, helping an old man pick up trash, giving the money you pick up to the police, playing with the children in the orphanage, visiting the lonely elderly, helping to sweep the streets, donating money to children in the mountains, giving up your seat to a pregnant woman." She had done a lot of good things with her master, and she talked about it endlessly, but she didn't expect Phong Mohan's face to become darker and darker. He is the president of Phong Group, but he gave up his company's orders worth hundreds of millions and went to help people cross the road and sweep the streets. What's the point of giving up his seat? He has a car to pick him up and drop him off when he goes out, and he doesn't take the bus or subway. Do you want him to give his car to others and then go on the bus just to give up his seat to others? Thinking of that scene, Phong Mohan's face turned even darker. Seeing that the little girl had counted to helping mom and dad with housework and washing dishes, his face darkened. He took a deep breath and suddenly interrupted her. "That's enough." He stood up impatiently. "I'm glad you're okay. Just lie down on the bed and have a good rest. It is impossible to do good things, let alone stupid good things, which only fools would do." He walked out with a cold face. Nuanu was stunned for a moment, looked at his back, and sighed again. "Oh, Dad still doesn't like to do good things, it's really worrying." "Forget it, take your time. I just hope it feels better this time." Ever since the masters discovered her physique, they paid more attention to her. Plus, later on, all the masters became poor, so even if they wanted to buy her expensive things, they had no way to do so. The last time this happened was a year ago. It was fine that the clothes had been changed, but the food she had eaten had entered her stomach and it was hurting badly. Nuanu took a deep breath, trying to ease the pain. A humming sound came from the room. Phong Mohan stood on the balcony, smoking a cigarette, feeling a little irritated. The soundproofing at home was not bad, but for some reason, the little girl's uncomfortable humming always made its way into his ears, and he couldn't ignore it. He took a long puff of his cigarette and put it out. He walked into a room and said to the people inside, "Go see her and get her some painkillers or something." Song Changan exclaimed, "Why don't we send her to the hospital? I don't have any examination equipment here. Let's first see why the little girl is in pain. It's not good for children to take painkillers." Hearing this, Phong Mohan frowned fiercely. "It's useless. I'm talking about him." Song Changan choked and looked at his back as he left. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. "If you can do it, come on." As I passed her door, the sound became clearer. Phong Mohan frowned and walked straight out. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the air was particularly clear today. He walked down the stairs, glanced around, and suddenly saw a yellow thing. He paused, turned around and walked over. I saw a piece of yellow paper in the corner, pressed down by a stone. If he remembered correctly, when he came out to look for her just now, she was squatting here fiddling with this thing. Suddenly feeling curious, Phong Mohan bent down, picked up the talisman, and opened it. The contents instantly appeared in his eyes. When he saw the bright red symbol on it, his pupils shrank slightly. When he put the talisman close to his nose, the lingering smell of blood came over him all at once. Did she draw this with blood? What is the function? Phong Mohan frowned, thinking of the talisman paper that allowed him to sleep till dawn, and an idea flashed through his mind. "I'm afraid it's for him." There was a complex look in his eyes for a moment. After a while, he folded the talisman, put it back to its original place, turned around and walked to the study, and made a phone call. Check if there are any poor mountainous areas that need donations and send some money over. The assistant was stunned. Now. Well, do it immediately after you find it. As for the money, donate 50 million first, and be quick. After a pause, he remembered something and added, don't donate in the name of the company, and the donors will be fined. In the surveillance video outside the hotel yesterday, the old man's mouth shape was calling Nuanu. Nuanu? The assistant thought about it and roughly guessed who it was. Hearing his urgency, she immediately responded, okay, Mr. Foam, I'll do it right away. Well, check it out. If there is no problem, remit the money immediately. It is not limited to the poor mountainous areas. Go and do whatever is needed in other places and people. Okay. After hanging up the phone, the assistant was still a little confused. Why did Mr. Foam suddenly think of donating money? Is this still the cold-blooded and heartless black-hearted capitalist Mr. Foam he knows? Not to mention him, even Foam Mohan didn't expect that he would do this. As soon as he was born, he was told that he was doomed to be unlucky and was shunned by his parents and relatives. Deep down, he hated fortune tellers who could judge a person's life with just one sentence. TSK, ridiculous. There was a flash of disdain in Foam Mohan's eyes, and his gaze fell towards the door, his eyes slightly gloomy. Forget it, I'll just consider it as returning it to her this time. When she recovers and finds her master, send her away immediately. They can be said to owe each other nothing. Chapter 9 Coax him. Nuanu thought she would be unable to sleep due to the pain, but unexpectedly the pain actually decreased little by little, and by dusk it was almost negligible. She said Hun in surprise, still a little bit unbelievable. It got better so quickly? Clearly, last time she couldn't resist her greed and followed Master Joe to eat a meal worth hundreds of dollars, and she was in pain for 3 days and 3 nights. How come she was fine so easily this time? She sat up in surprise and felt it herself, and found that it really didn't hurt much. Is it because of Dad? No wonder the Master said they have a father-daughter bond. Really? Otherwise, how come things that the Masters were all unable to fix can be fixed quickly by him? Thinking of this, Nuanu was delighted and slid off the bed. It was quiet outside at this time. She turned her eyes and tiptoed towards Foam Mohan's room. He put his hand on the door handle and pushed it down, but it didn't open. The door was locked from the inside. Nuanu was confused for a moment and scratched his head in confusion. Why did his father still lock the door from inside today? But it's not difficult for her. She took out a talisman from her pocket and threw it on the door. Then with a click, the door automatically opened a crack. She clapped her hands gently, nodded with satisfaction, and quietly went in. With the talisman she drew, the evil spirits outside didn't dare to act again. The purple energy on Foam Mohan's body also suppressed the black energy steadily. But for some reason, Foam Mohan still had a frown on his face, as if he didn't sleep well. Seeing this, Nuanu felt a little strange. She climbed onto the bed, crossed her legs and looked at him, gently smoothing the wrinkles between his brows with her fingertips. As soon as it was smoothed out, it immediately wrinkled again. Nuanu patiently repeated the same action, gently patting his arm with her other hand, and imitating the way her master coaxed her to sleep, saying, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Nuanu is here." It was not known whether her comforting had any effect, but after a while, Foam Mohan really stopped frowning and suddenly raised his hand to hold her in his arms, as if he was holding a soft pillow. Ha! Nuanu blinked. It was rare to see him being so proactive. So Dad likes her too. She just knew it. She rubbed her lips happily in his arms, her mouth almost reaching her ears. However, seeing her approaching, the black evil spirit on Foam Mohan's body suddenly shrank, and he squeezed into the corner, trying his best to reduce his presence. The balance of power among the three energies was broken in an instant. The purple energy and golden light rushed over, occupying its previous position and becoming much stronger in an instant. Good boy. Nuanu reached out and touched it gently, very satisfied with its sensible behavior. When she touched it, the black energy trembled and shrank smaller, making the purple and golden light appear brighter. The purple light is okay, low-key and luxurious, but the golden light is too bright and dazzling. Nuanu looked at it with envy and couldn't help wanting to reach out to take a look. However, before she could touch it, the golden light hid aside, shook itself, and continued to shine brightly, showing a bit of nobility and coldness. Looking down at the white light in his hand, he hummed softly. If you don't want to touch it, then don't touch it. You're being stingy. If she does more good things, she will be able to earn more money, and one day she will also have a lot of gold. Then she can touch me however she wants. She snorted, pinched the corner of Fong Mohan's clothes, yawned, and her eyelids became heavy. Not long after, the sound of even breathing could be heard. The next day, sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains. Fong Mohan's eyelids moved slightly, and then opened. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly noticed something unusual, and when he looked down, he saw a little kid lying next to him, sleeping soundly with his arm around him. Because he was sleeping on his side, the little fat on his face was squeezed, his little mouth was slightly open, and suspicious tears were flowing from the corners of his mouth. Looking at his arm, it was also wet with her saliva. Fong Mohan's face turned dark instantly. He pulled his arm out and hissed, feeling numb. Get up. He poked her little face unhappily. Not to mention, it feels pretty good. Thinking about it, he poked it again subconsciously. It's a bit addictive. Nuanu was poked awake by him and opened her eyes dazedly. Dad? Fong Mohan withdrew his hand immediately, and his expression returned to a cold one, looking down at her condescendingly. Why are you here? Suddenly remembering something, he narrowed his eyes, glanced at the closed door, and then his gaze fell on Nuanu's face. How did you get in? Nuanu blinked and said innocently, I opened the door and came in. Fong Mohan didn't buy it. I clearly locked the door before I went to bed. Where did you get the key? It's not a key. Nuanu shook her head and took out a talisman from her pocket and showed it to him. This is the unlocking talisman my master gave me. It can open any door. Fong Mohan took it, his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, I'll confiscate it. What kind of master is this? He actually gave this kind of thing to the child. What if she runs to other people's houses? If she is caught, she will definitely be regarded as a thief. Really unreliable. Can a child grow up well following a master like that? Thinking of this, Fong Mohan frowned again. Nuanu looked at his movements, not understanding what he was doing, but she didn't care, because she could draw it herself anyway. As if he saw through her thoughts, Fong Mohan narrowed his eyes and said, You can't draw by yourself, and you can't enter other people's houses without their consent. Remember? Nuanu listened to his words carefully, remembered them in her heart, and nodded. Before Fong Mohan could relax, Nuanu said, But Dad is not someone else. Fong Mohan was shocked but didn't say anything. Nuanu added, Yesterday I just wanted to tell Dad that I was fine and didn't hurt anymore, and then I left. When I came in, I saw that Dad seemed to be in pain, so I comforted you, and then you hugged me. I didn't want to wake you up, so I fell asleep with you. After that, he paused and asked, Dad, did you have a nightmare last night? It was okay the day before yesterday because of the evil spirit, but last night the evil spirit had clearly been suppressed, so why did I still have a nightmare? Hearing this, Fong Mohan pursed his lips, looked away, and said calmly, No. Okay, I won't say it if I don't want to. Nuanu didn't force him. She remembered something else and said happily, Dad, I think we are destined to be together. I was in pain for only a short while yesterday, so you must be very lucky for me. Others have always disliked him and stayed away from him, fearing that his unlucky fate would bring them disaster. Only this little girl would happily say that he brought good luck to her, and her eyes were filled with joy and pride that proved that they were destined to be together. Fong Mohan couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. He pursed his lips and forced his eyes away from her. What do you mean by bringing prosperity to her? It's obviously the money that worked. The assistant donated 50 million yesterday. I didn't expect that the method she said was actually very useful. But up to that point, he has never been a philanthropist. That's what the kind-hearted man named Wen likes to do. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder that this girl's master chose Wen Qingzi in the first place. What kind of fate is this? They are truly destined to be together. Thinking of this, I felt an inexplicable irritation in my heart. Fong Mohan got down from the bed, his back revealing a chill. Nuanu looked at his back in confusion, feeling a little strange. Why was Dad angry again? Did she say something wrong? Without thinking it through, she simply followed him. Wherever he went, she followed him like a little follower. Fong Mohan didn't go to see her either. He just sat at the dining table and ate his meal slowly, letting her do whatever she wanted. Gurgle a voice suddenly sounded. He paused and looked up at the child opposite him. Nuanu was also confused for a moment, but then she reacted quickly. She covered her stomach in embarrassment, her face slightly red, and looked at him sheepishly. Hurry up and eat. Fong Mohan said expressionlessly. Nuanu hesitated for a moment, but shook her head and didn't eat it. Remembering something, Fong Mohan looked at the bread in front of her, which was still spread with caviar. No wonder she stopped eating. After thinking for a while, Fong Mohan asked, "What can you eat?" Nuanu lowered her head and counted carefully with her fingers: steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk. After saying that, she looked at him eagerly and said, "Dad, I'm not picky about food. I'll eat anything as long as it's cheap." These things were indeed cheap, but he lived in a villa area, and every family hired a nanny to cook for them. No takeout was delivered here, and there was no way that cheap breakfast shops would appear. If I ask someone to deliver it, it will definitely be cold. Trouble. Fong Mohan frowned, and finally put the bread down. "Let's go." Nuanu was stunned for a moment. "Where are we going?" Fong Mohan glanced back and said, "Eat." "Why, you don't want to eat?" "Eat." Nuanu immediately jumped down from the chair, ran over and grabbed his hand. Fong Mohan subconsciously wanted to push her away, but she held him tightly with both hands, as if he had no chance of getting rid of her. After a pause, he gave up and let her hold him. Seeing this, Nuanu suddenly curved her eyebrows and asked softly, "Dad, do you like eating buns?" "They are delicious. I think they are the most delicious thing in the world." Fong Mohan glanced at her and said calmly, "That's because you have no experience." Nuanu was not angry, because what he said was the truth. "If I do more good things, I'll be able to eat a lot of food when I grow up." The little girl's tone is full of longing for the future, and her vitality is enviable. Fong Mohan remained silent, but he held her hand tightly. Chapter 10 Can't Find. Fong Mohan drove for more than an hour before finally finding a breakfast shop. Nuanu was holding a big steamed bun that cost an average of 2 yuan each, and she looked very satisfied while eating it. She sat on a long bench, her short legs dangling slowly in the air, and bubbles of happiness were rising from her body. Ah, so delicious. Compared to her happiness, Fong Mohan seemed a little at a loss and out of place here. He looked at this simple little shop with a critical look. The tables and chairs were still placed outside. He didn't know how much of the dust in the air would end up in his mouth. And this table. He wiped it with paper, looked at the greasy surface, threw it away in disgust, and wiped it 7 or 8 times, but it was still unbearable. Look at the stool again. It is very narrow and you can see some small burrs on it that have not been smoothed out. The legs of the stool are also a bit uneven. How can people sit on it? He stood there, tall and handsome, with a handsome face that attracted many people's attention, but they dared not look directly at him because of the low pressure around him. Nuanu ate 2 bites, and seeing that he was still standing there, she uttered a sound, moved her little butt to the side, patted the seat next to her, and greeted him enthusiastically, "Dad, sit down." "What are you doing standing? It's so tiring." Fong Mohan glanced at the bench and said calmly, "No need to sit down." Nuanu thought about it for a while, and then realized that he complained that it was not clean. It's not his fault. The conditions here really can't be compared with those at home. Nuanu pulled out 2 pieces of paper from the table and wiped the stool carefully, then looked up and said, "Dad, it's clean now. You can sit down now." The little girl's eyes were full of anticipation, and she sat a little further to the side, almost to the very edge. This long bench is connected, like a seesaw. When there is weight on one end, this side will be a little tilted, and it is easy to flip it over. Just as he thought of this, the stool suddenly lost balance. Fong Mohan's pupils shrank slightly, and he subconsciously pressed it down. With his other hand, he quickly pulled her into his arms, looked down at her, frowned, and whispered, "Why are you moving around?" Nuanu pursed her lips and said, "I want to make more room for Dad so that you can sit more comfortably." Fong Mohan was silent for a moment, and did not speak. He put the person down, and sat down despite his obsessive-compulsive disorder. There was still frost on his face, and he said coldly, "Sit down." Nuanu was not afraid of him and even moved towards him. When she saw him looking at her, she raised her head and said confidently, "I'm afraid of falling again. Daddy, protect me." Fong Mohan's forehead twitched, but he didn't push her away. In a corner where he couldn't see, Nuanu quietly made a yeah gesture, and she knew that her father was the most soft-hearted. She likes him so much. Thinking of this, her short legs swung even more happily. She pushed the plate towards him and urged him, "Daddy, eat it. It's delicious." Fong Mohan glanced over and saw the boss grab the buns and put them into the bag, then handed them to the customer. He frowned and said, "I don't want to eat them." He didn't look very happy. Nuanu knew that he didn't like it here, so she didn't force him. She just buried her head in the food and soon finished the 2 big buns. She patted her belly contentedly, wiped her mouth, turned her head and said, "Dad, let's go." "So soon?" Nuanu nodded and said proudly, "That's right, I eat very quickly. Otherwise the meal would be finished. There's nothing we can do about it. The food cooked by the 4th master is so delicious that all the masters love it." Thinking of this, she couldn't help swallowing. There is nothing to be proud of. Fong Mohan sneered, and when he saw her get down from the stool, he stood up and walked out. Nuanu ran over and put her little hand in his palm. When she saw him looking at her, she looked up and gave him a well-behaved and bright smile. Seeing this, Fong Mohan didn't throw the person away. Nuanu followed him, hopping and skipping, standing on the road, looking around on tiptoe. She was short and had limited vision, but fortunately her eyesight was good, so she quickly found what she was looking for, pointed to a place and said, "Dad, let's go there." Fong Mohan looked in the direction of her finger and saw a Western-style restaurant. He asked casually, "Why, you're not full yet?" "I'm full." Nuanu answered obediently, "But Daddy hasn't eaten yet." "Daddy, you just accompanied me to eat, this time it's my turn to accompany you." Hearing this, Fong Mohan suddenly realized why she finished eating so quickly just now. "I want to finish eating early so he can eat." She didn't say this, but he somehow felt that his guess was correct. A strange emotion suddenly surged in my heart. "Dad?" Seeing him standing there motionless, Nuanu shook his hand and said, "That place looks quite expensive. Dad must be more used to it. Let's go quickly. We have to eat breakfast." Having said that, she pulled his hand and walked over there without saying anything. For some unknown reason, Fong Mohan did not refuse. In addition to selling coffee, this cafe also sells sandwiches. Fong Mohan ordered one and sat by the window, eating slowly. Nuanu sat next to him, holding her cheek and looking at him with a smile. No one dared to stare at him like that. No one could smile at him so happily. While Fong Mohan was eating, he was thinking in his heart, why is this girl not afraid of him at all? Could it be that he seems very kind recently? He glanced sideways at the receptionist who was peeking at him, and their eyes met. The other person's face turned pale with fright. It seems not. Why is that? After thinking about it, I can only blame her for being too brave. After all, she is the only one who dares to hug him and call him dad and go home with him as soon as they meet. After all, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. But this has nothing to do with him anymore. Anyway, she's about to be sent away. His cell phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw that it was a message from his assistant. The content above made him narrow his eyes slightly. He had asked his assistant to look up the little girl's information before, but he said that he couldn't find any. What does this mean? Either this girl lives in a remote place where no one has ever been, or someone has erased all news about her. The former is almost impossible. I heard from the little girl that her master had taken her down the mountain many times to do good deeds, so there should have been traces left. But now there is nothing at all, so it can only be the latter. But is the latter possible? How could a little wild girl from a mountain village know such a powerful person? Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, Fong Mohan looked at Nuanu thoughtfully. Nuanu was looking at him and noticed his movements at a glance. She asked curiously, "What's wrong, Dad?" Since he couldn't figure it out, Fong Mohan simply asked directly, "You lived in the mountains before?" Nuanu nodded, "Yes, Master said that he picked me up at the door." "Do you go down the mountain often?" Nuanu nodded again, "My master often took me down the mountain when I was a little over 1 year old. At that time, the second master happened to come back and brought her a very expensive gift. She was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. After she woke up, the masters began to take turns to take her down the mountain to do good deeds. She is a little girl and definitely doesn't have such great ability, so there is only one possibility. Her master." Thinking of the person he saw on the surveillance camera that day, Fong Mohan thought about it carefully. For some reason, he always felt that the person looked familiar. But seeing that he was dressed like a beggar, how could he possibly know such a person? Chapter 11 Her Master. After a moment's silence, Fong Mohan asked, "What kind of person is your master?" "I have 9 masters." "Which one are you asking about, Dad?" 9. Fong Mohan paused for a moment, then looked at her sideways, "Then tell me everything. What do you do?" "Oh. Nuanu thought for a moment, then counted with his fingers. Master 1 likes to play with knives, Master 2 likes to buy things, Master 3 likes to saw wood, Master 4 likes to cook, Master 5 likes to pick fights, Master 6. Fong Mohan originally thought that her master would be some kind of peerless master, but after hearing this, her eyelids twitched. Playing with knives and wood, and fighting, what was this, a mountain acrobatic troupe? He raised his hand to interrupt her. Okay. She pinched her eyebrows and laughed at herself, blaming him for being too suspicious. If they were really capable, how could they not even take care of a little girl? I guess the place they went was too remote and there was no surveillance, so we couldn't get any information. Let's go. He stood up and said. Okay. After spending more than a day together, Nuanu had gotten used to his mood swings, and followed him again, got in the car, and fastened her seatbelt. After a while, she realized that the route was not right, and asked curiously, Dad, aren't we going home? Where are we going? Buy clothes. Fong Mohan said briefly, and he still felt a little disgusted when he saw the patchwork clothes she was wearing. Besides, she only has this one set of clothes, which she bought yesterday and can't wear, and she has no change of clothes. Oh. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, Nuanu nodded, leaned obediently on the back of the chair, held on to the window, and looked at the tall buildings outside curiously. Everything she saw was new, just like a little country bumpkin coming to the city. Soon, Fong Mohan stopped in front of the largest shopping mall in Beijing. As soon as Nuanu got out of the car, she immediately held him tightly again and explained seriously, Master said that there are many human traffickers who steal children. The security here is the best, so there are no human traffickers here. Fong Mohan glanced at her and didn't bother with her. Seeing this, Nuanu grinned again. Go and see for yourself. When they arrived at the children's clothing section on the 5th floor, Fong Mohan raised his chin and said calmly. Yeah. Nuanu walked in, and the shopping guide immediately followed, bending down and smiling, saying, What do you want to see, kid? Seeing the stranger, Nuanu took a half step back, then turned to look at Fong Mohan. Seeing him standing there, she relaxed a little, pointed at a piece of clothing and said, This. The shopping guide took it down immediately. She had just seen the man outside. The clothes he was wearing and the watch on his wrist were obviously very valuable. I'm going to place a big order today. Thinking about it, she smiled even more happily and introduced enthusiastically, Our clothes are the best in children's clothing. Many children like to come here to buy clothes. There are many styles. Children can take a look and try on those they like. Nuanu nodded and said thank you politely. There was some distance between the words. She took the clothes and didn't go to the fitting room. Instead, she flipped over the label and found the price column. She was so scared that her eyes widened. Just this piece of clothing, 9,008? Are the people down the mountain just robbing people for money? She returned the clothes and said, Sister, please hang it back up. The salesperson said a little surprised, then smiled and said, It's okay, if you don't like this one, you can look at something else. Nuanu nodded, and there was no need for her to take it off. She could just look at the tag first. After looking around, she found that each one was more expensive than the last. In the end, she was numb. He walked towards the door with a dazed look on his face, a hint of confusion. Didn't the masters say that people down in the mountains had a hard life? They didn't earn much money all day, but why were clothes so expensive? So expensive that she couldn't even afford a button. Cried. Why, you don't have anything you like? Fong Mohan asked when he saw her coming out empty-handed. Nuanu shook her head and said listlessly, It's too expensive. I can't wear it. How could I forget about this? Fong Mohan understood, then let's go to a cheaper one. The two of them walked a few steps, skipping those that looked very expensive without even going in. They came to a shop that was crowded and somewhat noisy, and Fong Mohan let Nuanu go in. Not long after, she came out again. Still no? Nuanu hung his head, becoming even more suspicious of what the master said. She felt that the people down the mountain were much richer than them. To be able to wear such expensive clothes, you must be living a good life. Fong Mohan darkened his eyes and took her to a store with a discount sign on the door, but the result was the same. Looking at her, he suddenly had a bad feeling and asked, Tell me first, what price range of clothes can you wear? Nuanu thought for a moment, stretched out a finger and pointed it at him. 1,000? Fong Mohan frowned and guessed. Then he would have to go to another mall. Nothing here costs less than 1,000. Nuanu shook her head and scratched it embarrassedly, $102.80. Fong Mohan? He was somewhat suspicious whether he had heard it wrongly. How many? How come there are both zeros and integers? As if she was afraid that he wasn't shocked enough, Nuanu added, it's for the whole body, including food. The maximum amount you can spend in a day is this much. She had 2 buns and a bowl of soy milk in the morning, which cost her 7 yuan, so now she has 95 and 8 yuan left to buy clothes, not including lunch and dinner. After saying that, she poked her fingers, looked up at him and blinked. Fong Mohan had a headache. He knew that she could only wear cheap clothes, but he didn't expect them to be so cheap. It was really beyond his comprehension. He couldn't imagine what $100 could do. I don't even know where I can buy her a set of clothes for $100. As if she could see what he was thinking, Nuanu raised her hand slightly. Dad, I know. You know? Well, my master took me there. There were a lot of cheap clothes there. Fong Mohan had a headache, but since he had said he would take her out to buy clothes, he naturally had to do it. He pinched his brows and said, let's go. Yeah. Nuanu told him the address. Fortunately, there was a navigation system, otherwise Fong Mohan would not be able to find it at all. He had never heard of this place. The car turned many turns before finally arriving at a place. It's a bit remote, but not quiet. It's even too noisy. You can hear people shouting outside before you get off the car. Fong Mohan sat in the driver's seat with an expressionless face. Seeing the little girl looking at him eagerly, he took a deep breath and then got out of the car. Suddenly the voice became louder, mixed with some strange accents. Fong Mohan looked at the mud on the ground, then turned to look at Nuanu. Can we only stay here? Nuanu nodded. I can't wear clothes from other places. I get a rash if I wear it. She walked over, hugged his hand and shook it gently, and said coquettishly, Dad, come with me. The little girl's voice is sweet, soft and sticky, and with her cute face, it's really hard to refuse. Don't shake. Fong Mohan said with a straight face, resisting the urge to pinch her face, let's go. Nuanu immediately laughed happily. Thank you, Dad, you are the best. Good. Him? Oh. Chapter 12 Going clothes shopping. After entering here, Fong Mohan suddenly felt that the steamed bun shop in the morning was nothing special. At least it was just that one. Now he was faced with a whole street. Dad. Nuanu suddenly stopped and pointed at a stall and said, let's take a look at what's here. The stall was made of just a piece of cloth spread on the ground, with the clothes placed on top, piled up like a small mountain, in a mess and with all kinds of colors. Fong Mohan frowned as he looked at her. Are the clothes here wearable? Before Nuanu could say anything, the stall owner was already unhappy. How can you talk like that? Why can't my clothes be worn? Look at how well you are dressed. If you dislike the clothes here, why don't you take your daughter to a big mall to buy them? TSK, if you can't bear to spend money, don't come out and pretend to be a big spender. Hearing this, Fong Mohan's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at her with cold eyes. The stall owner's unfinished words were instantly caught in his throat. His breathing subconsciously stagnated, and fear arose in his heart. He looked at the frosty-faced man with horror. The murderous aura on Fong Mohan also instantly grew stronger. Not good. Nuanu quickly covered the back of his hand with her other hand. Feeling a hint of warmth, Fong Mohan retracted his gaze and met the worried eyes of the little girl. He slightly suppressed his coldness and asked her, Are you still watching? Nuanu shook her head. Dad, let's go to another one. Fong Mohan responded indifferently, but Nuanu did not move. She turned her head and said seriously to the stall owner, My father is very good to me. He took me to the big mall. I came here to buy clothes on my own. Don't wrongly accuse my father. After she finished speaking, without waiting for her to speak, she snorted and pulled Fong Mohan away. The stall owner felt a little embarrassed. Thinking of what had just happened, he couldn't help but touch his neck. This man is really scary. Fong Mohan didn't expect her to say those words. After they walked a distance, he said, There's no need to say those things to them. Just an insignificant person. But Nuanu was very persistent. She shrugged her little nose and said unhappily, No, Dad is very good to me. Don't let them wrongly accuse you. Is that so? Fong Mohan narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at the child's indignant look, he found it a little funny, and couldn't help but flicked her frowning brows with his fingers. Look carefully at the clothes, buy them and leave quickly. Oh. He didn't have much strength and it didn't hurt at all. He touched his forehead softly, grinned foolishly, and hummed a tuneless little tune happily, feeling good. Soon Nuanu found another one. She squatted in front of the stall and looked for a long time. She found a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts from the mountain of clothes. One cost 25 and the other 35. Nuanu held the clothes and said softly, "Auntie, I want to buy 2 pieces. Can you give me a discount?" The stall owner looked very friendly. He couldn't help laughing when he saw her bargaining, and couldn't help but teasing, "So how much do you want?" $30, maybe. Wow, you even know how to bargain halfway. The stall owner was so happy that he pretended to be distressed and said, "This price is too low. Auntie will lose money." "No, you bought this dress for $8, and this one is $12.50. I'll give you $30, and you still make $9.50. Hearing this, the stall owner's eyelids jumped, and he was also startled. He quickly covered her mouth, looked around, and whispered, "How did you know? This is exactly her purchase price." Nuanu didn't say anything, stepped back, and just shook the clothes. "Auntie, can I sell it for 30? Looking at her soft face, the stall owner was stunned for a moment, and then negotiated, "How about this, at 5 yuan, although what you said is correct, but do not include my travel expenses, 35 2 pieces you take, I will also give you a clip, what do you think?" Nuanu thought about it and felt it was okay, so she nodded happily, "Thank you, Auntie." The little girl looks very pretty when she smiles. There is a small red mole between her eyebrows. She looks like a doll in a New Year picture when she smiles. She is so adorable. The stall owner couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted and put aside the strange feeling that suddenly arose in his heart. "You're welcome," the stall owner said, pointing to a row of clips next to him, "take your pick." "Yes." Nuanu turned around and waved at Fong Mohan, "Dad, help me choose." Fong Mohan glanced at him and said, "Look for yourself." Nuanu put the clip down, ran towards him, took his hand and dragged him over. "Dad's choice is beautiful." The child was very stubborn. Fong Mohan had no choice but to look at the clips. "To be honest, none of them are worth my attention. The appearance is exaggerated and the quality is not good. But the price is there is nothing to complain about." He looked around and picked one out. It was a red clip with a small red bead hanging on it. Nuanu's eyes lit up, "It's so beautiful." As she spoke, she stretched her head forward and said, "Daddy, help me put it on." Pushing further. Fong Mohan said silently in his heart, with a little disgust on his face, but he still did it. "Okay." He pinned the clip on her head, took a half step back, looked at her, and said lightly. Nuanu reached out and touched it. "Does it look good?" "Daddy." "That's it." The stall owner looked at the father and daughter and couldn't help laughing, "They look good. Auntie just saw your father look at you several times. You look really good." Hearing this, Nuanu suddenly laughed and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Fong Mohan glanced at the stall owner and said nothing. "Thank you, Auntie." Nuanu was in a good mood. After Fong Mohan paid the money, she took the bag and took out a talisman from her pocket. "This is for Auntie. You must carry it with you. Also, don't place the dolls randomly in Auntie's house. Don't put them in the southwest corner. It will easily attract bad people." After saying that, she placed the talisman in her palm and took Fong Mohan away. The stall owner exclaimed, "Huh? How did she know there was a doll in the southwest corner of their house?" "It was thrown by her daughter. There have been some problems at home these past few days, and someone is always giving my husband trouble at work." "But how did this girl know?" "She also bought a pair of small sandals at a stall for 20 yuan. In total, the whole outfit only cost 55 yuan. But Nuanu was very happy and held the plastic bag as if it were a treasure. Back in the car, Fong Mohan started the car and said, "Don't give talismans to others casually in the future." Nuanu turned her head and looked at him, puzzled, "Why?" "A big tree attracts the wind. You are still too young. If you are too capable, it is easy for others to take notice of you. Besides, others may not believe what you say. So that's how it is." Nuanu didn't really care. "It doesn't matter. Master said that we can remind others, but whether they believe it or not is their own business. There's no need to force them. You're quite open-minded." Fong Mohan curled the corner of his mouth, his smile was a little dull, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Indeed, in the final analysis, whether to believe it or not is a personal choice. It was as if his family chose to believe. Nuanu suddenly came over, patted his agitated aura with one hand, held his arm with the other hand and said with a smile, "So Dad is concerned about me?" Fong Mohan glanced at her, pressed her head and pushed her back. "Sit down." "Oh." Nuanu did not resist and sat back obediently. A hint of deep thought flashed across his clear eyes. Even though the bad luck on my father was caused by the influence of a bad luck star, the influence of acquired factors was also significant. The combination of the two caused the bad luck to continue to grow and develop into what it is today. If he hadn't been born rich and protected by purple air and golden light, he would have collapsed long ago. But why is the acquired evil spirit so strong? Chapter 13 Debt Collector. Fong Mohan was a quiet person, and Nuanu was thinking about something. The two of them were silent all the way, and finally the ringing of a cell phone broke the silence. Fong Mohan put on the Bluetooth headset and answered the call. He didn't know what the person on the other end said. Even Nuanu, who was sitting in the back seat, could feel the chill from him and couldn't help but prick up her ears to listen. After a long while, Fong Mohan sneered. His voice was as cold as ice. "So, you are here to call for punishment?" Suddenly there was a loud angry sound coming from the other side. Nuanu heard it and clenched her hands tighter. Did Dad have a fight with someone? Then, it seemed that there was a different person on the other end. Fong Mohan's emotions gradually calmed down, but the coldness still did not dissipate. After a long time, he said didn't say anything more, and hung up the phone directly. Seeing the red light ahead, the car stopped, and Nuanu asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" The hand holding the steering wheel paused slightly, and Fong Mohan turned his head to look at her. "I want to take you somewhere, do you want to go?" "Go." Nuanu agreed immediately. "I didn't even tell you where we were going, and you said you were going? Aren't you afraid that I would sell you out?" Nuanu put her wrists together to make a bouquet, put them under her chin, blinked her eyes and asked, "Dad, are you willing to give it up?" Fong Mohan looked at her without saying anything. It's really hard to let go of such a brave little girl. The corners of his lips curled slightly, the coldness on his body dissipated a little, and he turned the car around and drove in another direction. It's completely in two directions from where he lives. Nuanu looked out the window, then looked at him again, as if thinking about something. The car drove for more than an hour before stopping in front of a villa in the west of the city. Nuanu trotted over to him, took his hand, looked up at his expression, her thin lips tightly pursed, her face tense, full of resistance to this place. "Where is this?" Before she could think of an answer, someone pushed the door open and walked out. Aunt Wang was stunned when she saw him, then quickly lowered her head and said respectfully, "The third young master is back." Fong Mohan didn't say anything and just walked inside. Nuanu also followed by using his short legs. As soon as I entered the door, an ashtray was thrown at me. Fong Mohan picked up Nuanu and dodged. Suddenly she was much closer to him, and Nuanu could clearly see the darkness and gloom in his eyes. The murderous aura on his body suddenly surged. She panicked and subconsciously hugged him, trying hard to suppress the murderous aura. However, this time it didn't have much effect. This is the evil spirit that comes from within him, and it is the most difficult to deal with. Helplessly, Nuanu could only turn around and start to comfort him. "What are you doing?" Mother Fong glanced at Grandpa Fong with a reproachful look and walked over quickly. "Are you okay?" Before she finished speaking, she saw Nuanu in Fong Mohan's arms. She was stunned for a moment and stammered, this child." Old Master Fong also saw it, and became even angrier. "Look at this unfilial son, he has already had an illegitimate child before he even got married. Which girl will be willing to marry him in the future? This rebellious son has brought shame to our Fong family." Fong Mohan looked at him mockingly. "Don't worry, they have clearly separated me from the Fong family and will not count me as part of your Fong family." "Isn't that what you did too?" Hearing this, Mr. Fong covered his chest, gasped heavily, and his face turned ashen. Fong Moyan, who was standing by, immediately took out a quick-acting heart pill from his pocket and gave it to him to swallow. He helped him sit down, turned his head and looked at Fong Mohan disapprovingly, and said in a deep voice, "Third brother, please speak properly. You know that Dad is not in good health." Fong Mohan sneered, "How can I, an unfilial son, know all this?" Mr. Fong almost lost the breath he had just taken because of him, and angrily threw his crutch at him. He had no strength at the moment, and the crutch didn't swing very far. It fell at his feet, making a harsh sound when it hit the floor. Mother Fong pressed her brows in pain. She really had no idea what to do with the father and son. With a deep sigh, she picked up the cane and put it where Mr. Fong couldn't reach it, then turned around and said, "Sit down." His eyes swept across Nuanua's little face, with some complexity. Fong Mohan walked over and put Nuanu on the ground. Nuanu immediately sat next to him, holding his arm, and in a corner where no one could see, she moved her fingertips quietly and drew 2 meditation talismans in the air. One of them was injected into Fong Mohan's body, and the other was given to Old Man Fong. After doing all this, she sat quietly by the side, her eyes curiously moving between them, unable to figure out what was going on. Not sure if it was an illusion, Fong Mohan suddenly felt his mind calm down. He didn't think about it and asked calmly, "What do you want from me?" Mr. Fong calmed down and regained a lot of strength. He glanced at Nuanu and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on with this child? Is she really your illegitimate daughter like your second uncle said?" It was indeed him. Fong Mohan's eyes flashed darkly, and he said nonchalantly, "Whatever he says is fine, you believe it anyway, don't you?" Old Master Fong pursed his lips and looked at him. The atmosphere between the two immediately became tense again. Fong Moyan gave him a warning look, but he completely ignored it. Mother Fong had a headache, and there was really nothing she could do with them, so she could only turn around and look at Nuanu, and asked in a soft voice, "Little boy, what's your name?" Nuanu did not answer. She turned her head to look at Fong Mohan first. Seeing that his expression was okay, she said softly, "My name is Nuanu." "Then when were you with your father? Why didn't Grandma see you?" This is also what puzzles Fang's mother. The youngest son is rebellious, but he is not a timid person. If he really has a child, he will never hide it. Or, he just found out about the existence of such a child. Seeing that she asked, Nuanu also said honestly, "It was my master who took me to find my father." Master? Mother Fong immediately grasped the important word. Nuanu nodded, "Yes." Then, Mother Fong looked at her little son cautiously and asked tentatively, "What about your mother?" Nuanuo's eyes darkened, "I don't have a mother, I was picked up by my master at the door." This. After hearing this, Mr. Fong also realized something was wrong. He looked at Nuanu carefully and found that he didn't look like his youngest son. He frowned and asked Nuanu directly without asking Fong Mohan, "So, he is not your biological father?" Nuanu shook her head and said firmly, "But he is my father." Although they are not biological children, there is a father-daughter relationship between them. This is what her master told her. The master's calculations will definitely not be wrong. Hearing her words, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Fong finally smiled and said angrily, "Why didn't you say anything, kid? You, old man, did the same thing. You didn't ask clearly before you started. Don't do that again in the future. If it happens a few more times, she'll have a heart attack." Knowing it was a misunderstanding, Mr. Fong was a little disappointed, but when he looked at his expressionless younger son, he became furious again. Debt Collector. Chapter 14. Don't say bad things about my dad. Mother Fong called her grandsons who were playing games in the room and asked them to play with Nuanu. Fong Yujie was a little impatient at first, but when he saw Nuanu, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over, holding her hand and said, "You are so pretty, what's your name?" Seeing him like this, Mother Fong patted him on the head in amusement and said, "This is the sister I told you about. Don't bully her in the future. He is the most mischievous one in the family and loves to play tricks on others." After tapping her grandson, she introduced him to Nuanu. "Nuanu, this is your second uncle's brother, his name is Fong Yujie, you can just call him second brother." Nuanu nodded and shouted, "Hello, second brother." The little girl spoke softly and looked very well behaved. Fong Yujie immediately fell in love with this little sister and said loudly, "Hello, little sister. Let's go. Big brother will take you to play." Nuanu looked at Fong Mohan and asked, "Dad, can I go?" Fong Yujie was stunned for a moment, staring at them in disbelief with wide eyes. What does she call her uncle? Dad. As if seeing his shock, Fong Mohan nodded and said, "Go ahead." He actually admitted it. Fong Yujie felt like his brain had turned to mush and couldn't think anymore. He had never thought that his uncle would actually become a father one day. Didn't people say that he was destined to be alone? What is going on now? Seeing him standing there in a daze, Nuanu shook his hand, "Second brother? Ah. Come on, didn't you say you wanted to go play?" Oh. Fong Yujie turned around numbly and took her upstairs. He still hadn't come to his senses and didn't even notice that he was turning the wrong way. But Nuanu looked at him curiously. Why did she feel that this second brother didn't seem very smart? Hey, who is this pretty little sister? His twin brother Feng Yuning ran over, saw his dazed look, and tugged at his sleeve. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you stupid? Feng Yujie wiped his face, finally came to his senses, and pushed his face away. Go away, you are stupid. He said with a wooden face, this belongs to third uncle. After a pause, he uttered 2 words, daughter. After saying this, I saw both of them were stunned, and I felt much better immediately. He can't be the only one who was scared. As brothers, we have to suffer together. Ah? Feng Yuning had a question mark on his forehead. He scratched his ears, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Among the 3 brothers, Feng Yulin is the oldest, 8 years old this year. He is the son of the eldest brother Feng Moyan. Upon hearing this, he stared at Nuanu for a while and asked, Are you adopted by your uncle? Nuanu tilted her head and looked at him, thinking for a moment, is it? She found her own father, but this is a bit complicated to say. If he is not her biological father, it would not be wrong to say that he was adopted. No wonder. Feng Yulin's eyes flashed with understanding, but he was still a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone like his uncle would adopt a child. This is really not like his personality. So she was adopted. Feng Yuning suddenly realized. Seeing her chubby, pink and cute face, he couldn't help but put out his hand and poke her face. It felt really good, like jelly, and bouncy. He was getting a little addicted to playing, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. His eyes lit up, and he said, Why don't you let my dad adopt you? My dad is a much better person than my uncle. My uncle is too scary. Hearing this, Nuanu slapped his hand away, stopping him from poking her, and glared at her with round eyes in anger. My dad is not scary, he's very nice. Feng Yujie and Feng Yuning are twins. They look exactly the same. At this moment, even their expressions are the same, both of them look full of disbelief. Feng Yujie said, Don't lie. My uncle is so fierce. He can scare people to tears with just a stern face. There is no one who is not afraid of him. What's good about him? That's right. Feng Yuning also nodded repeatedly. I heard people say that he was born unlucky. No one liked him, not even his grandfather. He was sent to the countryside when he was born and was brought home when he grew up. Nuanu didn't know this would happen. He remembered the ashtray that was thrown at him when he just entered the door. It was the old man who threw it. He was his father's father. Thinking of this, she felt very upset and her eyes turned red. Nonsense, my father is a star of misfortune, but it is just a fate. It can be resolved by doing good deeds. Do good deeds? Feng Yuning laughed as if he heard a joke. The child was straightforward and could not change his mind. He said whatever he thought. My uncle is not good at doing good things. He is good enough if he does not harm others. I just heard that he broke a man's legs and put him in jail. Grandpa asked him to talk about this matter this time. My uncle is the worst. Hearing this, her face suddenly fell, and she clenched her fists at her sides. She looked at him steadily and said word by word, If you say anything bad about my dad again, I'll beat you up. As she spoke, she waved her little fist. It looked so small that even if it hit someone's body, it would just feel like a tickle. Feng Yuning didn't take it seriously at all, but looking at her eyes, he inexplicably felt a little scared. For a moment, he even felt the same aura as his uncle on her. I was so frightened that I dared not speak anymore. Seeing that the situation was not right, Feng Yuling hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying, Don't be angry, don't be angry. And Yuning, don't bring back nonsense about what you heard outside. We don't know the truth of the matter, so be careful with your words. After saying that, he looked at Nuanu and gently touched her head. Don't be angry, sister. Your third brother was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Your uncle is a very good person, but he doesn't talk much. After hearing this, the coldness in Nuanu's body slowly dissipated, and she nodded in agreement. Yes, my father is very good, a good man, and very gentle. Gentle. Feng Yujie burst out laughing, and quickly covered his mouth when Feng Yuling glared at him. Feng Yuling also had a headache, fearing that his brother and sister would fight again, so he quickly said, Okay, let's play a game. By the way, sister, what's your name? Nuanu, my name is Nuanu. Nuanu, it sounds very nice and looks very much like her, like a little glutinous rice dumpling. Thinking about it, Feng Yuling looked at Nuanu again and felt very fond of her. There's nothing you can do about it, her appearance is naturally likable. Feng Yuning also came over and pulled her pigtails and said, Okay, I apologize to you. I said something wrong. Uncle is very good. Don't be angry with me. Let's play together, okay? Only then did Nuanu look him in the eye and nodded solemnly. As long as you don't say bad things about my dad in the future, I will play with you. Okay, I won't say any more. Feng Yuning was secretly puzzled in his heart, not understanding why this little girl was so protective of her uncle and was not afraid of him at all. But he really wanted to play with this little sister. Xiao Zhuang in their kindergarten always shows off that he has a younger sister. Now he has one too, and he is countless times prettier than his sister. Chapter 15, Game Genius. Children's emotions come and go quickly, and before long, the people who were about to quarrel just now were playing together again. Feng Yuning sat next to Nuanu and said to her, "This is the most popular game right now, it's called Chicken Dinner. Have you ever played it?" Nuanu took a look and shook her head. "I know you've never played it before, so just watch me play it first, and I'll teach you later." "Oh." Nuanu nodded, somewhat confusedly, and watched the little man on the screen running around on a patch of grass. Feng Yuji's voice was the loudest. "Oh, help me, luckily it's a robot, you scared me. There are supplies here, come quickly. Does anyone want an 8-fold mirror?" Nuanu looked at it for a while and couldn't help but yawn with her hands covering her lips. Feng Yulan noticed it and used one hand to touch her head soothingly. "If you feel bored, you can eat some fruit. There are plenty of snacks over there." He pointed at the table. Nuanu took a look and shook her head. "I don't want to eat it anymore." Those things looked very expensive, and she didn't have much credit left today, so she couldn't eat them. Hearing her say this, Feng Yulan didn't force her. He pinched her face and continued playing the game. He doesn't talk much and is a gentle person. Nuanu likes him very much. She moved closer to him and looked at his phone. Feng Yulan also cooperated by lowering his phone and moving it towards her. "There are people here." Nuanu suddenly pointed to a place and said. Feng Yulan took a look and was about to say that there was no one there, when he noticed a black tube sticking out from the green bushes. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly aimed and fired a shot in that direction. Missed. He then fired another shot, knocking the man down. He ran over to loot the loot. The man was wearing a ghillie suit and was well disguised. If Nuanu hadn't reminded him, he would not have been able to find him. But how did she find out? Nuanu also looked at him and blinked, a little confused. "I guess I just happened to see it." Feng Yulan didn't care and continued playing. Not long after, Nuanu pointed to another place and said, "There are people here." Without waiting for him to respond, she deadpanned, "Oh, you're going to hang up." Before he could finish his words or move, his whole body staggered suddenly and a bullet blew his head off. A fatal blow. This time, Feng Yulan was really surprised. "You've seen someone a long time ago?" "No." Nuanu was even more confused than him. "I was looking at you the whole time, and I just saw him." Feng Yulan was confused. "Then how did you know I was going to die?" "I can tell." As soon as she came in, she knew that they would not be able to make it to the end of this round and there was no chance of winning at all. "But, I can play it." She spoke out loud. At this time, the two brothers Feng Yuji and Feng Yuning also hung up. "Then take your phone and let's play together." After a pause, he said, "I don't have any." The second master originally wanted to buy her one, but without a cell phone worth a few $dozen, she couldn't use it. "Then you can use your uncle's first," Feng Yuning said casually. When he didn't have a mobile phone before, he also used his parents'. After saying that, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. It was not right. His uncle was so fierce. Would he be able to give it to her if she asked him for it? He should not break her arm then. "My uncle loves to cut off people's arms and legs." Just as I was about to speak, I saw Nuanu nodded and ran out. She moved so quickly that she didn't give them a chance to stop her. "It's over." Feng Yuning stared at her back in a daze. "Who told you to talk nonsense?" Feng Yujie glared at him unhappily and hurriedly followed him out. Instead of going downstairs, he hid upstairs and watched. If his uncle beat someone, they would go downstairs to help plead for mercy. Seeing his actions, Feng Yuning and Feng Yulan followed. Nuanu had no idea what they were thinking. When she saw Feng Mohan sitting on the sofa, she ran towards him, spread out her hands and said, "Dad, let me play with your phone for a while. I want to play games with my brothers." Feng Mohan was sitting there listening to the old man talking with a look of impatience on his face. When he saw the little girl coming over, he glanced at her. This glance made the three people upstairs nervous, fearing that he would hit someone the next moment. However, surprisingly, it did not. Instead, he took out his cell phone, asked her what game she was playing, and downloaded it before giving it to her. The three of them were stunned by this scene. Not only them, but even Feng's mother, Old Man Feng and Feng Moyan were stunned. Although he didn't say a word just now, he was so considerate to download all the games. This was really unlike his previous behavior. The look in his eyes suddenly changed. Nuanu didn't notice at all and smiled at him. "Thank you, Dad." After that, she ran upstairs again. Seeing them standing there, she thought they were waiting for her, so she waved the phone in her hand and said, "Let's go play." The three of them had the same dazed expression on their faces and nodded blankly. Feng Yulin couldn't help but look at Nuanu one more time. He didn't know if it was because a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, but when he was her age, he was also afraid of his uncle. Not only then, he is still afraid when he sees him now. I don't understand why this girl isn't afraid. Nuanu had no idea what they were thinking. If she knew, she would probably look at them in surprise and ask them why she should be afraid of him when her father was so good. After a long while, the three brothers came back to their senses. Nuanu had already opened the game. "How can we play this together? I invite you," Feng Yulin said. Then he remembered that they had no friends, so he took her phone again and opened WeChat. He didn't dare to read the chat content and hurriedly clicked the button to add a friend. My hands were shaking when I clicked on it. The person he added was his uncle. Just thinking about it, he dared not open WeChat anymore. Feng Yuji and Feng Yuning also thought of this and gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Big brother is mighty. Feng Yulin was ashamed, he was also very scared. After adding a friend, you can invite her, pull her into the team, and the game will start soon. Let's go to the city of G. The other two had no objection. Nuanu didn't have any either, so she just followed them. The phone was a bit big and she had a hard time holding it. It took her a while to get used to it before she finally felt better. Not long after, a row of notifications appeared on Feng Yulin and the others' phones. Your teammate Feng Mohan has hit the Winter Rose. Your teammate Feng Mohan defeated the cute chicken-eating girl. Your teammates hit the drizzle. Feng Yuning couldn't help swallowing his saliva and felt numb. Is my sister so awesome? Feng Yulin didn't expect this either. He turned his head to look at her and saw that she was very focused. Her fingers slid very flexibly, aiming the gun at one place and hitting another person. He hadn't come to his senses until she took him to eat chicken. Is this the victory? Before they could celebrate, there was a loud noise downstairs, followed by an angry voice, "Get out!" The smile on Nuanua's face froze for a moment, her expression changed, and she stood up and ran out. Dad. Chapter 16. Dad, let's go. In the living room downstairs, old Master Feng was seen hitting Feng Mohan hard on the back with a cane. The sound was so muffled that it made people feel uncomfortable. Feng Mohan gritted his teeth, not trying to dodge, lowered his brows, and was shrouded in coldness and gloom. As soon as Nuanu went out, she saw this scene. Her pupils shrank, she screamed, and then immediately ran downstairs. When there were 5 steps left, she couldn't wait any longer, so she grabbed the railing, used the force to jump down, and quickly flashed in front of Feng Mohan. She looked at him anxiously, standing on tiptoe to touch his back, but she couldn't reach it at all. She could only hug his legs, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Seeing that Grandpa Feng was still holding up his cane, as if he was about to hit her with a second blow at any time, she turned her head sharply to look at him, opened her hands to block him, bared her little tiger teeth and said fiercely, "Don't bully my dad." The little girl's face was full of anger. Even though her small body was not even as tall as his legs, she still stood firmly in front of him. Feng Mohan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly bent down and picked her up. He raised his eyes and looked coldly at Old Man Feng, and said in a cold tone, "Since you believe what others say, why are you still asking me?" After he finished speaking, he paused and laughed at himself. "It's also my fault. I shouldn't have come back today. This is not my home in the first place." Upon hearing this, Mr. Feng's expression suddenly changed. Feng's mother's tears also flowed down. She wanted to say something, but when she saw her son's mocking expression, her throat choked and she couldn't utter a word. Nuanu was closest to him, and could clearly feel the sad atmosphere on him. Tears began to flow down her face. She wiped her eyes casually, carefully put her arms around his neck, buried her face in his neck, and said with a nasal voice, "Dad, let's go home, back to our home." The little girl's body was soft and smelled of milk, and she was full of love for him. Fong Mohan suddenly smiled, and this time, it was a little sincere. Okay, let's go home. After saying that, he walked away. Fong Yulin and the others called out uncle in a daze, but he didn't even stop for a moment. Nuanu didn't even turn around, her eyes fixed on his back, looking at the place where he had been hit by the cane just now. She reached out her hand to touch it, but was afraid of hurting him, so she could only suffer along with him. Taking her all the way back home, Fong Mohan had no expression on his face. As soon as Nuanu came in, she said, "Dad, hurry up and apply the medicine." "No need." Fong Mohan glanced at her and said indifferently, "This is not even a minor injury, no need to apply medicine. Not even any bones were broken, so this little pain is nothing, just a tickle." When Nuanu heard this, she felt even more upset. She hugged his legs and insisted, "Apply the medicine." There were tears in her eyes and golden beans were hanging precariously on her eyelashes. Thinking of how she had stretched out her hand to block him in the old house just now, Fong Mohan's heart suddenly felt like being hit by something, feeling a little uncomfortable and a little warm. He was silent for a moment, and obediently took out the medicine box that Song Chengan had left here. He opened it, but was in trouble because his injury was on his back and he couldn't see it. Seeing this, Nuanu immediately said, "I'll wipe it for Dad." After staring at her for a while, Fong Mohan gave in again and took off his shirt, revealing the wound inside. The red and swollen bruise was particularly obvious. Mr. Fong had hit her so hard that it almost ran across the entire back. Nuanu's tears fell all of a sudden, and she bit her lips tightly to suppress the whimper in her throat. However, Fong Mohan still noticed the movement. He looked at the little girl with tears falling from her eyes and said, "If you are scared, I will call Song Chengan and ask him to come." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a warm breath on his back. Nuanu gently applied medicine to him while blowing on his wound, whispering, "Hoo, it won't hurt." For a moment, Fong Mohan's heart suddenly swelled. Strange emotions welled up in my heart and I could no longer control them. He remained silent, but clenched his fists tightly, trying to resist the waves in his heart, but it was no use. Nuanu was very gentle, for fear of hurting him, and after a long while, she finally finished applying the medicine. She sat there, her eyes slowly moving elsewhere. In addition to the bruise caused by Grandpa Feng's beating, his back was covered with criss-crossing wounds. The ones she could recognize included knife wounds, blunt object wounds, burns, and scalds. The depths of the wounds varied, and the years of the wounds were also not the same. She couldn't even imagine how one person could have so many wounds on his body. How painful it must be for him. Just thinking about that scene made her feel extremely upset and her tears fell even harder. After a while, she got down from the sofa, lowered her head and said in a muffled voice, "The medicine has dried, Dad can get dressed now." She lowered her head to pack the medicine box. She didn't look up at him, nor did she ask him where those injuries came from, but her tears fell bit by bit. Fong Mohan looked at her, pondered for a long time and finally said nothing. After sitting for a while, he walked to the study. Just as he was about to close the door, his hand suddenly paused and he lowered his eyes to look at the little girl who followed him. "Why are you following me?" "I have to work." Nuanu immediately said, "I'll accompany Dad. I'll be good and I won't bother you." Her eyes were still very red. Fong Mohan looked at her and did not refuse. He just turned his eyes away and said, "Go wash your face first." Crying like a little kitten. There's nothing to cry about. Thinking of this, the hand holding the door handle tightened a little. Hearing the relaxation in his words, Nuanu's eyes lit up and she nodded heavily, "Yes." After saying that, Dada ran to the wash basin. She was short and couldn't reach it even if she stood on tiptoe. She could only drag a chair and step on it to reach it. But it was too high, so she had to bend over to get it just right. It's a bit strenuous and a bit dangerous. She didn't care at all. She quickly washed her face, wiped it with a towel, jumped down from the chair nimbly, ran towards him, took his hand, looked up and smiled at him. Fong Mohan narrowed his eyes slightly and walked in without saying a word. After walking a few steps, Nuanu let go of his hand obediently, moved a chair and sat next to him. Just as she had promised just now, she sat quietly without making the slightest noise. Fong Mohan turned on his computer and started dealing with official business. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the occasional sound of a keyboard. Nuanu looked at him, and after a while, she got down from the chair and walked out quietly. When Fong Mohan saw this, he thought the child couldn't stay any longer, so he didn't care and continued looking at the documents. Unexpectedly, after a few minutes, the door was opened again, and a little kid walked in, holding a cup carefully in his hand. Fong Mohan raised his eyes and was stunned. "Dad, have some water." Nuanu held the cup high and handed it to him. She was too short and had to hold the cup with both hands, so some water spilled and splashed on the back of her hands. Subconsciously, Fong Mohan quickly reached out and took it. I touched it and luckily it was just warm water. Seeing him take it, Nuanu smiled at him, then immediately walked around to the chair she had just been sitting on, climbed up using her hands and feet, and sat down. Chapter 17. Me and them, which one do you like best? Sitting like this, her head was not even as high as the table, with only a pair of eyes showing. Half of her face was blocked by the table. She couldn't even lie on it, so she can only sit leaning against the back of the chair. The chair was a bit big, and when she sat on it, her body looked even smaller. Fong Mohan kept an eye on her, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. He hid it very well, and it was gone in a flash, so Nuanu didn't notice it. Only he knew how deeply he was touched. As the night deepened, her eyelids could no longer support themselves and her little head began to droop. After clicking for a while, she lost her balance and fell forward suddenly, and in front of her was the hard corner of the table. The incident happened in just a moment. Fortunately, Fong Mohan had been paying attention to her and pulled her back in time as soon as his eyelids jumped. Nuanu also woke up all of a sudden, still a little dazed. She stared at him blankly, unable to recover from her shock. Fong Mohan looked at her and whispered, "Go back to your room and sleep if you feel sleepy." Nuanu shook her head. She was obviously so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes, but she insisted that she wasn't sleepy. She hugged his arm and couldn't help but lean towards him. She rubbed her little head against his and muttered, "Dad, I will protect you from now on and promise not to let anyone bully you again." After saying that, she couldn't hold back the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep, leaning lightly on him, full of attachment. When Fong Mohan heard her words, he was shocked. He stared at her for a long time, finally raised his hand to close the computer, picked her up and sent her back to the room. The moment she reached the bed, Nuanu's eyelids twitched. Fong Mohan's big hands touched her head in an unskilled manner, silently comforting her. It was not known whether it was because she sensed a familiar breath, but Nuanu only moved a little and then fell asleep peacefully. Only after she fell asleep did Fong Mohan let go of her hand, walked away, and closed the door quietly. Walking to the balcony, he lit a cigarette and looked into the distance with a dim gaze. The scene that happened in the old house kept replaying in his mind. He was thrown into the countryside when he was young and was brought back when he was 15. He was a stranger to everyone in the Fong family, and everything in the Fong family made him feel uncomfortable. He could never fit in, nor did he want to fit in. This is not the first time I have had a conflict with Mr. Fong. The situation was similar every time. Old man Fong thought that he was too violent and tried to suppress him. Mother Fong tried to persuade him but failed and could only cry. She asked her elder and second brothers to ask him to apologize quickly so that the old man would calm down. Only this little girl dared to rush over and protect him. To be fair, he didn't need her protection at all, and she couldn't protect him, but deep down, he had to admit that he felt warm at that moment. Including what she said just now about wanting to protect him, her serious expression, stern tone, and the determination in her eyes could not deceive him. Everything she said is true. She really wanted to protect him. Just a 3-year-old girl. Fong Mohan let out a long sigh and extinguished his cigarette on the railing. She said that herself. Then I'll accompany him from now on. Life is so boring, so it's not bad to raise a little guy like this. As he thought about it, his brows relaxed and an emotion called joy arose in his heart. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from his assistant. It is said that the old man who sent the little girl to the hotel entrance that day was found. I don't know who her master is. But it doesn't matter anymore. He lowered his head and sent a reply message. From today on, there is no need to look for him. The little girl is his now, and the master and all can go wherever he wants. Nuanu woke up before dawn. Her dreams were filled with scenes of a bad old man beating her father and other people bullying him. She was so angry that she fought with them all night. Finally, they agreed to meet at the village entrance 5 days later for a decisive battle. As a result, she woke up before the final battle. After sitting up and calming down for a while, he suddenly remembered something, and Nuanu quickly climbed out of bed and ran out. As soon as I reached the door, I was stunned. She stared blankly at the man who had just returned from outside, feeling a little dazed. Awake! Fong Mohan said casually, lowered his eyes, squinted, and said, "Put on your shoes. How come you came out barefoot?" Nuanu looked down as he said, moved her feet, said oh, and ran back to the room to put on her shoes. She also saw the clothes on the bedside table. They were bought together at the wholesale market yesterday, and they were now neatly placed there. She picked it up and smelled it. It smelled delicious. Already washed. Did Dad wash it? She tilted her head and thought for a while, then she grinned, quickly put on her clothes, and ran to the mirror, only to find a small stool there. She stood on it curiously and was surprised to find that she could just see the mirror. As if it was tailor-made for her. With a quick glance, she guessed who did it. There are only 2 of them in this house. Looking at his messy hair, he thought for a while, then ran downstairs with a comb. Dad, help me comb my hair. Nuanu handed him the comb and said with her head raised. Fong Mohan paused and narrowed his eyes. What did you say? Nuanu blinked and said, comb your hair. My arms are short and I don't know how to do it. As she spoke, she gestured and indeed she couldn't reach it, proving that she was not lying. Fong Mohan glanced at them and sat there without moving. His legs swayed limply as the little girl held him, and then he stood up. He held the comb in his hand and stared at it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out how to start. After waiting for a long time, she saw that he didn't move. Nuanu looked back in surprise, and then suddenly realized, oh, Dad wouldn't do that. She said, just comb your hair up and tie it with a rubber band. Yeah. Fong Mohan responded softly, and his hand finally moved. It sounds simple but is complicated to do. The girl's hair was black, shiny, and slippery. As soon as he grabbed it, a strand slipped out of his palm. It took him a lot of effort to finally tie it up. It's not very good either. The 2 little tufts are not evenly spaced, one high and one low. Nuanu shook her head in the mirror, and without looking down on him, she handed him the red clip in her hand, and this, Dad, help me put it on. It was the one he helped her pick yesterday. Fong Mohan took it, turned it around in his palm, and asked her, do you like it? Yeah, I like it very much. Nuanu nodded immediately and said, I like everything my dad gives me. I love my dad the most. Hearing this, Fong Mohan felt much better. Fastened the clip. Then he said, from today on, I am your father. He admitted it. Huh? Nuanu turned her head to look at him and blinked, that's right. Wasn't this already happening a few days ago? Why did it only start today? Fong Mohan didn't explain anything and stepped back, let's go and eat. Oh. Nuanu was stunned for a moment, then remembered something, and hurriedly ran after him, holding his hand and asked, Dad, are you willing to recognize me? Fong Mohan didn't say anything. Nuanu didn't mind and said to herself, it doesn't matter. I know even if you don't say it. You must be willing to accept me. Nuanu is so happy. As she spoke, she jumped up and down, unable to conceal her joy. Fong Mohan couldn't help but ask her, are you so happy? Of course, I have a father now. I have a new family. I am so happy. One more? Fong Mohan paused and asked nonchalantly, which one do you like best, me or your master? Nuanu. Chapter 18 Do Good Things. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Fong Mohan was about to let go of her hand when he heard the little girl say, Dad and Master are both my family members. I like them all, but of course my favorite is Dad. When they were in the mountains before, the masters always liked to ask her this question. Sister Xiaoliang told her that she should say whoever is in front of her that she likes the most. If all of them are in front of her, then she should say the name of another person who was not there and let them fight for it themselves. This is called shifting the flames of war. She is already very skilled. Fong Mohan saw through the little girl's thoughts at a glance, looked at her with a smile, but did not expose her. It doesn't matter. After all, he and her have only known each other for a few days. There is still plenty of time left, and he will be the only answer. Nuanu didn't know what he was thinking yet, and thought she had escaped danger. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was a close call. Why do adults like to ask this question? Isn't it okay to like it too? Why do we have to compete for first place? Oh, adults are so childish. It's so hard to be a child. Xiao Xiao complained in her heart, but she quickly put the matter behind her. She looked at the familiar big buns on the table, stunned for a moment, and looked up at the person opposite her. Dad, did you go out and buy them specially? Fong Mohan nodded. Well, you don't have to go out anymore in the future. Why? Nuanu asked stupidly. Fong Mohan calmly drank a sip of water and said calmly, because I have just negotiated the acquisition, it will come to make buns for you in the future. Oh, I see. Nuanu was stunned. She didn't expect this was possible. Remembering something, Fong Mohan looked up at her and asked, "Will this method have any effect on you?" Nuanu scratched his head, a little confused. "I don't know either. Master said that as long as the raw materials don't exceed the limit, it's fine if I eat it, but I'm not sure if the wages I give them are included in it." The main reason was that before in the mountains they had their fourth chef cooking, and they didn't hire a special chef, especially a chef who only made buns. What if she wants to eat something else? Should I invite her again? How many people would I have to invite if I continue like this? Fong Mohan also thought of this. It turned out that it was based on raw materials, which was fine, but the limit was only over 100, which was still too low and very limiting. After thinking for a while, he asked, "How can I increase this amount?" "Do good things." Still the same answer. Fong Mohan thought it was a bit ridiculous, but the little girl had mentioned it many times, so it was probably useful. Seeing that he was interested, Nuanu introduced enthusiastically, "Master said that doing good deeds can accumulate blessings. It is the most effective way and there are no disadvantages." The little girl was very excited, but Fong Mohan felt a headache when he thought about the good deeds she mentioned. "What if I help you donate money to people in need? This can be considered helping others, but if my father helps me donate, the effect will be much less, and there won't be much left for me. It will be most useful if I donate myself." Trouble. Fong Mohan frowned. No wonder the last time he donated 50 million, it only made her feel less pain. The effect is indeed poor. Nuanu didn't know about what happened last time, and thought that he was just bringing good luck to her. She couldn't help but say, "Dad, doing good deeds really has a lot of benefits. Dad, come with me and do it. It will also help to eliminate the evil spirit in you. Although the evil spirit in your body is protected by the purple air and golden light, it will continue to grow. If you can't suppress it one day, you will be unlucky and your body will always be sick." So mysterious? Nuanu nodded solemnly. This is why she always advises him to do good things. The evil spirit around him is really too strong. After frowning, Fong Mohan finally gave in and went to a busy street as she said. But when he arrived at the place, he did not step forward. Nuanu looked up at him questioningly. "Dad, aren't you going?" Fong Mohan stood there with his hands in his pockets. "Go by yourself. Do good things? Him? Oh, impossible." Seeing his firm attitude, Nuanu sighed, feeling a little frustrated. She thought her father was willing to come, but she didn't expect that he just wanted to send her here. "Okay then." With a pursed mouth, Nuanu looked back at her as she walked away. Seeing this, Fong Mohan raised his chin and said, "Look at the road." "Oh." Nuanu turned her head, walked to the roadside, sat on the edge of the road, supported her cheek and looked at the passers-by. When she saw anyone who needed help, she would immediately run over. She is short and cannot even reach her arms to help an old man cross the street, so she lets the other person hold her head down and uses her entire body as a crutch. Fong Mohan stood on the side of the road and watched the scene silently, pinching his brows. I originally thought she was going to do some good deed, but it turns out she was just going to find a street and help this and that. He's working pretty hard. I saw her helping an old man to the other side, looking up and waving at the other person with a smile, like a little lucky cat, so cute. Fong Mohan took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and leaned against a tree beside him, his eyes never leaving her. Soon, Nuanu found another target. There happened to be a bus stop nearby, and someone came down with bags. There were too many things to hold, so Nuanu ran over and said, "Uncle, let me help you carry it." The man looked down and was a little surprised to see it was a little girl. Then he quickly laughed, weighed the thing on his body, and said with a smile, "Thank you, little girl. It's okay. Uncle can take it myself." How can a child carry such a heavy thing? As he was about to bend down to pick up something that had fallen on the ground, he didn't expect that the thing on his shoulder slipped down again as soon as he moved. He hurriedly reached out to hold it up, but this time he couldn't pick up the thing. Nuanu reached out and picked up the box on the ground. "See, I told you I needed your help." The man was a little surprised to see how easily she carried it. Others might not know, but he knew how heavy the box was. How come this little girl was so strong? Nuanu didn't know what he was thinking. She looked around and asked, "Uncle, where are you going?" "I'll take you there." "Ah, it's the school across the street. You can put it in the security room at the entrance." The man came back to his senses after hearing her words and said subconsciously, "Oh, let's go." Nuanu turned around first and asked him as she walked, "Uncle, can you carry the other things? I can help you get one." As she spoke, she held the box in one hand and stretched out her other free hand to ask. This time the man was really shocked. "Little boy, you are really strong." Nuanu smiled happily. "My fifth master has been training me since I was a child. I have practiced kung fu." As she spoke, she patted her chest and said proudly, "I'm awesome." "That's amazing." The man praised sincerely. Fong Mohan was standing opposite her. Seeing Nuanu holding a box that was not too small for her, he frowned, put out his cigarette, strode over, took the box from her, and asked, "Where are you going?" Chapter 19. After a fierce operation, he touched his pocket for 25 cents. "Dad." Seeing him, Nuanu shouted happily. Hearing his question, she pointed and said, "Let's go to school." Fong Mohan nodded, holding her hand with one hand and carrying the things with the other hand and passed them over. The man kept saying thank you. Fong Mohan had no expression, while Nuanu smiled and waved her hand, saying you're welcome. The father and daughter held hands and returned to the roadside. Nuanu tilted her head to look at him and asked happily, "Dad, how does it feel to help others?" "Isn't it great?" Fong Mohan glanced at her and said calmly, "That's it. No feeling." Seeing that he was not lying, Nuanu sighed and then said, "It's okay, you will get the feeling after doing it a few more times." Fong Mohan didn't respond. Seeing that her forehead was covered with sweat, Fong Mohan took out a handkerchief and wiped it for her, frowning and asking, "You have done good deeds all morning, how much credit has been increased?" Nuanu looked down, then happily made a one gesture. Based on last time's experience, Fong Mohan didn't report a higher number this time. He chose the number he thought was most likely, $1? Nuanu shook her head. His brows furrowed even more tightly. 1 cent? Nuanu still shook her head, and seemed to feel a little embarrassed. She shrank her fingers and said embarrassedly, 1 point. "So, after working all morning, you only get 1 cent? Seeing that he was speechless, Nuanu explained, "Master said that fate is innate, so it is very troublesome to improve it. We can only do it step by step." Thinking about it this way, it was not easy for her to save up the 100 yuan before. I don't know how many good deeds she did to save up that money. How old is she? After just a rough calculation, Fong Mohan felt a little depressed. She probably spent most of her life doing good things. After working for so long, I only got 1 cent in the end. His head hurt even more. He bent down and picked the person up. His face turned dark and he said in a deep voice, "I'll go and donate money for you." How much value can he create in 1 minute? Even if the amount he donates is very little, it is still more than her 1 cent. If he had known there was only this much, he would not have brought her here. Seeing that the child's face was a little red from the sun, Fong Mohan stuffed her into the car, unscrewed the bottle cap and handed her the water. Nuanu didn't drink it, but held it in front of him first. "Daddy, drink it." Fong Mohan shook his head. "I'm not thirsty, you drink it." "All right." Nuanu raised her head and started drinking. After she finished drinking, Fong Mohan bent down to fasten her seatbelt and drove in another direction. Sensing his disdain, Nuanu's short legs shook and she sat there obediently. Not long after, the car stopped. Nuanu craned her neck to look at the tall buildings in front of her. Her little head was almost level with the ground and her body suddenly leaned back. "What are you looking at?" Fong Mohan reached out to hold her, and only let go after she stood firmly. "Dad, this building is so tall," Nuanu said, pointing at the building in front of them. "Yeah." Fong Mohan responded lightly, without feeling anything, and walked inside. Nuanu was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly chased after him, looking curiously at the people around him who bowed and greeted him respectfully. Fong Mohan did not stop and walked with Nuanu into the elevator. After the elevator door closed, Nuanu exclaimed, "Dad, are you the big boss here? It seems like they all admire you so much." Admiration? Or fear? Fong Mohan knew it clearly, but he didn't react too much. He took her to the office and said, "There's a sofa over there, go play there by yourself." "Oh." Nuanu trotted over, sat there obediently, covered her mouth with her hands, indicating to him that she would not make trouble for him. With the corners of his lips slightly curled, Fong Mohan sent out a message. After a while, the assistant came in with a freshly cut fruit plate in his hand, and respectfully placed it on the coffee table. He also saw Nuanu, but was not too surprised. President Fong doesn't like to eat these things, so it's obvious that they are prepared for her. But I don't know why President Fong doesn't allow her to give her the company's imported fruits, but insists that she buy them from a small stall outside, and the price cannot exceed 20 yuan. It's only because it's summer, the peak fruit season, that everything is cheap. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to buy much with 20 yuan. Why are you so stingy with a little girl? The assistant secretly complained in his heart. Looking at the fruit plate, Nuanu blinked and looked at Fong Mohan. Fong Mohan nodded and said simply, "You can eat it." It was within her tolerance. After hearing this, Nuanu felt relieved and started eating happily. Although I bought it from a stall outside, the watermelon here is delicious, sweet, juicy, and thirst-quenching. It even reduces the summer heat a bit. She couldn't help but curl up comfortably on the sofa, enjoying the fruit plate. Fong Mohan took a look, then lowered his head to look at the latest quarterly financial statements. He only glanced at them and threw them on the table. What's going on? It is clearly the peak season, but the turnover has decreased instead of increased. The assistant had already looked at it before he took it, and lowered his head even lower, explaining, "The other projects are all profitable, but there are some problems with the tourism resort project that Vice President Fong has just invested in, so the construction period has been suspended." Postponed? Fong Mohan sneered, "I heard that it has been stopped." The project stopped halfway through. There was no point in talking about generating revenue. All the initial investment would be wasted. The assistant stopped talking, looked down at his feet, and complained in his heart. The deputy general manager is the second master of the Fong family and the old chairman's younger brother. Who dares to offend him? They had opposed the project when it was first launched, but no matter what, they couldn't stop it just because his surname was Fong. Even Mr. Fong. Where are the others? Fong Mo asked in a cold voice. He didn't say who he was asking, but the assistant understood and replied, "Vice President Fong said he was not feeling well today and asked for leave." Fong Mohan sneered, "You believe this?" Of course he didn't believe it, but he was also a leader, and that was not something a small employee like him could control. "Let him come over within half an hour," Fong Mohan said directly. "Yes." Listening to the noise over there, Nuanu slowed down his eating movements and pricked up his ears to listen to the noise over here. Why did I seem to hear Dad talking about paying compensation? Is it because of her? Her heart tightened for a moment, and she lost her appetite. Not long after, Fong Donghai swaggered in. Without waiting for him to speak, he said impatiently, "It's just that there was a problem with the project." "Is it necessary to be so anxious to call me in? I have asked someone over there to say hello. Work will resume soon, and then we can make money." Fong Mohan leaned back in his chair, his tone cold. "What if we can't resume work? Or what if we can't recover the cost?" Fong Donghai also felt a little guilty, but he still said loudly, "How is it possible? Even if we can't get it back, Fangs is such a big company, can't it afford to lose 100 million or 200 million? What a big tone." Fong Mohan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Nuanu also turned her head suddenly. "It's that bad guy again." Her little brows knitted together and she stared at him with a frown. Why is there such a sinister aura about this bad guy? Chapter 20. This is the hairstyle my father gave me. If you can't resume work, or if you lose money, get out of Fang's company immediately. Not wanting to waste time talking to him, Fong Mohan directly issued the final ultimatum. "You." Fong Donghai's face changed, and he said angrily, "When your father was in charge of Fangs, he never told me to leave. Why do you dare to drive me out of Fangs as soon as you come?" Compared to his hysteria, Fong Mohan's expression was very calm. "You know that I am the one who is in charge of Fang's company now. So, if he told him to go away, he had to go away." The words in his throat were choked for a moment. Fong Donghai took a deep breath, looked at him gloomily, and laughed in anger. "Okay, very good, you wait for me." Fong Mohan looked at him indifferently, as if he didn't take him seriously at all, which made Fong Donghai so angry that his face turned black and he gasped heavily. After a moment, he turned around and left, and the door was slammed shut. With a pop sound, the people outside were so frightened that they subconsciously held their breath. Fong Mohan turned his head to look at Nuanu, and saw her staring at the door, touching her chin with her hand, looking thoughtful. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Are you scared?" Nuanu shook her head, "No." As she said that, she put the fruit plate aside, ran towards him, put her hands on his legs, looked up and asked him, "Dad, did you pay the money?" No, the money was deducted from the old man's account. Since he wanted to support his younger brother, he would naturally make up for the loss. He would let him waste his money? What a joke! So that's it. Nuanu nodded, but her brows were still furrowed. Seeing the little girl looking worried, and not knowing what she was thinking, he couldn't help but chuckle, stretched out his hand and pinched the flesh on her face. Don't worry, even if it's my loss, it's still more than enough to support you. Hearing this, Nuanu also laughed, held his hand, and rolled her little face against his palm. Thank you, Dad. Her face was chubby and her palms were soft and milky to the touch. Fong Mohan played for a while, then pinched her little face and said, okay, go play. Yeah. Nuanu stepped back a little, glanced at the report on his desk, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Master said before that Dad wouldn't be affected by her lack of money, so this time it should have nothing to do with her. But thinking of the masters who have ended their retirement and been forced to go down the mountain to resume their old jobs, Nuanu felt a little guilty and was not so sure in his heart. We can only wait and see. Fong Mohan hadn't been to the company for several days. He had a lot of documents piled up and was about to have a meeting. He looked at Nuanu and told her, stay here and don't run around. Nuanu thought for a moment and asked, Dad, can I go out? If I don't go downstairs, I can help do something good. Unexpectedly, she thought of the 1 cent she had earned after working hard for the whole morning. Fong Mohan really looked down on it, but looking at the expectant eyes of the little girl, the words of rejection came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. Okay, go ahead. Don't go downstairs. Even if you want to do good things, you have to do them within your ability. Don't try to be stubborn. If you have anything, come to the conference room and find me. Nuanu listened to him carefully, and when he finished speaking, she nodded and said, yeah, I'll remember it. Then, he waved his hand and said, Dad, go and get busy. Yeah. Before leaving, Fong Mohan paused and asked a secretary to keep an eye on her to prevent anything from happening. The secretary nodded in agreement and turned to look at the girl with some curiosity. This matter has spread today. It is said that President Fong brought a super cute little girl who called him Dad. For a while, everyone was guessing her identity. Why have I never seen her before, and never heard that Mr. Fong has any illegitimate daughter? Not to mention an illegitimate daughter, he doesn't even have any female friends he's close to. Where on earth did this daughter suddenly appear from? Nuanu didn't know what they were thinking. As soon as Fong Mohan left, she followed him out. She looked around, her eyes fell on one place, and she trotted over. Sister, let me help you take out the trash. The employee was a little surprised and quickly said, do it yourself. Nuanu did not give her a chance to refuse. She picked up the garbage bag neatly and touched her belly with her hand. Sit down, sister. You are pregnant. You need to have a good rest. Hearing this, the employee's eyes widened. How did she know that she was pregnant? She just found out the result and even her husband doesn't know yet. How did this little girl know? However, Nuanu didn't say anything and ran away with the garbage bag. In the conference room, Fong Mohan glanced at his cell phone, pondered for a moment, picked it up, and sent a message. The company's internet speed is extremely fast. At the same time, other employees also received the message, but they were somewhat confused when they read the content. What does it mean that if the girl wants to help them with something, they should not refuse, and they can come to her if they need any help? This is his daughter, how can he order her around like this? The secretary was also stunned for a moment when she saw the news. She didn't think that President Fong didn't care about the girl. If he didn't care, he wouldn't have asked her to watch her. She had never seen him so gentle before. Then the question is, why did he say that? They don't know that Nuanu is very happy because there are a lot of people in the office, and more people means more things she can do. She was busy helping this person take out the trash and that person pick up something, and she was having a lot of fun. At first, everyone was a little reserved and didn't dare to ask her to do any work. Later, seeing that she was quite happy and with Mr. Feng's instructions, they also plucked up the courage to bother her. When I found that the girl was really not impatient at all, and on the contrary liked him very much, I slowly felt relieved. I have to say, the little girl is quite likable. She is pretty, has a good temper and a sweet mouth. She calls everyone brother or sister, and her soft voice can melt people's hearts. The only flaw is the 2 little tufts of hair on her head, which are crooked. Fortunately, the little girl is beautiful and is not affected. She even looks more cute, otherwise no child can stand this hairstyle. Someone couldn't help but call Nuanu and said they wanted to help her comb her hair. Nuanu shook her head, covering her hair with her two small hands, protecting it tightly, and took 2 steps back, looking alert. No, this is the hair my dad combed for me, it looks good. Don't change it. This one sentence shocked everyone. Who combed this? Did they hear it wrong? Mr. Fong? Comb your hair. The employees looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes, which confirmed that they had not heard wrongly. It's really President Fong. Is this possible? They dared not even think about that scene. Everyone knows that President Fong is the most ruthless and cold-blooded. He is ruthless even to his own relatives. When he first took over the company, there were many people who did not obey him, and he simply dismissed all of them without giving them any face. Among them were many relatives of the Fong family, but he did not care at all. Usually they are not very humane and only care about interests. Such a big devil would actually help a little girl comb her hair in private? It must be fake. Chapter 21, Raising a Cub. Nuanu had no idea how much trouble her words had caused. She stood on tiptoe and looked at the employee closest to her. She pointed at the empty drink bottle on her desk and asked, "Sister, do you need to throw away this bottle?" "Oh, I have to throw it away. Thank you," the female employee said in a daze, not yet recovering from what had just happened. Seeing that she didn't hand it to her, Nuanu simply stretched out her arm to take it. When she walked out, she happened to see the cleaning lady on this floor picking up empty bottles from the trash can. She trotted over, handed the bottle in her hand to her, and dragged out a large bag from somewhere. It made a clanging sound when she lifted it up. She dragged it to the aunt and said, "Grandma, these are all empty bottles. Here they are." Empty bottles can be sold for money, and she had picked them up when she followed her master. When I saw a bag for bottles in the corner of the bathroom, I guessed that someone was collecting them, so when she threw the bottles away just now, she put them in a separate bag. When the cleaning lady saw the bag, she also laughed and said in a friendly voice, "Thank you, little girl." "You're welcome." Nuanu waved her hand and said softly, "From now on, I'll put all the bottles there for you. Just take them away when you see them." Okay. The aunt looked at the little girl and liked her very much. She didn't know whose girl she was, but she was so cute. Just as I was thinking about it, I saw Nuanu's eyes light up. Suddenly, she trotted in one direction, hugged a man's thigh, and called out "Dad" in a clear voice. The aunt is quite old and her eyesight is a little blurry. It took her a lot of effort to recognize who the person was, and she was shocked. Isn't that the boss of this house? How dare the little girl get so close to him? Before she could finish her surprise, she saw the king of hell in her heart bend down and pick the person up. There was a hint of tenderness on his face, and even his voice slowed down a bit. "Are you done with your work?" Nuanu knew very well how to climb up the pole, so she nodded heavily and put her arms around his neck. Fong Mohan held her in one hand and walked towards the elevator. How much did it increase just now? When Nuanu saw it, she happily opened her chubby little hands and shook them. 5 points. That's a lot. Fong Mohan said casually that it was certainly not much for them, but it was much better than in the morning. But there was one thing he was curious about: how did you know these numbers? There are both zeros and integers, and it doesn't seem to be made up. But how can we quantify such things? Even if it is a good deed, there are differences in size, so how do we calculate it? Nuanu raised her tender arm in front of him and pointed to the wrist and said, "There is a number here, you can see it." Fong Mohan took a look and saw nothing. Nuanu explained, "Only my master and I can see this. My master helped me make it. I can see how many there are. So that's how it is." When she mentioned her master, Fong Mohan stopped talking, obviously not liking to mention this matter. When I got home, Aunt Lee had just finished cooking. Fong Mohan took a quick look and asked, "How much did these dishes cost?" "As you said, we bought them all from the market. Fish is 28 yuan, and vegetables are 9 yuan. Aunt Lee answered, feeling somewhat puzzled in her heart. She had been cooking for him for several years and knew that he always picked the most expensive and best ingredients, so why did he suddenly ask her to go to the vegetable market to buy them this time? Going bankrupt? I was guessing randomly in my heart when I heard Fong Mohan ask, "Can you take care of the child?" Aunt Lee didn't understand, but she nodded anyway. "Then you can work full-time from now on. You can choose a room on the first floor and live in it. Your salary will be tripled." Ah! Aunt Lee was stunned. Didn't he dislike having strangers in the house? Fong Mohan looked over and frowned slightly. "Can't do it?" Yes. Antli immediately nodded after reacting. The salary he offered was not low to begin with, and now it is increasing 3 times. Only a fool would not do it. Yeah. Hearing this, Fong Mohan looked away and saw Nuanu climbing up the chair. He reached out and carried her up, saying casually, "From now on, don't spend more than $100 a day on groceries, including fruits. Everything she eats and uses is included. Your main task is to take good care of her. Remember?" Antli said she remembered it, but she was even more confused after listening to his rules. For a moment, I couldn't figure out whether he liked this girl or not. If she liked her, why did she only spend $100 a day? If she didn't like her, why did he explain it in such detail and even change his lifestyle for her? She didn't understand, but Nuanu knew it clearly in her heart. She looked at him with bright eyes full of joy, hugged his arms, tilted her little face up and smiled foolishly. Fong Mohan pinched her face. Compared with the action in the morning, he was now very skilled. "Have a meal." Nuanu nodded happily, and her short legs dangling in the air couldn't help but swing happily. Fong Mohan looked at her and started laughing too, putting the fish meat with the bones removed into her bowl. Seeing the little girl eating happily, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Raising a child seems like a good idea. After dinner, Fong Mohan went to the study, and Nuanu followed him with her short legs. When she saw him looking at her, she smiled at him obediently. Fong Mohan didn't say anything. He took the unopened book on the table, sat on the sofa, and started flipping through it. Nuanu sat next to him, took a look, and then looked away. She can't read yet. He didn't feel bored. He took out the talisman paper from his pocket and played with it, folding it into a triangle, and then folding it into a flower. The father and daughter, one reading a book and the other playing with paper, did not disturb each other, but a kind of warmth slowly spread in the study. After playing for a while, Nuanu yawned, looked up at Fong Mohan, and seeing that he was reading seriously, she didn't disturb him. She rubbed her eyes and lay down on the sofa. The sofa was very soft, and when he lay on it, his head sank into it, which was a bit uncomfortable. Nuanu moved to the side in a daze, and soon, his little head rested on one of the legs. "This height is just right for a pillow." Xiaoxia yawned, leaned on it, and soon fell asleep. Fong Mohan naturally felt the weight on his legs, but he didn't care. He turned a page of the book and read it intently. On the cover of the book, there are 4 big words written, "Guide to Raising Cubs." He read quite quickly and carefully, so it only took him an hour longer than usual to finish the book. The little girl on my lap also slept even more soundly. He picked her up, walked to the table, took out a book titled A Beginner's Guide to New Dads, carried Nuanu back to her room, raised the air conditioner temperature a little, and took a small blanket to cover her belly. The blanket was not big, and after covering her there was still a large piece of it left over, making her look even smaller. After staring at her for a while, Fong Mohan untied her hair, looked at it for a few more times while holding the clip in his hand, and then placed them one by one on the bedside table, turning the nightlight to the lowest brightness. Then he quietly walked out with the book and returned to the study. The book says that raising children requires teaching by example, and that parents are their children's best teachers. They should be gentle and kind, and let their children feel the warmth of the world. Seeing this, Fong Mohan frowned. Gentle? Kind? Then he needs to be retrained. He patiently continued reading, and when he heard that the purpose of doing this was to make the child a kind person, his brows relaxed again. He doesn't need to teach her. The little girl has done more good things than those who have been named moral role models. With such a high level of awareness, there is no need to worry that she will learn bad things. But her progress is a bit slow. If you save penny by penny, how long will it take to save enough? Thinking of this, Fong Mohan frowned again, made a phone call, and said calmly, "Donate another 10 million. Chapter 22, Value Increased. The next morning, Nuanu turned over and fell under the bed, and she woke up all of a sudden. He sat on the ground in a daze, then climbed up again, grabbing the bedsheet, lay down on the edge of the bed, yawned, and closed his eyes in a daze. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes again and they became clear again. Then he touched his arm and felt some pain. I don't know if it was bruised. She looked down at her elbow and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was fine. Her eyes casually swept across another place and suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened a few points and she stared at her wrist with disbelief in her eyes. How could it be? Dad! She hurried out of the room, looked around, and soon caught sight of Fong Mohan. She immediately ran up to him, raised her hand to show him, and exclaimed, "Dad, look, it's 200 yuan. The string of numbers in her hand, which only she could see, increased from 102.86 to 205 overnight, an increase of more than 100 yuan. Feng Mohan couldn't see it, but after listening to what the little girl said, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. Do good things done in dreams also count? Nuanu guessed in surprise. Last night she dreamed that she helped her master wash dishes. Could this be useful? It was a big help. Thinking of this, she couldn't help laughing, thinking that if this was really the case, she would have to dream more in the future. Seeing her smiling silly, and not knowing who was giving the credit to, Feng Mohan was a little unhappy. He stretched out his hand and pinched her face. What are you dreaming about? It's because I donated 10 million. Hearing this, Nuanu was startled. Really? Why else would I have to lie to you? Feng Mohan clasped his fingers together and casually placed them on his legs. He leaned back slightly, leaning against the sofa, looking somewhat relaxed. He was never a good person, and he didn't have the habit of doing good deeds without leaving a name. He continued, last time you had a stomachache, I donated 50 million. No wonder. Nuanu suddenly realized. She asked why the pain only lasted for such a short time and then healed. It turned out that her father did a good thing for her. Thank you, Daddy. Nuanu couldn't help but rush to him and hugged him, nodding her little head in his arms, extremely happy. She was quite strong, and she rushed over so hard that Feng Mohan also swayed. He supported himself with his hands to steady himself, and touched the little girl's head with his other hand. All right, stop acting like a spoiled child. I helped you so much, how are you going to thank me? He didn't think it would be of any use at first. After all, the little girl had said before that what others donated in her name was very little for her. 10 million for 100 yuan was indeed a little less, but for her, it was already very good. What he lacks the least is money. It would be nice to give it to the little girl so that it doesn't go to waste on others. Hearing this, Nuanu climbed onto the sofa, kissed him hard on the face, and hugged his neck tightly. Nuanu loves Daddy so much. After that, she let go of my hand and said happily, I just said that my father brought me good luck. Master also donated money for me before, but the most he donated was only $10. Oh, then your master is really not good enough. Feng Mohan pinched a handful of her hair and played with it. Without hesitation, she stepped on her master's foot and said with a look of disdain, you are so stingy that you are reluctant to spend such a small amount of money on you. Not a small amount. Nuanu scratched his head and explained, the masters donated a lot. She didn't know the exact number, as the masters refused to tell her, but she guessed it was definitely a lot. Feng Mohan didn't believe it at all. How can I be so rich that I can't even support a little girl like you? Oh, this is her own problem. Nuanu looked away guiltily and didn't respond. Feng Mohan thought that this look meant that she agreed with what he said, so he stopped talking and changed the subject. I haven't told you yet, how are you going to repay me? Nuanu thought about it carefully, and after thinking through all the things she could do, she finally thought of one. Her eyes lit up, and she said, let me tell Dad's fortune. Dad, you can tell me anything you want, good or bad luck, money, feng shui, I can tell you everything. Hearing this, Feng Mohan looked at her with amusement and said, no need. Anyway, these are things that will happen in the future. We'll deal with them when they happen. If we figure them out in advance, what's the point of living like this? It's already boring enough. Ah. Nuanu looked bitter, but I can't do anything else except these. As she said this, she slapped her head in annoyance, thinking how useless she was. Dad helped her so much, but she couldn't do anything for him. If you don't tell fortunes, all I can do is massage his shoulders. When she was in the mountains, she often helped the masters to press. Then let's go with this one. Feng Mohan suddenly said. Nuanu looked over. Feng Mohan leaned back on the sofa, pinch it better so I can earn more money for you. 200 a day is still too little. His daughter is thrifty even if she spends 20,000 yuan a day. 200 yuan is not enough. Okay. Seeing that he looked a little tired, Nuanu hurriedly went around behind the sofa. However, she couldn't reach it. Dad, wait for me. After saying that, she ran to the bathroom, brought over a small stool for washing face, and stepped on it. It was just the right height for her. As she pressed, she asked, Dad, is this force okay? The girl's technique was not bad. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Suddenly he asked, do you know acupuncture points? Although her hands are small, she presses on the acupuncture points very accurately and with just the right amount of force. It could be a coincidence once or twice, but if it happens every time, it means she really understands. Yes, my master taught me. Her master? The one who loves to play with knives? Fong Mohan thought about it and frowned. Seeing that she did the massage so well, he knew that this was definitely not the first time. Who did she do the massage for before? The answer was self-evident. A few grown men actually exploited a child like this. As he thought about this, his brows furrowed even more tightly and he became even more dissatisfied with them, completely forgetting that he was also having Nuanu massage his shoulders. Dad, why don't you lie down on the bed and I can massage your back? Nuanu said. No need. He took her hand and brought her over, placing her on the sofa. It's okay. No need to press it. But it hasn't been pressed for long. Nuanu blinked, and seeing him looking at his phone, she moved closer and asked curiously, Dad, what are you looking at? Looking for the next donation. This is the donation list that his assistant just sent to him yesterday. He had never paid attention to this matter before, and it is a bit troublesome to deal with it now. The money he donated was to accumulate merit for the little girl, and he didn't want it to be taken away by anyone. But the water here is not shallow, he needs to study it. Thinking of this incident, he thought of someone. That guy is a charity expert. Chapter 23 Asking for tips on raising cubs. Dad, you don't have to donate to me now. 200 yuan a day can buy a lot of things. It's enough. Nuanu said, poking her fingers. Her master had taught her how to count, and she knew that 10 million was a lot of money and could buy a lot of things. It would be a loss to exchange it for 100. Fong Mohan found it a little funny when he saw the little girl looking worried about his money. He reached out and rubbed her head. Don't worry about it, kid. You might not grow taller. But it's not easy for Dad to earn money. I don't want him to spend so much money on me. Nuanu said in a muffled voice. After pondering for a moment, Fong Mohan felt that it was quite easy for him to make money. His elder brother and second brother had their own ambitions and were unwilling to take over the company, so Feng's company was given to him for nothing. Later, doing business was just like that, and making money for him was as easy as breathing. It was not difficult at all. But seeing the little girl like this, his mood improved. He played with her hair for a while, then let go get a comb, it's frizzy and it's running out. Nuanu touched her hair and found it was really messy. She was so shocked when she woke up just now that she didn't care about anything else. Dada ran to get the comb and handed it to him. She cooperated by squatting at his feet with her back to him. This was the scene Aunt Lee saw when she brought out the dishes. The husband still had a hint of impatience on his face, but his movements were very gentle and he didn't hurt the little girl at all. He looked completely different from how he used to be. Just as she was thinking about it, he looked over. Meeting his cold gaze, Aunt Lee shuddered subconsciously, and her previous thoughts suddenly changed. His change was only directed at this little girl. Realizing this, she reminded herself to take good care of the little girl. Okay, let's eat. After putting the clip in place, Fong Mohan threw the comb on the coffee table, pulled Nuanu up and walked to the dining table. It's delicious. Nuanu Mimi took a sip of the porridge, and the aroma of rice filled her nose. She couldn't help but give Aunt Lee a thumbs up and praised her. Aunt Lee smiled and said, as long as the young lady likes it. Not bad. Fong Mohan also took a sip and said 2 words casually. His tone was light, but it still made Aunt Lee flattered. He glanced at the little girl who was eating happily beside him and understood. Aunt Lee's cooking skills are really good. Although the vegetables are bought at the vegetable market, they are all the freshest. I ate so much that my stomach was a little bloated. After dinner, she leaned back in her chair to rest and asked Fong Mohan, Dad, where are we going today? Go to the company. I'll take you somewhere in the evening. Do you want to play anything? You can bring it with you so you won't be bored. Nuanu thought about it, ran into the room, and came out again not long after. I'm ready, Dad, let's go. Fong Mohan glanced at her and saw that her pockets were a little bulging. He didn't know what was in them, but he didn't care. He nodded and took her out. When they arrived at the company, Fong Mohan went to the meeting again, while Nuanu was doing good deeds outside. She has become familiar with quite a few people today. Song Won, the pregnant female employee, even gave her some candy. Looking at the little girl's soft appearance, I couldn't help but feel happy, and I also hope that I can give birth to such a lovely daughter. Thank you, sister. Seeing that it was just ordinary fruit candy, Nuanu was relieved. She glanced at her belly and reminded her, "Sister, you have to rest more and don't think too much, otherwise the baby in your belly will be tired." Looking at the unsteady beating of life in her belly, with a hint of gray that seemed to represent disappearance, Nuanu couldn't help but feel a little worried. He raised his hand and touched her belly, and bits of warm light slowly sank into her body. Songwon felt it and was a little surprised. She stood there without dodging or dodging, and in her heart she inexplicably felt that this child would not hurt her. The light of merit was transferred into her body, and the number on Nuonuo's wrist instantly dropped to 98. Her face turned pale and she staggered. Songwon subconsciously tried to hold her, but unexpectedly, a big hand picked her up before her. He looked up, his eyes suddenly became a little flustered, and he didn't know how much he had just heard and seen. Fong Mohan touched her little face and frowned when he saw that she looked pale. "What's going on?" "Dad, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while," Nuonuo said weakly. After she finished speaking, she put her face on his shoulder, tilted her head and fell asleep. His face changed slightly, but when he saw that her breathing was steady, Fong Mohan finally felt relieved. Holding her in one hand, he looked sideways at Songwon and said, "Come with me." The cold voice made Songwon's heart rise suddenly. Others around her also looked at her worriedly, wondering how she had angered President Fong. Songwon followed, suppressing her fear. After putting Nuonuo in the inner lounge, Fong Mohan closed the door and looked at the employee standing at the table. "Sit down." Songwon shook her head. "Boss Fong, I'll just stand." Seeing this, Fong Mohan did not force it. "Are you pregnant?" His tone was calm and no emotion could be heard, but it made Songwon's face even paler. She did not come to Fengshe right after graduation, but joined 4 years ago. Her previous employer fired her because she was pregnant, so when she learned that she had another child, she did not feel happy at all, but only worried. She didn't want to lose her job, but she also didn't want to lose her child. Thinking of this, she begged, "Boss Fong, don't worry, I will definitely work hard and won't delay. Please give me a chance and don't fire me." Hearing this, Fong Mohan looked at her strangely. "Who said I'm going to fire you?" "Ah." This time Songwon was also stunned. "Let's sit down and talk." This time, Songwon did not refuse and sat down obediently, but she only sat half of the chair, and her fingertips pinched the corner of her clothes nervously. Seeing that she was frightened, Fong Mohan simply asked directly, "I heard that you have a child? 3 years old, right?" Songwon didn't understand, but nodded, "Yes, 3.5 years old." "Well, tell me how to raise a child." "Ah." Songwon was stunned for a moment, then she remembered something, looked in the direction of the lounge, understood, and asked tentatively, "Boss Fong, do you want to know the precautions for raising Miss Nuonuo?" "What else? Otherwise, who would he support, and who would be willing to support him?" "It is indeed so." Songwon heaved a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Looking at Mr. Fong in front of her, she suddenly felt that he was not as scary as the rumors said. She thought about it carefully and told him everything she knew. Fong Mohan listened carefully and asked her a few questions occasionally. The two chatted for more than an hour before they finished. Fong Mohan looked at the notes on the paper and nodded, "Okay, I understand. Thank you for troubling you today." Recalling something, he added, "From now on, you should leave work an hour earlier. I will ask the finance department to double your salary. Just consider it as a thank you gift." Songwon thought she would be fired, but she didn't expect a completely different result. She was immediately more grateful and kept thanking him. Fong Mohan waved his hand and asked her to go out. Looking down at the full sheet of paper with records, he sighed and thought, raising a child is really hard. Chapter 24, Teachable. Nuonuo woke up at noon. As soon as she opened her eyes, her stomach growled. She touched it, slid off the bed, opened the door and walked out. "Dad!" Seeing Fong Mohan behind the desk, she called out and ran over to hug his legs. Glancing at her, Fong Mohan handed her the insulated lunchbox beside him and said, "Go eat." "Oh." Nuonuo took it and asked curiously, "Was it sent from home?" Did Dad eat?" "Eat it. This is left for you. Go and eat it. Just eat it." She was indeed hungry, so Nuonuo didn't say anything more. She carried the food to the coffee table and saw a small stool there, which was just right for her to sit on. This clearly didn't happen before, so you can imagine what's going on. With a grin, Nuonuo sat on it and opened the lunchbox. The aroma of rice filled her nose, making her drool. "What happened just now?" Fong Mohan flipped through the pages of the document and asked. Nuonuo paused and blinked. "Just now?" Don't play dumb. Why did you suddenly faint just now? She either fainted or fell asleep. Nuanu explained in a low voice. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she stared at her with her neck shrank. After a while, she moved closer to him and whispered, the little sister in that sister's belly was in danger, so I gave her some merits. Merit? Fong Mohan's eyes fell on her hand. Is that the one in your hand? He didn't know how to count merits, but she was accumulating merits by doing good deeds, so he guessed that it should be the same as the money she could spend. Sure enough, Nuanu nodded. So how much is left now? Hearing this question, Nuanu felt a little guilty, and it took her a while before she stretched out her hand to gesture a number. Only 98 left. Once we return to the time before liberation. Fong Mohan was helpless, but she didn't mean to blame her. She liked to do good things, and it would be strange if she did nothing in this situation. Seeing the little girl twisting the corner of her clothes nervously, he raised his hand and pulled her hand over, wrapped it in his palm, and said casually with some comfort in his action, "It's okay, just do what you think is right and worthwhile. Leave the merits to me in the future, I will take care of it. It's just money." Problems that can be solved with money are not a problem at all for him. Seeing that he didn't blame her, Nuanu's eyes lit up and she rushed towards him, hugged his hand, pressed her little face against his palm and rolled around, acting like a spoiled child while saying happily, "Daddy, you're so nice." "Thank you, Daddy." Fong Mohan pinched for a long time before letting go with a reluctant look. He raised his chin and said, "Let's go eat." Sitting at the coffee table for a while, Nuanu was in a good mood. He took a big bite and put it in his mouth. His cheeks bulged and he looked very appetizing. Fong Mohan glanced at them a few times, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Soon Nuanu finished eating, cleared the dishes, ran towards Fong Mohan, sat beside him for a while, then returned to the sofa, sat on her little stool, and took out the things in her pocket. After dealing with the backlog of documents from the past few days, Fong Mohan moved his sore neck and saw Nuanu lying on the coffee table, doing something. It seemed like she was writing or drawing, with a tense face, and seemed quite serious. He didn't care. He called his assistant, explained the situation to him, and then walked towards her. As he got closer and saw what she had drawn, his eyebrows jumped suddenly. He thought she was drawing, which was indeed true, but to be more precise, she was drawing talismans. Looking at the little girl's fair face, Fong Mohan's eyes suddenly became complicated. Although he could feel that her talismans were very useful and not like those scams out there, he still felt it was a bit weird that a 3-year-old child would draw these things all day long. I don't know which wicked person taught his child this. With his brows deeply furrowed, Fong Mohan was about to take her talisman away when he suddenly remembered what Songwon said: parents should not be too strong and should respect their children's ideas and preferences. I stared at Nuanu for a while and saw that she was painting very seriously. Every time she finished a picture, a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Suddenly, he couldn't say those words anymore. "Dad?" Nuanu finally noticed him, turned her head and smiled, wrapped her arms around his legs and asked, "Dad, are you done?" After answering, Fong Mohan glanced at the stack of talisman papers on the table. He forced himself to look away and saw a few red heart-shaped cloths placed next to them. He asked curiously, "What is this?" "A talisman bag." Nuanu picked one up and put a piece of talisman paper in it. "Well, this way the power of the talisman can be better preserved and it is also convenient to carry." As she spoke, she stood on tiptoe and hung the talisman bag on his trouser loop. The touch of red was particularly noticeable between the black trousers and white shirt. It's also particularly old-fashioned. Fong Mohan's mouth twitched, and he pinched the small talisman bag on his trouser loop, speechless. The last thing hung in this position was a keychain from decades ago. Thinking of this, a bit of disgust could not be controlled and was noticed by Nuanu. Thinking that he was dissatisfied with the effect of the talisman, Nuanu quickly explained, "Dad, this talisman is very effective. If you wear it, you won't have nightmares at night. But it has a time limit. You have to change it every 7 days. It is not impossible for a normal person to use it for decades or even a lifetime, but my father was born with a bad luck, and the evil spirit is too strong, so external objects such as talismans can only play a temporary protective role. I have to change it every 7 days?" From what she said, she wished he could wear it for the rest of his life. Fong Mohan held his forehead weakly and was about to speak, but when he met the clear eyes of the little girl, he swallowed the words back. "Never mind, it's ugly. It's drawn by my own daughter, so what can I do? I'll just wear it." Soon she convinced herself, Fong Mohan didn't care too much, glanced at the coffee table, and asked her, "Have you finished painting?" "Well, it's over." "Then let's go, I'll take you somewhere." "Where are you going?" Fong Mohan glanced at her and said, "Do good things." "Huh?" Dad took the initiative to say that he wanted to do good things? Nuanu was a little surprised, but couldn't help but feel happy for him. She patted his leg and said seriously, "That's great. Doing more good things will bring good rewards. I hope you figured it out, Dad." She looked so pleased that the little girl was teachable that Fong Mohan's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but lean over and pick up the little girl, pinching her little face and saying, "I am the father. Don't get your identities mixed up." Nuanu blinked, looking innocent. "I know." "Forget it, why tell her this?" Fong Mohan found it somewhat amusing and helped her put away the things on the coffee table and stuffed them into her pockets. "I finally know what's bulging in her pocket today." She was still wearing a patchwork piece of clothing today, alternating it with the one she bought before. "I had originally planned to save up enough money to buy her a nicer piece of clothing, but she ended up spending half of it in one go. It seems that I have to meet that person tonight. Let us deal with the little girl's problem first." Chapter 25. When I grow up, I will take care of you in your old age. Nuanu was leaning on the car window, looking outside curiously, when suddenly a familiar building appeared in her sight. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned her head to look at Fong Mohan and said hesitantly, "Dad. Why did Dad bring her to the hotel where they first met? Was he going to send her away?" Thinking of this, Nuanu suddenly became alert. Fong Mohan saw through her thoughts at a glance and couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, I just said I'm your father, did you forget?" After a moment of shock, a bright smile slowly blossomed on Nuanu's face. She couldn't help but lean over to hug his arm and rub it, saying in a muffled voice, "Dad, please don't abandon me. I will be filial to you. When I grow up, I will take care of you in your old age." Although her lack of money is very serious, she will do more good deeds to overcome it. She didn't want to implicate the people around her, and she didn't want to be separated from her loved ones. Faintly aware of the little girl's uneasiness, Fong Mohan raised his hand and touched her head. After a moment of silence, he pulled her over, held her in his arms, and said seriously, "Okay, I'll wait. Because there are people willing to take care of him in his old age, he won't die alone. If he ever gets old." Thinking of this, he pushed open the car door, carried her and walked out, explaining as he walked, "There is a charity gala tonight, which is a good opportunity to make up for your merit points." "Will that cost a lot of money?" Nuanu was a little conflicted. She felt that 100 yuan was enough for her to spend. Although she also hoped that her father would do good things, she didn't want him to spend so much money. He also works very hard. As if he saw through her thoughts, Fong Mohan rubbed her face and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, the last thing your father lacks is money." "You still don't understand my financial resources well enough." Nuanu glanced at the blinding golden light on his body and thought she understood. Very well understood. She had never seen anyone with more golden light than he did. Even her former second master did not have as much golden light on his body as he did. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but reach out and touch it. The golden light dodged again. She snorted in anger and wrapped her arms around Fong Mohan's neck. Dad himself is much more generous than the gold light on him. Not knowing what the little girl was humming suddenly, Fong Mohan looked at her strangely. Seeing that her little face was full of depression, he thought she was still worried about money. He casually said, "Well, even if I give you 100 million, it won't be much less. Little girl, don't underestimate your father. I am the richest man." In fact, he didn't care about this title. When Song Chingan brought the ranking list, he just glanced at it casually, said boring, and nothing else. "It's really boring, just a string of numbers, just a little longer, with a few more digits than the second one. What's so shocking about it? But it would be nice if it could reassure the little girl. It's just money, not worth her worrying about it like this." After saying this, he waited to see the little girl's happy expression, but he saw that her expression suddenly became strange. For a moment, he was puzzled. What was this reaction? Nuanu just thought of one thing. It turned out that the person that the second master would greet every morning since a year and a half ago was actually him. It was Dad who first snatched second master's title of the richest man and then left him further and further behind? When she suddenly heard the news, Nuanu was dumbfounded. "What's wrong?" Seeing that she didn't speak, Fong Mohan asked. "It's okay." After a long while, Nuanu shook her head, put her head in the crook of his neck, and whispered, "Dad, you'd better not meet my second master in the future." The second master would greet him 800 times every day, and the words he used to curse him were all different. He said that the hatred for the first place was irreconcilable, and it seemed that he had a deep resentment. If he saw his dad, he would definitely be furious and maybe even fight. Forget it, I'd better pray that they don't meet. Fong Mohan didn't know the inside story. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, "I'm not interested in your master." "Why would I want to see him?" Not to mention the second master, she doesn't want to see any of her masters. That's good. Nuanu also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good for everyone if they didn't meet. Not knowing why she suddenly mentioned her master, Fong Mohan was a little unhappy. He glanced at the side and changed the subject. "Are you hungry?" "Yeah." Nuanu nodded. "It's already dinner time now, and we'll have to wait until very late for the auction to end." "What do you want to eat?" Nuanu thought about it, looked in one direction, and his eyes lit up. "Hamburgers." "Fried chicken." Fong Mohan followed her gaze, said called the doorman and spoke to him. The doorman was a little surprised when he heard this, but he quickly nodded and did as he was told. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, are rich people nowadays so down to earth? "Go in first." He carried her all the way inside, and many people looked at him along the way. Who doesn't know the famous Mr. Fong San? But what about the little girl in his arms? The little face is chubby, soft and cute, with a pair of big eyes as round as grapes, black and bright, and looks very clear. Currently, she is lying on Fong Yanwan's shoulder, looking around curiously. This strange combination shocked everyone who saw it, but also made them feel an inexplicable sense of harmony. As soon as this thought came up, everyone shuddered. Come on, how can there be harmony between the evil king of hell and the sweet and cute baby? Putting them together seems outrageous. But even though they thought the two people had nothing in common, they got together and seemed to have a good relationship. Ignoring their gazes, Fong Mohan walked to the first row of VLP seats with Nuanu in his arms without looking around, and sat down with her in his arms, pushing the fruit snacks on the table away. You can't eat any of these. She knows. Why? Nuanu stared at the flower-shaped dessert and couldn't help swallowing, then forced herself to look away. No, you can't eat it. Seeing her like this, Fong Mohan also found it a little funny. When we get back, ask Aunt Lee to make it for you. She can also make snacks. Hearing this, Nuanuo's eyes lit up, and she nodded heavily, suddenly becoming happy. Yeah. Seeing her smiling so happily, Fong Mohan couldn't help but be amused as well. He lowered his eyes and played with her little bun out of boredom, doing this and that casually, leaning back in the chair, looking very relaxed and at ease. This scene caused another round of shock in the eyes of the others. Is this really the Fong Mohan they know? When Shengza happened to see this scene when he came over, and he recognized Nuanuo, the little girl he met at the door that day. She hugged Fong Mohan's legs and called him daddy, and was taken away by him. He was worried for several days. Now it seems that the two of them get along well? Just as I was thinking about it, the doorman suddenly walked over here, holding an orange takeaway bag in his hand, which was very conspicuous. Seeing this, the people around him frowned and looked disgusted. Can takeout food be brought into their place? Do you know the rules? As I was thinking about it, someone spoke up and scolded me in an unpleasant tone. The man was about to continue speaking when he suddenly heard a cold voice. I ordered it. What? Do you have any objection? Chapter 26 Auction. Fong Mohan sat on the chair, slightly sideways his eyes, his fingers tapping the table casually. As he sat there, he exuded an aura that looked down on the world. The man who had just scolded the doorman for being ignorant also froze in an instant. After the shock, he was surrounded by a chill. He froze his body and tried to force a flattering smile. He bent over and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Fong, I said the wrong thing. Fong Mohan didn't say anything, but the scene suddenly became quiet. Silent as a cicada. Beads of sweat began to flow down the man's forehead, and his legs couldn't stop shaking. The atmosphere instantly froze, causing everyone to subconsciously hold their breath. When their faces turned red, a childish voice broke the silence. Dad, I'm hungry. Nuanuo grabbed Fong Mohan's sleeve and shook it, staring at the takeaway, swallowed, looked up at him and said. For a moment, everyone didn't know whether they should be surprised at the little girl's boldness or at the relationship between them. Just when she thought she would be thrown out, Fong Mohan glanced at the doorman and stretched out his hand. Why don't you give it to me? The doorman came to his senses immediately, and hurriedly brought the takeaway to him, bowing and saying, Mr. Fong, your takeaway. Thank you, uncle. Nuanu poked her head out from in front of him and said softly. The doorman smiled, said you're welcome and left. After going out, he wiped the sweat from his head. With him like this, the others were not much better. The group of people who were originally the most sociable were now silent, as if their throats were blocked by something and they could not utter a word. They could only watch Fong Mohan, with his hands that could only sign orders worth hundreds of millions and cut off people's arms and legs, slowly open the takeaway bag, take out the things inside and hand it to the little girl. His movements were smooth and his hands were slender and powerful, which was pleasing to the eye. However, no one had the heart to appreciate this beautiful scenery, nor did they dare to. Everyone's eyes fell on the little girl in his arms, secretly wondering where this child came from that could make the cold-blooded and ruthless Master Fong San look at her differently. Wen Shengze was watching this scene from the side and was a little surprised. But after being surprised, he felt relieved. No matter why the girl caught his eye, at least she would not be in danger. The next moment, when he saw what was taken out of the bag, his brows frowned again. You let your child eat this? The overbearing fragrance instantly overwhelmed the scent of red wine and champagne in the venue. Nuanu was holding a piece of fried chicken and was about to open her mouth to take a bite when she suddenly heard these words and turned her head to look in confusion. I was surprised to see the person who was speaking. Is he the uncle who came out with Dad that day? Seeing the disapproval on his face, Nuanu tilted her head and looked at him in confusion. Is there a problem? Fong Mohan also asked, are there any problems? He rested his arms lightly on the back of the chair, turned his head to look at him, and asked in a calm tone. The two of them, one big and one small, looked vaguely similar. Wen Shengze was distracted for a moment, but soon regained his composure and frowned. This kind of high-calorie junk food is very harmful to children's health. Why are you feeding her this? As he spoke, he handed the fruit plate on the table to Nuanu and said gently, little friend, eat this first. Can you give this to uncle? However, Nuanu hid back and leaned tightly into Fong Mohan's arms, just like her reaction when they first met, which made Wen Shengze stunned. Looking at the exquisitely arranged fruit plate, Nuanu shook her head and said, thank you, uncle. I'll just eat this. That was too expensive, she didn't dare to eat it. She just eats meat. Thinking of this, she happily took a bite of the chicken leg. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it smelled extremely delicious. Dad, you eat too. Nuanu took one out of the bag and handed it to him. Glancing in the direction of Wen Shengze, Fong Mohan didn't refuse, and curled his lips and said, eat something first to fill your stomach. If you're hungry, go back and ask Aunt Lee to cook you a bowl of noodles. Okay. Nuanu nodded, without any objection. Thinking of what Wen Shengze had just said, he added, then I'll eat it this time, and I won't eat it again in the future. She is easy to feed. She eats anything and is not picky. Looking down at her, Fong Mohan touched her little face, his eyes showing some warmth. Eat it. You don't eat it every day. Once in a while, nothing will happen. Nuanu also started eating happily. Uncle, I'll only eat it this time, and I want to eat it myself. My dad spoils me and bought it for me without thinking. Don't say anything about him. Nuanu took a bite and suddenly stopped, then suddenly said to Wen Shengze. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Fong Mohan's arms, her short legs swinging leisurely, looking extremely comfortable. The atmosphere between the father and daughter was harmonious, as if outsiders like them were excluded. It can be seen that the relationship is really good and it's not fake. Moreover, Fong Mohan never cares about other people's opinions, and will not humble himself and pretend for the sake of others. So, what this little girl said was true. Realizing this, Wen Shengze couldn't help but be dazed for a moment and looked at them with strange eyes. Fong Mohan knew exactly what he was thinking. He just felt it was weird that a little girl was kissing him. Oh, what's so strange about that? With so many people in the world, there's always one with good vision. Only those who are short-sighted would choose him, like the little girl as master. Fortunately, she was not affected. He stretched out his hand and pinched her little bun, playing with it while thinking, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. The hotel's ventilation facilities are excellent, and by the time Nuanu finished eating, the smell had all dissipated. In addition to the hamburger and chicken legs, there was also a fruit box underneath with a price tag on it. I don't know the exact price, but it looked like it was bought from a stall outside. But the little girl was eating happily and would feed Feng Mohan a bite from time to time. When Ching's expression became even weirder, and his gaze towards Feng Mohan became somewhat indescribable. Such a caring girl, can't she give the child something good to eat? I don't know if the ones sold at the stalls outside are clean. He had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but Nuanu didn't mind, so he didn't know what to say. He had to look away and sighed softly in his heart. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for the little girl to follow him. Why? Nuanu didn't know what he was thinking. If she knew, she would probably look at him with a very strange look. Couldn't he tell whether it was a blessing or a curse? Of course it is a blessing. Dad is so good to her. There were people around who would glance at them from time to time, their thoughts hidden under their faces. Nuanu noticed it but didn't care. She finished eating with Feng Mohan, put away the bag, and jumped off him. Dad, I'm going to take out the trash. Chapter 27. He is only good to me. Go ahead. Feng Mohan released his hand, nodded casually, and instructed, come back after you're done. The trash can was at the end of the corridor. Nuanu trotted over with the bag and washed her hands. Her hands were too small to wear disposable gloves, so she can only eat by grabbing the food, which made her hands greasy. She washed them carefully and was about to leave when she was suddenly picked up by someone and her mouth was covered by a large, shriveled hand. Nuanu's eyes suddenly widened, and soon there was no sound. In the conference hall, Feng Mohan looked down at the watch on his wrist and frowned. 20 minutes have passed. A minute later, he stood up and strode out with a gloomy face. Everyone else subconsciously stopped talking and stepped aside to make way for him. The lobby manager saw that he looked unhappy, so he ran over and asked, Mr. Feng, what happened? Did you see the little girl who came with me? The lobby manager nodded quickly. He had noticed the child in his arms as soon as he came in, so he naturally looked at him a few more times. The child was also very good looking and easy to remember. Probably guessing something, he raised his hand and called a waiter. Where is the girl you were talking to just now? The waiter replied, she asked me where the trash can was. It went over there. He pointed in a direction and Feng Mohan walked over without saying a word. The lobby manager was startled and hurried to catch up. There was no one at the trash can. Feng Mohan's eyes darkened further and he glanced at the lobby manager beside him. Find a woman to go into the bathroom and take a look. Maybe he went to the toilet. The lobby manager quickly called someone. After a while, the man came out and shook his head. No one is inside. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The lobby manager lowered his head, not daring to look in Feng Mohan's direction. He immediately said, I'll check the surveillance right away. Don't worry, Mr. Feng. Nothing will happen. This sentence made Feng Mohan's breath even lower, and the lobby manager was breathless. After a long while, he heard him say in a calm voice, go find it. Yes. The lobby manager nodded after taking a breath and quickly called on others to go find someone. After they left, Feng Mohan glanced at the slightly shaking window beside him, narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and walked out. At this moment, behind the grass at the back door of the hotel, Nuanu pried open the big hand on her mouth, turned her head to look at the person who came, her eyes curved. Master Gio. Maoishan looked at the little girl's face and started laughing too. He remembered something and quickly pulled her aside and asked, Nuanu, are you okay? Did that evil star bully you? Nuanu turned around obediently for him to see. It's okay, I'm fine. Noticing what he said, Nuanu tilted her head, puffed up her cheeks, and said seriously, Dad is not a bad guy, he is very good to me. Hearing this, Maoishan was stunned for a moment, his face changed, slowly showing sadness, and he touched Nuanu's forehead with trembling fingertips. Nuanu, are you okay? This child is stupid, how can this unlucky star be good to her? That person's face shows that he is not easy to mess with. The point is that his family, friendship and love lines are all very shallow. Although he is rich and powerful, he is destined to die alone. No, it's not right to say that you will die alone. His face became serious, and he looked at Nuanu solemnly and said, Nuanu, have you ever read his fortune? Nuanu shook her head and said honestly, my father won't let me calculate it, saying that if I knew it in advance, the future would be meaningless. Maoishan was a little surprised when he heard this. He was quite insightful. But even so, it's useless. Seeing his solemn expression, Nuanu sensed something was wrong and asked tentatively, Master, have you figured out something? Maoishan looked at her without saying anything, his eyes somewhat complicated. He is not stupid. He can see that Nuanu really likes that person. Although this girl seems to have a good temper, she is not close to everyone. He doesn't know how Phong Mohan caught her eye. But the more this happened, the more worried he became, and he didn't want Nuanu to have too much involvement with him. Without answering her, he changed the subject and asked, "Do you remember why Master brought you down the mountain?" Nuanu nodded, "I know, looking for Dad. Haven't we found him now?" "What? You little idiot, you didn't even know you found the wrong person. The person I found for you is the one who came out with him that day." Nuanu was also stunned. She never expected that she had hugged the wrong person. Is the uncle just now the father that Master found for her? Seeing her like this, Maui-shan couldn't help but mutter, "I told you that he was the tallest, most handsome, richest, and most gentle, but you hugged the evil star at first sight." Phong Mohan fits the description of the first few, but gentleness is not something that has anything to do with him. Hearing what he meant, Nuanu pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "Dad is very gentle and treats me very well." Maui-shan didn't believe it. He is naturally heartless and cold-hearted. People around him would rather stay away from him. You are very talented in metaphysics. Master doesn't believe that you can't see it. Nuanu could naturally see it. She puffed up her cheeks and said nothing, her face full of disapproval of what he said. Seeing this, Maui-shan softened his tone, "Nuanu, that man is not a good person. Master will not harm you. It is best for you to follow Wenqingzi. He likes to do good deeds the most. He has the most merits among all the people Master has ever seen. There is no harm in following him." "What about Dad?" Nuanu suddenly looked up at him with red eyes. Maui-shan was stunned by the question. He was destined to be unlucky, so of course the farther away he was, the better. This was all destined. He advised in a soft voice, "People born with the star of destiny are destined to be lonely all their lives. They are born with bad luck, suspicious and unfeeling, and are the most indifferent. There is no benefit in following him." Maybe that person was really nice to Nuanu, but how good could a person like that be? Maybe now I just treat Nuanu as a toy, and I will throw it away when I get tired of playing with it. What should Nuanu do then? Even if he really treats Nuanu well, he himself is in danger. If something happens, wouldn't Nuanu be even more miserable? Thinking of this, he was even more reluctant to let Nuanu follow him. Just as he was about to persuade her a few more words, Nuanu suddenly raised her head. Her eyes became redder and redder, but she said firmly, "No, Dad is very good to me, he is the most gentle." She knows. Maui-shan was speechless, a little headache, "Isn't Wenqingzi more gentle? If you stay with him, his merits will support you, and your lack of money will soon improve." Nuanu shook her head, "It's different." "What's the difference?" Nuanu said, "He is gentle to everyone, but Dad is only good to me." Chapter 28. I'll pay $29. Maui-shan didn't expect this. Following Wenqingzi, with his kindness, he will undoubtedly be good to Nuanu, but this kindness has little to do with her. Maybe if he meets other people, he will do the same, just because he is kind. And Phong Mohan was willing to support Nuanu just because of her. Nuanu looked up at him and said word by word, "Master, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I like my father and I want to be with him." Looking at her sincere face, Maui-shan suddenly lost his voice, not knowing what to say, and his heart was somewhat touched. He raised Nuanu and he knows her best. She looks good-tempered and gentle, but in fact she has a lot of thoughts in her mind. Most of the time she is just polite and reasonable to other people, and she is willing to show her true self only in front of the people she really likes. Children's hearts are the purest and most sensitive. She can protect him so much, maybe he really treats her well? However, the more this happened, the more determined Maui-shan became. This can't go on any longer. Nuanu, follow the master. Even if you don't want to follow Wenqingzi, you can't follow Phong Mohan. As he said this, he reached out to hold her hand. Nuanu suddenly took a step back and said, "I won't." This is the first time she has done this. Maui-shan was stunned for a moment. Nuanu looked at him, her eyes reddened. She shook her head, "I can't let the masters down anymore. Master, I want to follow Dad." "You?" Maui-shan was about to speak when he suddenly heard footsteps. His face changed and he hurriedly said, "I'll come to see you in 2 days," and disappeared. Nuanu also looked over, and when she saw the person coming, she paused, then rushed over to him, hugged his legs and rubbed them. "Dad." The voice is a little hoarse. Phong Mohan bent down and picked her up, stroking her red eyes with his fingertips. His eyes darkened slightly, but he didn't say anything. He glanced behind the tree, then withdrew his gaze and returned it to Nuanuo's face. Let's go, the auction is about to begin. Yeah. Nuanuo put her arms around his neck and rubbed his neck. A little bit of water fell on it. Fong Mohan paused slightly, then continued walking inside as if nothing had happened, but he slowly clenched his hand on one side, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Behind the tree, Maoishan looked at the people who walked in. He saw Nuanuo lying on Fong Mohan's shoulder with her head turned to the side and not looking at him. He felt a little sour in his heart, as if the child he raised was taken away by someone. He felt very uncomfortable. Looking at Fong Mohan's leading back, he sighed with a complicated look. How could he not see that Nuanuo really liked him as a father? If he were luckier, it would not be impossible to remain like this. But When they returned to the venue, the hotel had specially added a child seat, but Nuanuo didn't sit on it. She held Fong Mohan tightly and was unwilling to let go. Seeing how clingy she was, Fong Mohan raised his hand towards the lobby manager who looked embarrassed, motioning him to leave. Without asking about what happened just now, Fong Mohan started to introduce today's auction to her. All the money raised today will be sent to the foundation for charity. But since you have to spend money, you have to buy something that suits your taste. Tell me what you like later. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he squeezed her hand and said Smelling his scent, Nuanuo slowly calmed down. After hearing his words, she nodded and said softly, I know, Dad. The mood seems to be much better. Fong Mohan breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand and pinched her face, and said nonchalantly, What are you afraid of? With me here, no one can bully you. Hearing this, Nuanuo was stunned for a moment, then she grinned and leaned into his arms, rubbing her little head against him, making his body full of her milky scent. Fong Mohan doesn't like sweet things, but he doesn't dislike her. Seeing that she finally smiled, he also curled the corners of his lips. The person was found, it was a false alarm, and the auction officially began. Many wealthy people and celebrities came today, so the quality of the auction items was naturally not bad. Nuanuo sat in the first row, stretching her neck and looking curiously. Is there any you like? Fong Mohan asked while pinching her ear when he saw that she had taken several photos, but she just looked at them and didn't say anything. Nuanuo shook her head. The initial excitement had worn off, and she lazily nestled back into his arms. Not yet. Then take a look, there are still a lot of things behind. Several more items were bought, but Nuanuo was not interested in any of them. She was just curious at most. It was not until the organizer brought up a black object that she suddenly sat up straight. Fong Mohan noticed her movement at the first moment, looked over, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The thing on the table was really too ordinary. To say it was ordinary was an exaggeration. It was a round plate, which looked dirty. There was a pointer in the middle and some words engraved on the side. I couldn't understand what it was used for. Like this? Fong Mohan asked with his head down. Nuanuo's eyes were fixed on that side. When she heard this, she nodded immediately. After a while, she turned around, pulled his sleeve, looked up at him, and asked, Dad, I want this, can I? Fong Mohan nodded. I remembered something and asked her again, if I take a picture of this, can you use it? With just one sentence, Nuanuo calmed down, and Xiaojiujiu's hair drooped in disappointment. Yes, she can't use it. She had just heard their bidding prices, they were all very high, the cheapest one was several million, there was no way she could afford it. Her eyes dimmed and she shook her head, forget it, no more. Seeing her looking over there eagerly while saying this, Fong Mohan thought for a moment, raised his hand and lifted up her pigtail. What are you afraid of? I'm here for you. Nuanuo suddenly looked up at him. Dad, do you have a solution? Fong Mohan curled his lips and smiled, but didn't tell her what he was going to do. But Nuanuo soon found out. She was from the Xianmen, and the compass was extremely important to them, but other people didn't even recognize it. When they saw such a great thing, they immediately showed expressions of disgust. The auctioneer was a little embarrassed, but he still introduced them. Hearing that it was a compass and could be considered an antique, some people became interested in it. The auction price was not high, only 100,000 yuan, so it would be nice to buy it and play with it. The person who was attracted by the offer was about to raise the sign when he suddenly heard a voice coming from the first row. 29. The auctioneer's eyes lit up, and he immediately said loudly, Mr. Fong bids 290,000. Is there a higher bid? Without waiting for anyone to speak, Fong Mohan raised his hand and slowly interrupted the process. Wait. I said, $29. After Nuanu had transferred all the merits to Songwon in the morning, she had only 98 left. She spent 18 on the fruit box and 36 on the fried chicken burger just now. After deducting the 15 for the ingredients used for the 2 meals, the remaining amount was exactly 29 yuan. Upon hearing this, the auctioneer was stunned, as were the others in the audience. They scratched their ears in disbelief. How much would he offer? The auctioneer looked at him carefully and found that he was not joking. He said in a low voice with a bitter face, "Mr. Fong, this is against the rules." Chapter 29. Let me tell you a fortune. I know. Fong Mohan's voice remained calm as he asked calmly, "Will you donate all your money to charity?" Hearing this, the auctioneer straightened his back and nodded solemnly, "Yes, that's right, all the money is open and transparent, everyone can see it." Hearing this, Fong Mohan nodded and said, 29, Luo Pan will take it, and the rest will be donated in my personal name. I won't go through the auction process. It was the first time that the auctioneer had heard of such a request. He said frankly that he did not have the authority and needed to ask the president for permission. Fong Mohan nodded slightly, "Go ahead. Please wait a moment." After saying that, the auctioneer immediately stepped down from the stage and told the president about the matter. The president was a little surprised after hearing this, but when he heard that the person was Fong Mohan, he immediately nodded and said, "Do as Mr. Fong says." Although he didn't know why he made so much trouble, Fong Mohan's words were always trustworthy, and he didn't lack this little money. The most important thing was that if he didn't agree, it would be hard to say whether his auction would still be held tomorrow. Anyway, as long as the money is in place, everything will be easy to deal with. There is no need to follow strict rules and be disciplined. The auctioneer understood, returned to the stage, and banged the hammer. Then this compass belongs to Mr. Fong. The price is 29 yuan. When this number was spoken, the corners of the auctioneer's mouth twitched slightly. Even if you sell junk by weight, you'd get more than this. The rest of the people were the same, but no one dared to express any opinion. They just sighed in their hearts that his thoughts were becoming increasingly difficult to guess. Nuanu didn't care what they thought. She happily took the compass. It was a bit heavy and the staff felt it was heavy to hold. When they saw her take it, they were about to open their mouths to remind her, but she picked it up steadily with one hand. The words that were in their throats suddenly stopped coming out. Holding the compass in both hands, Nuanu touched it lovingly, her love for it was beyond words. She couldn't help but look up at Fong Mohan and said happily, "Thank you, Dad." Fong Mohan looked at the smile on the little girl's face, and saw that she was fine holding the thing, so he felt relieved. It seems that there are still loopholes that can be exploited. As long as the final transaction price is within her acceptable range, nothing will go wrong. Well, that makes things much easier. It's just a little troublesome. So we still have to continue donating money. Nuanu held the compass and kept looking at it. She had no interest in the things on the table. When she heard about the jade pendant, she raised her head to take a look, then looked away with a lack of interest. Want jade? Fong Mohan asked. Nuanu shook her head, thought for a moment, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Jade can be used as a magic tool. When Dad wears it, the effect is better than the talisman I drew. After all, a talisman is supported by only a piece of paper, which is too fragile. But jade is different. It has been tempered by nature for thousands of years and is naturally spiritual, making it perfect for use as a magic tool. But this is a yin jade, not suitable for Dad. It will have a counterproductive effect if used. What is yin? It's the jade buried with the dead. Corpses can easily generate evil energy, and if he uses them, it will attract more evil energy. If you want, you can. Just get rid of the evil spirit on it first and everything will be fine. It's just a bit troublesome and takes a while to maintain. Forget it. Fong Mohan didn't like trouble either, just buy a new one. Nuanu nodded, this is also the best way. She was also thinking about this. The speed at which she accumulated good deeds was too slow, and her father was subject to a lot of evil spirits. It would be best if she could find some tools to help. From this point of view, it would be nice to get some jade. The effect of jade products is directly proportional to their quality. I wonder if I can find a good jade pendant. She thought about this for a long time, and the auction above ended very quickly. Fong Mohan first carried her to the backstage and wrote a check. This. The president looked at the long string of numbers on the check and his eyelids twitched. Mr. Fong, you gave too much. This compass is only worth a few 100,000 at most. The excess will be used for charity. Hearing this, the president immediately complimented him. Then I would like to thank Mr. Fong on behalf of those poor children. Mr. Fong is such a kind man. Hearing these 3 words, Fong Mohan sneered. The president blushed, knowing that his flattery was too hypocritical. Everyone knew that he was the #1 evil star. Good people? It had nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, he still pretended to be calm. That's enough. Fong Mohan waved his hand impatiently. Just spend the money on the right things. Don't let me find out that you are doing anything tricky, otherwise. He didn't say the rest, his voice sank and his aura instantly became overwhelming. The president nodded repeatedly and said that he didn't dare. Fong Mohan glanced at him and didn't say anything more. Turning around and about to leave, he saw Wenxingzi. He paused slightly, not knowing what he was thinking of. Fong Mohan's eyes darkened again. His black eyes were gloomy, like the sea at night, so deep that it was a little scary. Wenxingzi also felt his hostility and felt a little puzzled. How had he provoked him? After staring at each other for a moment, he spoke first. Mr. Fong, are you also interested in charity? I am not talented, but I have done some research in this area. If Mr. Fong wants to know something, we can talk more and exchange ideas. Hearing this, Fong Mohan sneered and glanced at him lightly. Can't the Fong family afford to hire a charity expert? Only he understands, haha. Glancing at him without hiding his disdain, Fong Mohan simply walked away. Nuanu actually looked at him a little longer. Wenxingzi noticed it and curled his lips towards the little girl in a friendly manner. However, Nuanu frowned, looked away, and lay in Fong Mohan's arms. Inexplicably, Wenxingzi sensed resistance from her. It's for him. Stunned for a moment, he looked at her in some confusion. Did he offend her? Of course not, but Nuanu was thinking about what Maoishan said and subconsciously didn't want to get close to him. She also understood that it was a bit unreasonable for her to vent her anger on him, but she just couldn't control it. She sat in the back seat with her head hung, looking a little depressed. Fong Mohan glanced at her in the rearview mirror. What's wrong? Nuanu shook her head. It's okay. Hearing this, knowing that she didn't want to say it, Fong Mohan didn't ask any more questions. They arrived home in silence. Nuanu held the compass in his hand and said, Dad, wait for me. Fong Mohan stopped and saw her picking up a few stones next to the flower bed on the ground, walking to a corner, randomly throwing the stones in different places, and then placing the compass in the middle. After clapping her hands, Nuanu came over and held his hand. Okay. Without waiting for him to ask, he took the initiative to explain, this is a gathering town, which can help remove the debris on the compass. This compass was just unearthed. It is not used by modern people. It has been buried underground for many years and has been contaminated by a lot of things, so it looks gray. Hearing this, Fong Mohan nodded. It was getting late, and Fong Mohan was about to urge the little girl to go to bed, but suddenly he heard her say, Dad, let me tell you a fortune. Chapter 30 Vomiting Blood. Fong Mohan glanced at the little girl, a little surprised. Why did you think of this out of the blue? Nuanu murmured without saying anything, looking up at him with a firm expression. Dad, let me calculate it for you. She didn't know why, but ever since she met Master Jiao, she had been feeling a little uneasy, as if there was some other meaning in his words. As if something might happen to Dad. Thinking of this, she became even more nervous. Fong Mohan originally wanted to say no, but when he saw the little girl's face turn pale, her fingers were clenched tightly together, and she looked very nervous. Thinking of something, his eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly smiled. What's there to calculate? This life is boring enough. If you know everything in advance, wouldn't it be even more boring? Nuanu didn't say anything, just stared at him. Being looked at by her like this, Fong Mohan's expression froze for a moment, but after a moment, he finally gave in. If you want to settle it, then go ahead. Nuanu's expression relaxed a little and she pulled him to sit on the sofa. What do I need to do? You don't have to do anything. Just sit here obediently, Dad. As she said this, she ran to the bathroom and washed her hands carefully. After drying them, she came out, untied the red rope around her neck, and took out the copper coin. Seeing this, Fong Mohan raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought she was just a decoration, but now it seems to be a treasure. Nuanu sat upright on a small stool, her back straight and her expression solemn. She held 3 copper coins in her palm and shook them before throwing them on the table. She picked up one of the coins with her small hand and stared at the hexagram on it. Suddenly, her body froze and her eyes widened in disbelief. What's wrong? What did you figure out? Fong Mohan leaned over and asked curiously. Nothing. Nuanu suddenly stretched out his hand to mess up the hexagram, holding the copper coin tightly in his palm. He calmed down, raised his head and smiled, saying, I figured out that Dad is going to make a fortune. Oh. Fong Mohan responded casually, looking listless and not seeming to be interested in this matter. It's just making money, he doesn't need it, so it's no big deal. Okay, it's over. Let's go, take a shower and go to bed. Yeah. Nuanu stood up, holding his hand and walking upstairs. Fong Mohan touched the sweat on her palm, his expression slightly changed, but there was no reaction on his face. He sent Nuanu to the door as usual and rubbed her head, sleep well. Children will not grow tall if they don't sleep well. Yeah. Nuanu nodded obediently, looking very obedient. Fong Mohan raised his chin and motioned her to go in quickly. After the door was closed, a hint of annoyance appeared on his face. He slowly clenched his fist at his side, felt the dampness in his palm, and his eyes sank even more. In the room, after Nuanu closed the door, she sat on the ground somewhat exhausted, her small body leaning weakly against the door, tears quickly gathering in her eyes. How could? How so? She tossed the coin again and interpreted the hexagram with trembling fingers. Looking at the content displayed on it, the tears could no longer bear the weight, and they rolled around in her eyes and suddenly fell down. The life and death hexagram, birth on top and death on the bottom, DUI represents life and koan represents emptiness. Why does Dada's hexagram represent death? 1 year later. In other words, he would not live past the age of 28. How could this be the result? She doesn't believe it. After calming herself down, she bit her index finger and dripped blood onto the copper plate. The copper plate absorbed the blood instantly, emitting a strange red light in the night. I want to see my father's future. Nuanu held the copper coin and closed her eyes. After a moment, she threw the coin on the ground. She also coughed, and her fingertips, which had not yet healed, slowly stroked the hexagram on the copper plate, and her movements became increasingly difficult. Nuanu, you're crazy. Xiao Liang suddenly appeared in the room, looked at the blood on her fingertips, and exclaimed. Nuanu ignored her and continued interpreting the hexagram. Stop now. Xiao Liang was so anxious that he stretched out his hand to stop her, but she was just a spirit now and he couldn't touch her at all. He could only pass through her in vain and could not do anything to her. Seeing her reaching for the last copper coin, Xiao Liang's mind buzzed. It was over. She was really crazy, she actually used the blood hexagram. Using blood as a guide, she calculated the hexagram of the person she cared about most. If she tried to pry into the secrets of heaven, she would suffer backlash. Just as I thought of this, I saw Nuanu's body shake, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Then his body went limp, and he fell to the ground and fainted. Nu. Xiao Liang yelled and reached out to pull her up, but to no avail. She gritted her teeth and floated outside, walked to the next room, looked at the man inside, hesitated, and finally took a deep breath and went in. Go and save Nuanu. She shouted. Fong Mohan naturally couldn't see her as his fingers were typing on the computer. Xiao Liang didn't know what he was looking at so intently, she only knew that Nuanu was in danger. Go save Nuanu. Nuanu. The last time, she used up almost all her strength. At the table, Fong Mohan suddenly raised his head and looked to the side. For a moment, Xiao Liang's breathing stagnated as he was stared at by the man's deep eyes. His pale face became even paler and his body trembled. Only then did she realize who she was talking to. Even though he is a human and she is a ghost, they can't help but feel afraid when facing someone who was born with evil spirits. Fong Mohan didn't see anything, but inexplicably, he seemed to have heard Nuanu's name just now. When he thought of her, he felt as if his heart was being pulled by a hand. He bent over in pain and his face lost color. Glutinous. He stood up and walked out, strode to the door of Nuanu, pushed it open and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Nuanu lying on the ground with blood on her mouth. His pupils suddenly shrank and he immediately leaned over and held the little girl in his arms. Looking at the blood-stained copper coin in her hand, a dark color flashed in his eyes. After a moment, he hurriedly carried her out, calling her name all the way. However, the little girl who usually loved to chatter and was the most energetic didn't respond at all. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped out. In just over 10 minutes, they stopped at the hospital entrance. The tall man was holding the little girl, his face full of anxiety, attracting many people to watch. What's wrong? Song Chingan also ran over, and when he saw the blood on her body, his expression straightened up. He was performing surgery just now, so I asked him to send the patient over. I thought it was just a common cold and fever. Why is he vomiting blood? I don't know. Check her out first. Fong Mohan held the copper coin in his hand and said in a deep voice. Yes. He stretched out his hand and wanted to take her away to get checked, but Fong Mohan dodged and said, "You lead the way." Song Chingan glanced at him, cursed in his heart, and finally nodded helplessly. Took her for a blood test and some tests. We took the VLP channel and all the examinations were expedited. The report results came out in less than half an hour. Song Chingan looked at the result and exclaimed. Fine. Just like last time, the symptoms were there, but the test results showed nothing was wrong. Last time it could barely be said to be a coincidence, but what about this time? This is too unscientific. Chapter 31. I believe in fate, but I don't accept it. He told this to Fong Mohan. He thought he would be called a quack like last time, but he didn't expect Fong Mohan to just look at him with a heavy gaze but said nothing. Please take care of her for me. Fong Mohan suddenly stood up. Where are you going? Fong Mohan ignored him and walked out. He walked all the way to the balcony and made a phone call. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he took the lead and said, I will transfer the money to you. You can use all the money for your charity. You need to do it as quickly as possible. Write Nuanu as the donor. After saying that, without waiting for a response from the other party, he hung up the phone, tapped his finger on the screen, and transferred the money. Soon the other end called again, and the tone was a little serious. Are you serious? Don't talk nonsense. Fong Mohan looked a little impatient. You just need to do as I say. Remember, the donor must be written as Nuanu. Hurry up. After saying that, he transferred another 500 million from another card. But in the blink of an eye, the 10 billion was gone. It was not until when Chengza said that it was enough and they could not handle any more that they stopped and walked quickly towards the ward. Where have you been? Song Chingan asked immediately when he saw him. Without waiting for his answer, he said hurriedly, Look, the little girl looks much better. Fong Mohan looked over and saw that it was indeed bloody. I felt relieved. Sure enough, this method was useful. The blood at the corner of her mouth had been wiped clean and a band-aid was put on her hand. She was lying quietly on the bed, looking very well behaved. It's not just how she looks, she is actually very well behaved. Very obedient and sensible. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Fong Mohan reached out and held her little hand in his palm, looking at her without blinking. What on earth happened? Song Chingan asked cautiously from the side. A little confused. Why is it that every time the situation seems serious, she can't find out anything at all? Also, the little girl was obviously healthy, why was she vomiting blood? Fong Mohan did not answer, but just clenched the copper coin in his hand. Seeing him like this, knowing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Song Chingan could only sigh and leave. It was not until more than 2 hours later that Nuanu woke up. Her eyelids felt heavy. She struggled for a long time before finally opening them. She saw the person sitting beside the bed. The corners of her mouth twitched, and after a long while she called out Dad, her voice hoarse. Awake! Seeing her trying to get up, Fong Mohan came forward to support her back and put a pillow behind her for her to lean on. How are you? Are you feeling better? Nuanu shook her head, remembered something, and suddenly asked, Dad, did you spend money on me again? Fong Mohan did not answer this question, but only asked, How did you get yourself into this state? As he said this, he glanced at her fingers. Nuanu reacted, shrank back and shook her head. It's okay, I just cut my hand accidentally. As for fainting, it's me. I'm afraid of blood. She hesitated and made up an excuse at random. Her eyes flickered and she didn't dare to look at him. Fong Mohan didn't intend to let the matter go. He also realized that this child looked small, but had big ideas. He looked soft, but had a stubborn temper. He must know what he wanted to know. If I don't make myself understood this time, I don't know what kind of situation I'll be in next time. He spread out his hand, revealing the copper coin in his hand, and some of the blood on it had rubbed onto his hand. Got it? He asked in a calm tone. This nonsensical sentence startled Nuanu. Dad, you too. After she finished speaking, she saw his look and she stopped talking abruptly. She felt a little annoyed and wondered if he was tricking her. Fong Mohan said, "When I was just born, the old man asked someone to tell my fortune. He said that I was doomed to be alone, and that I." He paused, and then said the rest of the words calmly, "I would not live past the age of 28. And this year, he is about to celebrate his 27th birthday." Nuanu's tears suddenly fell, and she rushed over and hugged his neck tightly. "I will never let anything happen to Dad." Fong Mohan reached out to support her. Hearing this, he sighed softly. "Shouldn't people in your industry believe in fate the most?" Nuanu shook her head, her little head nudging back and forth on his neck. After a long while, she said in a muffled voice, "I believe in fate, but I don't accept it." Hearing this, Fong Mohan's expression was slightly shocked, and he suddenly smiled slowly. "It seems that we are really destined to be father and daughter." Him too. He might believe what they said, but he would not admit it. There is no way he can accept his fate. He was born with a rebellious nature, and he would not do whatever they asked him to do. Hearing his words, Nuanu crawled out of his arms, held his face with her little hands, and said seriously, "Dad, we will definitely find a way." She wouldn't let anything happen to him. Right. Suddenly thinking of someone, Nuanu's eyes lit up. "We can go find my ninth master, he's very powerful, he can see it at a glance, let's go ask him, he must have a way." "Your ninth master?" Fong Mohan narrowed his eyes, smoothed her messy hair, and asked nonchalantly, "Is he the one who secretly took you away from the hotel that day?" Nuanu was startled. "Dad, you know?" "Ha, it's him." A cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Fong Mohan curled the corners of his mouth and sneered, "You don't know your own limitations. Still want to snatch people from him? Maybe in the next life." Seeing that he looked unhappy, Nuanu sighed and helped to persuade him. "Actually, my ninth master is a very good person. He probably wants to take me away because he sees your fate, Dad, and is worried that I will be sad at that time." If she hadn't seen that his reaction was wrong, she wouldn't have thought of telling his fortune. If she had only found out when he really showed up, it would have been too late. "So what else did he tell you? What else did you say?" "I don't know why, but when I heard this question, the first thing that came to my mind was what he said about her identifying the wrong father." She looked at him cautiously and said softly, "Master said I recognized the wrong person. That uncle is the father he wanted to find for me." Fong Mohan hummed, his words unclear, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. One could only vaguely sense that he was not in a very good mood. After that, Nuanu said loudly, "But I think you are my father, I didn't make a mistake." She likes this dad. Although Wen Chengze is also very good, he is still different. With these words, the chill around Fong Mohan instantly dissipated. Seeing that the little girl was in better spirits, he raised his hand and held her in his arms, pinched her little face, and said casually, "Speaking of which, I also know a fortune teller who was very good. He is the one the old man found when I was born. I heard that he is a very powerful celestial master." Nuanu let out an ow and said, "Then we can call him over and let us think of a solution together. Maybe we can find a way. Everyone has many disasters in his life. If you overcome them, it becomes an opportunity. If you don't, it becomes a disaster. Among them, death is the most difficult to change. It would be a good thing if someone could help them. Yeah, I've been looking for him too." As Fong Mohan spoke, his voice grew colder. Of course he has to find the person who abandoned him since birth. Chapter 32, Getting Rich Overnight. Nuanu had no idea what he was thinking. She yawned, put her little head on his shoulder, and said, "Dad, I'm so sleepy." "Go to sleep, I'm here." "Yeah." She remembered something, opened her fighting eyelids, and said, "Dad, I'm fine now, I just need to rest for a while, don't spend money on me anymore." This time, she forced herself to spy on the secrets of heaven, and should have suffered a strong backlash, but now, she only vomited a mouthful of blood and felt a little sleepy, and nothing else happened. The merit value in her hands suddenly increased to 592. How much money did he spend this time? Whenever she thought of this, she felt a little stressed. Her father was so good to her that she didn't know how to repay him. Seeing her frown, Fong Mohan touched her little face with amusement. "I've told you many times, we're not short of money, don't think too much, children should sleep well, don't worry too much, otherwise you'll become an old man." "No way." Nuanu snorted softly and wanted to say something, but his big hand patted her back gently. "Go to sleep." His voice was exceptionally gentle. She blinked her eyes, but ultimately couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Although he knew that she vomited blood because of metaphysics and the hospital couldn't find anything, he was still worried that something bad would happen again. So Phong Mohan simply didn't take her home. He planned to let her stay here for one night and go home tomorrow to make sure she was fine. I coaxed her to sleep and put her on the bed when the cell phone rang. He hung up without even looking at her, smoothed her frowning brows because of being disturbed, and sighed softly. How can a little one worry more than an adult? I have to do good deeds, draw talismans, and take care of him. How do I have so much energy? The phone in his hand vibrated again. He stood up and walked out, took a look, and answered the call. Hello. Over there, Mother Phone felt a little uncomfortable listening to his cold voice, and asked tentatively, Mohan, I heard that you are also in the central hospital? Phong Mohan frowned. Well, what's wrong? It's really here. She suddenly became nervous. Are you okay? Why did you go to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to come and see you? No need. Before she could finish, Phong Mohan interrupted her, his voice becoming increasingly cold. What do you want from me? Mother Phong was choked and fell silent. Phong Mohan was a little impatient and was about to hang up the phone when he suddenly heard someone say take medicine. After a pause, he asked, Are you in the hospital too? Hearing her son's words, Mother Phong suddenly perked up again. Yes, your father had a heart attack and is in the hospital, also in the central hospital. Do you want to come and see him? I'm not a doctor. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The implication is that he is not a doctor and it would be useless for him to go. What's more, the person he hates the most is him. If he goes, it might irritate him instead. Looking at the hung-up phone, Feng's mother's face suddenly turned bitter. Old Master Feng was lying on the hospital bed, his face pale. He had heard what she said just now. Seeing her staring at the phone in a daze, he guessed the result. He won't come? Mother Feng lowered her head and said nothing. Old Master Feng snorted. His voice was not as loud as usual, but his tone was still firm. If he doesn't want to come, forget it. I don't need him to come even if I die. Shanghai. Mother Feng called his name tiredly. Her voice was gentle, but it silenced Old Man Feng. She pressed her temples, her face full of fatigue. Emotions need to be cultivated. Mohan has not been raised by us since he was born. It is normal for him to have no feelings. We shouldn't have too many requirements on him. It's unfair to him. As parents, they were incompetent to send him away because of the words of a heavenly master. It was Feng Changhai who made the decision to send him to the countryside. Hearing her words, he was a little annoyed. Are you blaming me? Master Mao said it was good for him, so I sent him away. Didn't we bring him back later? We also handed over the company to him. What else could he be dissatisfied with? Mother Feng didn't say anything, just looked out the window with empty eyes. Is this really for his own good? She could never forget the day when she just brought her youngest son home. She wanted to hug him, but he dodged her and looked at her as if she were a stranger. It is still the same today. Every time she thought about it, she felt as if her heart was being pricked by needles, but she knew that this was what she deserved. They were the ones who failed to fulfill their responsibilities as parents first. No wonder he does that. However, the truth is the truth, and I still can't help feeling sad in my heart. Looking at his old wife's lonely figure, Feng Changhai opened his mouth, but finally fell silent. He felt depressed and had no place to vent. The air pressure was low on their side, but it was very good on Feng Mohan's side. The little girl was restless when she slept, and the hospital bed was small, so she almost fell off the bed several times. Feng Mohan had no choice but to hold her in his arms while she slept. When she was in his arms, Nuanu became well-behaved and stopped moving around. He lowered his eyes to look at her peaceful sleeping face, which was just a small ball, but it made his heart warm up little by little. He was a lonely man and no one dared to get close to him, except this little girl who dared to hug him the first time they met and called him Dad, as if she was dependent on him. She would draw blood talismans for him and shed tears because she knew his fate. I'm quite crybaby. But strangely, he didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he felt sweet in his heart. No one had ever cared about him so much before. How can you be so sweet? He couldn't help but poke her little face and whispered. Just like her name, soft and sweet enough to melt people's hearts. Feng Mohan sighed, thinking of the little girl's appearance today. He didn't know what she would do if her fate really came true and something happened. At such a young age, he has a strange problem that makes him unable to touch money. What would she do without him? Thinking of this, he suddenly lost his sleepiness. He opened his phone, pondered for a moment, and sent a message. After sending it, he lay down. Nuanu also leaned towards him, her little head unconsciously arched in his arms, smacking her lips. It was unknown whether she was dreaming about something delicious, but she was sleeping soundly, her little face was rosy, and her complexion was getting better and better. Feeling relieved, Phong Mohan closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Nuanu opened her eyes first. After a night's sleep, she felt that her energy was fully restored. She looked down at her wrist and found that the number on it had increased by dozens of yuan. Now she had a total of 655 yuan to spend. She was stunned for a moment, her mouth opened in shock. Is this what it feels like to become rich overnight? That's so cool. What's wrong? When Phong Mohan woke up, he saw her sitting there stupidly, as if she was stimulated. Dad! Nuanu turned around, held out her arm to him and said with surprise, I can spend 655 yuan a day now. After she finished speaking, she exclaimed, it was 592 last night. I don't know why it suddenly increased by dozens more. She couldn't figure this out either. Has it gone up? Phong Mohan paused and narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 33 Gastric Cancer, Advanced Stage. He took her for another checkup, and while waiting for the report, he held her in his arms and sat on a chair in the corridor. Nuanu sat on his lap and became even clingier throughout the night, refusing to get down and walk on her own. Phong Mohan had no choice but to let her do as she pleased, allowing her to pinch his ears and pull his hair from time to time. He glanced down at him, and the little girl followed suit, grinning at him. Never mind. Phong Mohan looked away and said nothing. This was the scene that Wen Xingzi saw when he arrived. Master Feng San, who no one dared to provoke, was now allowing the little girl to bully him and even braid his hair, but he did not show any sign of being angry. The little girl hooked one hand around his neck and touched his hair with the other hand and played with it. When she was tired, she sat obediently in his arms, took out a candied fruit from her pocket, fed him one first, and then ate one herself, swinging her short legs leisurely. The picture looks somewhat warm. As soon as this word came out, Wen Xingzi always felt something was strange. This word had nothing to do with Phong Mohan, but what he saw could indeed be called these two words. Noticing his gaze, Phong Mohan looked over, lowered his head and said something to Nuanu. The little girl obediently climbed down from his legs and sat obediently on a chair beside him. Phong Mohan stood up and walked towards him. Seeing him coming, Wen Xingzi also calmed down, nodded politely and said, Thank you, Mr. Phong, for your generosity. The 1 billion you donated yesterday is more than I raise in a year. Then you blame yourself for being useless. Phong Mohan glanced at him, choking him to death. Wen Xingzi choked and was about to speak when he heard him ask, Did you also donate money in the name of Nuanu yesterday? Hearing this, Wen Xingzi was startled, How do you know? It really is him. Phong Mohan didn't answer and asked him, How much did you donate? Wen Xingzi reported a number. 20 million. If he donated 10 million, it would be equivalent to 100 yuan for Nuanu, while if he donated 20 million, it would only be equivalent to dozens of yuan. Phong Mohan felt relieved all of a sudden and glanced at him with his chin raised. Wen Xingzi didn't know if it was an illusion, but he suddenly felt that there was a flash of pride in the eyes of the man in front of him, as if he had one. He was a little confused, but there was nothing wrong with him. There was nothing wrong with Phong Mohan, of course, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Nuanu had much better vision than his master, and he was obviously a more suitable candidate. It seems that her master is probably just a dabbler and his level is just so-so. TSK. Not as reliable as the little girl. Too bad. He came over as if he just wanted to ask about this matter, and after asking, he turned back and left with the little girl in his arms. Wen Xingzi looked at his back, feeling confused. Nuanu put her arms around his neck, also a little curious. Dad, what were you talking about just now? Nothing. Phong Mohan curled the corners of his lips, feeling happy. What do you want to eat later? Grandma Lee's steamed buns, with a fried egg. Good. After taking a few steps, Phong Mohan suddenly stopped, the smile on his face slowly faded, and he looked at the person not far away with cold eyes. Noticing his expression, Nuanu also looked over and frowned. She didn't know him, but she could see that he looked somewhat similar to Phong Mohan. She also knew that they were related by blood, so she could probably guess his identity. Thinking back to that day when old man Phong beat him with a stick in the old house, there were people standing nearby, but no one was willing to stop him. When she thought of this, she felt very upset. She turned her head with a vengeful look, hugged Fong Mohan's neck tightly, and said in a muffled voice, "Dad, let's go and ignore them." Fong Mohan had the same idea and didn't want to have too much involvement with the Fong family. However, Fong Mochen walked over, pinched his brows, looked at his stern face, and said in a gentle voice, "Dad is in the hospital. You are here too, so go and see him." He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a pleasant voice. He seemed easier to talk to than the man she saw at Feng's house that day. Nuanu also turned her head quietly and looked at him curiously. This glance happened to be seen by Fong Mochen, who smiled gently at her. "You must be Nuanu." Nuanu hugged Fong Mohan without saying anything. Fong Mochen was not annoyed. He was a little surprised when he heard his eldest brother say that his third brother had adopted a daughter. He thought he was joking. After all, he knew his younger brother's personality and he was not the kind of person who liked children. When I saw Nuanu at this moment, I suddenly understood the reason. The little girl is very pretty, with clear eyes, and she is very attractive to people. No wonder her brother has changed. Thinking of what happened at home that day, he felt a headache. He sighed secretly and looked at Nuanu, intending to start with her. "Nuanu, I'm your father's second brother. You can call me second uncle. Grandpa is sick and in the hospital. Grandma is not feeling well either. Could you please go and see them? Even if you don't say anything, just take a look." It seemed that he was talking to Nuanu, but actually he was talking to someone else. Nuanu is not stupid, she also heard it and turned to look at Fong Mohan. For some unknown reason, Fong Mohan suddenly changed his mind and said indifferently, "Lead the way." Hearing this, Fong Mochen also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly took him over there. He sighed in his heart. In this family, only his mother could make him care a little. When he arrived at the ward, Mr. Fong had just finished taking his medicine and fell asleep. Mother Fong was lying on the bed beside him. When she saw him, her eyes lit up and she quickly sat up from the bed, calling him in surprise, "Mohan, you're here." Seeing the little girl in his arms, she also called out Nuanu, with a look of nervousness and flattery. Nuanu also looked at her. She looked very kind and her eyes were also kind. She had a good impression of her. "What's wrong?" Fong Mohan asked casually. Seeing her son caring about her, Mother Fong smiled even more happily, and she felt that she was no longer in pain. She smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm old. I didn't sleep well last night, and I felt a little palpitation when I woke up today." Fong Mohan nodded, glanced at Fong Mochen, and said, "He is a doctor and will take good care of you." "It's okay, I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned around holding Nuanu in his arms. Seeing this, Feng's mother's face changed slightly and she shouted, but he still had no intention of stopping. Fong Mochen looked at this scene with a headache, comforted his mother, and hurriedly chased after him. Mohan. He walked fast, and he chased after him for a long time before he finally stopped him at the corner. He stood in front of him, and seeing that he looked impatient, he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Mom, the physical examination results are out." Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Fong Mohan looked over and motioned for him to speak quickly. Fong Mochen didn't hide it and said 4 words, "Gastric cancer, late stage." Fong Mohan stared at him with a paused expression and spoke slowly, "What did you say?" Fong Mochen repeated, "I know you don't like your family, but Mom is really good to you and cares about you. She will be very sad if you do this." Fong Mohan pursed his lips, with no big reaction on his face, but Nuanu could clearly feel his muscles tensed and his jawline straightened all of a sudden. It was obvious that he was not as calm as he appeared. Chapter 34 Missed. She has always been in good health. Fong Mo said in a cold voice, not believing what he said. Fong Mochen sighed, without further explanation, and only said, "I won't joke about this kind of thing." Hearing this, Fong Mohan fell silent, his aura became even more gloomy, and after a long time he asked, "Can it be cured?" Fong Mochen's expression also became solemn. He shook his head, feeling somewhat frustrated and powerless. "I can't cure it." "Who can cure it then?" "If it's in the early stages, there's still hope, but in the late stages." Fong Mochen didn't say anything. After a long while, a person suddenly appeared in his mind. "If we can find Divine Dr. Rin, there might be some hope." After that, without waiting for him to speak, he shook his head and said with some disappointment, "But Dr. Rin has disappeared for many years, and no one knows where he is." After listening to this, Fong Mohan turned around and left. His back was resolute and ruthless, which made Fong Mochen frown. "Do you really have to be so ruthless? Dr. Rin?" Nuanu lay on Feng Mohan's shoulder without saying a word, thinking about their previous conversation, scratched her head, and blinked in confusion. Why does this name sound familiar? She thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. After a while, she saw Feng Mohan's tense expression, so she put the matter aside and asked, Dad, can you find that divine Dr. Rin? As long as he is still alive, I will find him even if I have to dig deep into the ground. Nuanu nodded, then shook her head. I don't have to dig 3 feet deep, I can find it. Hearing this, Feng Mohan's expression changed slightly. Really? Nuanu nodded, puffed out her chest and said, Really? I'm very good. Looking at her proud little appearance, Feng Mohan's eyes flashed with a smile, then he remembered something and hesitated. Will you vomit blood again? Nuanu shook her head repeatedly. No, it's just a position, it's a small matter. She vomited blood because she used the blood divination, so the backlash was a little more serious. If it was an ordinary divination, nothing would happen. Seeing that she was serious and didn't seem to be showing off, Feng Mohan finally felt relieved. He can find someone himself, but he doesn't want to see the little girl suffer again. Do I need to prepare anything? Nuanu thought for a moment and said, Let's go home first. There are too many people here, and the atmosphere is mixed. It's hard to calculate accurately. Good. Having said that, Feng Mohan took her back. At this moment, his heart has calmed down. There is no point crying when something happens. He might as well use that time to look for someone. As long as he can find that person, there is always hope. What's more, he has a little girl to help him. Thinking of this, he relaxed a little. The more he looked at Nuanu, the more he liked her. He simply said, It just so happens that you have more money to spend. Let's have a good meal today. Nuanu tilted her head and thought for a while. I want to eat barbecue. The last time she went to eat barbecue was with Master Joe. At that time, she could only eat 2 skewers, but it was so delicious that she couldn't help but eat more. The natural result is stomach pain. But now you can eat it. When she thought of this, she felt particularly happy and couldn't help swallowing. Seeing her greedy look, Feng Mohan also had a smile in his eyes. Okay, then eat this. But there are no barbecue restaurants open in the morning. Let's wait until the afternoon and have breakfast first. Nuanu had no problem with this and didn't make a fuss. He agreed obediently. After arriving home, the assistant also sent Dr. Ren's information to Feng Mohan's email, and he clicked on it to take a look. Dr. Ren looked pretty much as he imagined, an elderly man who seemed to be in good spirits and looked younger than his actual age. He was dressed quite simply and had a medicine box on his waist, which was a common feature of him. As I was watching, I saw Nuanu bring in the compass that she had taken a picture of yesterday, and I couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. Yesterday the compass looked grey and like a piece of tatters, but now it has suddenly changed. The dirt on it is gone, and the whole compass is clean and fresh, exuding an ancient atmosphere. Is this also the result of your formation? Nuanu nodded and said, The spirit gathering array is the best for nourishing spiritual energy. It only takes 1 night to nourish it. Nuanu was very happy when she saw the brand new compass. She held it in her arms, touched it, and couldn't let it go. After a while, she looked up and said with a smile, With its help, it will be more convenient to find people. Feng Mohan raised his eyebrows. What information do you need to find someone? It would be best if I knew the date of birth, but now that I have it, as long as you can calm down and think about him in your heart, that's all. Nuanu patted the compass and said happily. So simple? Feng Mohan was surprised and sat down. So let's start now? Nuanu nodded. Okay, Dad, just think about that person in your heart. She sat upright on a stool, holding a compass, and drew a symbol in the air with her fingertips. After a while, the needle on the compass began to move slowly. Nuanu also flipped a coin, and after looking at it, he looked relieved and said, Dad, the hexagram shows that you will meet that person today, in the southeast direction, and there will be a noble person to help you. When she said this, she was still a little curious and didn't know who this noble person was. Never mind, we'll know when the time comes. Hearing her say this, Feng Mohan was relieved. Can you calculate his exact location? When he said this, he didn't hold out much hope, but he didn't expect Nuanu to nod his head and say, okay. After a while, she gave a place name. That is a prosperous commercial street in the southeast of Beijing. Nuanu probably has never been there. She can give the address accurately, which makes it very credible. But Nuanu changed the subject and said with some regret, although it's not far away, it's always just a little bit short and I always miss it. The fate hasn't arrived yet, so I definitely can't find it now. Hearing this, Fong Mohan's expression also became solemn. Seeing him like this, Nuanu comforted him, Dad, don't worry. The hexagram says that you have a noble person to help you, and you will definitely find the person. Moreover, I calculated for Grandma and it is a good omen. She will have a long life and can live for many more years. This was something she could tell the first time they met. He had the appearance of a noble person, but without any bad luck. His life would be smooth, with some minor setbacks, but overall it was still pretty good. Hearing these words, Fong Mohan's expression became better, but also a little lonely. He laughed at himself, I guess all the hardships she's had in her life are due to me. It's a pain to have given birth to such a jinx like him. Seeing him like this, Nuanu felt a little distressed. She put down the compass, walked over, held his hand and said, Dad, don't say that. You are very good, and Grandma likes you very much, too. It's just that maybe because they haven't been together since childhood and he has a knot in his heart, the relationship between mother and son seems so cold. Dad can talk to Grandma more. Nuanu advised, Grandma is different from bad Grandpa. We only talk to Grandma and not to him. Hearing her childish words, knowing that she was standing up for him, Fong Mohan couldn't help but laugh. He pinched her little face and agreed with her words, yeah, that's a good idea. Seeing that he agreed, Nuanu was delighted and stretched out her hand to him. The big and the small clapped their hands and laughed together. Nuanu also did some fortune-telling for the old man, took a look at the divination, and raised her eyebrows slightly. He will be abandoned. He is already old and it's really pitiful. Although she thought so, her expression did not indicate that. She was grinning as happily as she could. Humph, let him dare to hit Dad again. Chapter 35 I will definitely help you find someone. Fong Mohan sent the information to his men and asked them to look for the person on the street that Nuanu mentioned. In the afternoon, he also went out with Nuanu in his arms. Coincidentally, there was a night market on that street, and barbecue was a must in the night market in summer. As Nuanu got out of the car, the fragrance hit her nose. She took a deep sniff and was so greedy that her saliva was almost watering. Come here. Fong Mohan closed the car door and slowly extended his hand towards her. Nuanu hurried over, put her hand obediently into his palm, and followed him to the door of the food stall. It was just time to get off work, and most of the people here were already sitting here, gathered in groups of 3 or 4, making a lot of noise. Fong Mohan looked at this place, frowned slightly, looked down at the little girl who was swallowing her saliva, restrained his obsessive-compulsive disorder, and walked towards the crowd. The mixed smell made his brows tighten even more. Nuanu had been here before and had experience, so she immediately ran to a chair and took a good seat, waving at him, Dad, here. Seeing that he was frowning, she understood and took out the alcohol wipe she brought from home and wiped the table and chairs carefully. Then she looked up at him and said, Dad, you can sit down now. Looking at the little girl busying around, he didn't make things difficult for her and sat down next to her. He was dressed in a suit and his handsome face stood out from the people around him, attracting a lot of attention. Fong Mohan took the menu and raised his eyes slightly to take a look. For some reason, even though it was summer, everyone suddenly felt a chill and looked away, not daring to look anymore. What a scary man. Nuanu didn't notice this. She was looking down at the menu and ordering what she wanted to eat. Dad, don't you want to eat? Finally, she couldn't help but look up and asked again. Fong Mohan shook his head, and Nuanu could only sigh regretfully, okay, then Dad, you will definitely regret it today. The little girl looked as if it would be a big loss if I don't suffer from you, which made Fong Mohan smile. This restaurant does pretty good business. After we handed over the menus, it took nearly 40 minutes before the food was served. Nuanu had been looking at others' food with envy for a long time, and now it was finally her turn to eat. He first handed one to Fong Mohan, and then started eating it himself. But when it was offered to him again, he refused to eat it. It was obvious that he really didn't want to eat it, so Nuanu had no choice but to give up and started eating by himself. It's rare to be able to eat so much meat at once. I'm not picky about meat and I like it all, whether it's pork, mutton, or beef. Seeing her eating seriously with her cheeks puffed out, Fong Mohan raised his hand to open the bottle of mineral water and handed it to her. Eat slowly, don't rush. Yeah. Nuanu responded, and her movements slowed down. She shook her short legs and asked, Dad, have your people found the divine Dr. Rin? Fong Mohan shook his head, not yet. Oh. Fearing that he would be anxious, Nuanu patted his hands and said, I'm sure we can find it. This is where the compass and the plate point. You can't go wrong. I just don't know who that benefactor is. If that person were there, he would definitely be able to help him find the person faster. Phong Mohan was indeed thinking about this matter, but he believed what Nuanu said and was not too nervous. It didn't take long for Nuanu to finish the plate of meat in front of her. After letting her rest for a while, Phong Mohan took her away. The meal cost 300 yuan, and she still had more than 200 yuan left today, which was enough to buy a piece of clothing. Thinking of this, Phong Mohan took her to a shopping mall nearby. Nuanu walked holding his hand and took off the copper coin from her neck. Just as she was about to calculate the location of Dr. Ren again, someone suddenly ran past her and bumped into her accidentally. Her hand shook and the copper coin fell to the ground. Ouch! Nuanu cried out. The man also turned around and saw that he had bumped into someone, so he quickly apologized. Seeing that he was holding the rice in his hand and looked hurried, Nuanu waved her hand, not caring, and lowered her head to pick up the copper coin. Phong Mohan glanced at the man coldly, then stood in front of Nuanu, separating her from the crowd, leaned over to look at her and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Nuanu picked up the copper coin, wiped off the dust on it, and shook her head. Phong Mohan was still worried, so he pulled her over to check. Across the road, Ren Huixing put the medicine box on his shoulder and stretched. His old arms and legs were useless. He felt a little exhausted after just a whole day of seeing patients. He yawned, his eyes swept across a place, and suddenly stopped. Why does that little girl over there look a bit like Nuanu? He stared at that place for a while. The distance was too far and he couldn't see clearly, but he saw a man next to him picked her up. The girl put one hand around his neck and pointed to the location of the mall with the other. Then the man walked in. I didn't see clearly what the man looked like, but he looked quite young. Looking at the mall again, Ren Huixing shook his head. Nuanu is still following Lajio to do good deeds at the foot of the mountain. With her money saved up, she would never go to places like shopping malls to buy things. She always goes to wholesale markets. Alas, I'm getting old and my eyesight is blurry. Shaking his head in amusement, Ren Huixing sighed. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I really miss you. Forget it, business is more important. The important thing is to earn more money to solve Nuanu's problem. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After entering the mall, Nuanu remembered that she had not yet been appointed as a miracle doctor, and hurriedly urged Phong Mohan to put her down. She leaned over the stool and threw the coin on it, but she said frowned and said, "Dad, Dr. Rin is no longer on this street." Although I had heard her say that fate had not yet arrived, I chose to come to this street for dinner tonight with a bit of hope in my mind. Hearing that the person had left, I couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. There was nothing Nuanu could do. Things in the world were just like that. It had to be destined to happen. It couldn't be forced. Fortunately, the final result was good, which is the only consolation. Phong Mohan nodded and had no choice but to accept the result. It seems that the little girl's calculations are quite accurate. It's okay, Dad. You will meet him, but the time has not come yet. Nuanu said, holding his hand. He was also open-minded and quickly put aside his emotions. He raised his chin and said, "Let's go and look at the clothes first." Clothes that cost more than 200 yuan are still easy to buy. Nuanu quickly chose a skirt. The material was naturally much better than what she bought in the wholesale market, and the style was also beautiful. Phong Mohan still felt that he was not worthy of her, but the conditions were there now, so he can only do this for now. After buying clothes, Nuanu followed him into the car and fell asleep before they reached home. Phong Mohan bent down, carried the person out, and put him back in the room. As soon as she got to the bed, Nuanu rolled over, hugged the quilt and muttered, "Don't be afraid, Dad. I will definitely help you find the person." After hearing what she said, Phong Mohan was slightly startled, then he slowly smiled and said in a low voice, "Yeah, I know." Chapter 36 Doing Business. The next day, Phong Mohan took Nuanu to the hospital. As she said, although he didn't want to see Mr. Phong, he still wanted to go and see Mother Phong. When he arrived, Old Man Phong was also awake. When he saw him, he snorted and said in a bad tone, "You still remember to come to see me? I thought you would wait until I died before coming." Hearing this, Phong Mohan glanced at him lightly, and said something so infuriating that he could not bear the consequences. "You are overthinking. I will not even come to see you if you die." "You." Old Master Feng was so angry that he picked up something at hand and was about to hit him. However, the little girl in his arms seemed to have noticed it. She turned her head suddenly, her black eyes suddenly widened, and stared at him fiercely. He was stunned for a moment. For some reason, he couldn't smash the thing in his hand anymore. Nuanu raised her fist, stared at him seriously and said, "If you dare to hit my dad again, I will beat you up." The little girl was not very big, and her voice was soft, but what she said made Old Man Feng so angry that he couldn't say anything harsh. He stared at the child and could only transfer his anger to Feng Mohan, saying angrily, "Is this how you teach your child? You don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. You have raised a good child astray. You are the one who is crooked." Before Feng Mohan could say anything, Nuanu spoke first, and her little mouth hit back without any courtesy. "You don't love the young either, so why should I respect the elderly? Master said that relationships between people are mutual. If you are good to me, I will be good to you, just like her and her father. This bad grandfather beat my dad. It was good enough that my dad didn't hit him back. He also cursed at everyone he met. It's so annoying." The little girl's words left Old Man Feng speechless. He choked and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Seeing this, Mother Feng tried to smooth things over and said, "Come, Nuanu, come to Grandma." Seeing her, Nuanu immediately restrained her claws and became a soft little girl again. This scene made Old Master Feng mutter to himself. The little girl can even change her face. Feng Mohan put the person down, ran to the bedside, took Mother Feng's hand and said, "Grandma, are you feeling better today?" Mother Feng looked at her with tenderness, because she was very happy that she had just protected her son, and her son finally had a sweet person by his side. Her eyes also warmed up a lot when she looked at Nuanu, and her smile deepened when she saw the little girl worried about her. "Well, Grandma is fine. She's much better." "That's good, Grandma, you must eat well. Only by eating well can you get better faster." As she spoke, she pulled out a heart-shaped object from her pocket. Feng Mohan glanced at it and realized that it was the same thing hanging on his waist, both of which were made by the little girl that day. Nuanu handed the item to Feng's mother and said, "Grandma, this is the amulet I made. It can bless you with good health. Wearing it will be good for your health." Old Master Feng at the side also looked over. Looking at this thing, his brows knitted again, staring at Feng Mohan with disapproval. "You are still teaching children this kind of thing?" He now has some doubts about what this child will grow up to be like if he stays with him. Now he looks different from normal children. Feng Mohan ignored him, and Nuanu didn't care either. Without even turning her head, she handed the amulet to Feng's mother and said, "Grandma, this is very effective." "Yes, Grandma will wear it. Thank you, Nuanu." As she said that, she saw that the red rope was quite long, so she really put it around her neck. In her heart, she didn't believe it, but the child was so kind-hearted, and she didn't want to disappoint him. Seeing her like this, Nuanu suddenly laughed happily. Feng Mohan's expression also looked better. "I'm talking to you." Seeing that they didn't say anything, Mr. Feng's face darkened and he said. The smile that Feng Mohan had just put on his face disappeared in an instant, and he said calmly, "This bed is too small, I'll change your room." This. Mother Feng was a little hesitant. "What do you mean by this, little brat?" Old Master Feng exploded and glared at him. Seeing him like this, Feng's mother's heart sank slowly. Looking at her son who ignored her, she felt sad. He had become accustomed to it. At that moment, she nodded, "Okay." She has been on her husband's side for many years, and this time, she wants to choose her son. Seeing that she agreed, Feng Mohan's expression relaxed a little and he helped her walk out. Nuanu immediately took out a bag from her pocket and began to pack Feng's mother's things. It was obvious that they came prepared. Old Master Feng became even more angry when he saw this scene. He stroked his chest and angrily slapped the bed. "Rebellious son. Rebellious son. Who are you talking about?" Nuanu turned her head and stared over with a serious look. Seeing that Feng Mohan had already helped Mother Feng out and could no longer hear their conversation, she walked to his bedside, snorted, and said, "Do you think that because you are his father's father, he has to be filial to you? Why?" Mr. Feng was stunned for a moment, then said, "It is only natural for a son to be filial to his father." "Oh." Nuanu said meaningfully, dragging out the tone, tilting her head to look at him, imitating his tone and asking back, "Then isn't it natural for me to take care of my son?" Hearing that she was mocking him for not raising a child, Mr. Feng was a little annoyed and said, "I did that for his own good. He is doomed to fail." So? Nuanu looked at him calmly. Is Tianxia Guxing no longer your child? This was one thing she couldn't understand. What happened to the star of misfortune? Why did he avoid his father so much? If you didn't raise him when he was young, and yet you expect him to be filial to you when he grows up, that doesn't make sense. If you really don't want a dad, I can help you sever your ties so that you won't have any cousin effect anymore. Nuanu said each word with a focused look, and she didn't look like she was joking. Old Master Feng just thought it was ridiculous. The relationship between father and son was destined by heaven, so how could it be severed? But looking at the little girl like this, he was suddenly speechless. An inexplicable intuition told him that she was not joking. But how is this possible? Outside the door, Feng Mohan called her, and Nuanu turned around and said, I'm coming. He turned around and looked at Mr. Feng and said, if you need anything, feel free to contact me. Here is my contact information. As she spoke, she handed over a card in a very formal manner. On it were two large, crooked words glutinous written in a soft voice, and below it was a number. Grandpa Feng recognized at a glance that it was his son's cell phone number. In addition, the word project was written on it with a colored pen. He looked at it carefully and saw the content clearly, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. All it said was, projects, fortune-telling, feng shui, ghost hunting, and face reading. The handwriting was large and not skillful, and it looked like someone had just learned how to write. It's really funny that he started to cheat people just after learning to write. Looking at this extremely childish business card, Mr. Feng felt like an idiot. Why did he feel for a moment that what the little girl said was true? I was so angry that I was confused. Remember to contact me. After giving the instructions, Nuanu ran away with her things. Chapter 37. You can live to 102 years old. Where have you been? Feng Mohan glanced at the little girl, motioned her to follow, and asked casually. Develop customers. Nuanu remembered what her master had said before and used it as well. These 4 words immediately made Feng's mother laugh. How could this little girl be so funny? How old was she, yet she was already developing clients? Looking at her quirky appearance, she couldn't help but teasing, she's so amazing. Our Nuanu can do business now. Nuanu nodded, yes, when I earn enough money, I will buy candy for Dad and Grandma. Mother Feng couldn't help laughing. She just thought the child was joking and didn't discourage her enthusiasm. She smiled and nodded, okay, Grandma will wait. Nuanu is really filial. She thinks so too. Nuanu shook her little head happily, and the little tuft of hair on her head also shook, looking a little contented. Glancing in the direction of the ward, Feng Mohan lowered his eyes and looked at the little girl, as if thinking about something. He didn't think she was joking. Is the little girl treating the old man as a client? What's the point of earning his money? He has a bad temper and is difficult to serve. He glanced at her without saying a word, took the bag from her hand, and helped Mother Feng to the ward. This was prepared just now. After putting her down, Feng Mohan took Feng Machan out, while Nuanu stayed in the room to accompany Feng's mother. I poured her a glass of water and carefully placed it on the bedside table on tiptoe. When Mother Feng came to her senses, she saw the scene and quickly pulled her to sit on a chair. Don't worry about it. Just talk to Grandma. Okay. Nuanu sat obediently on the chair. Seeing that she was looking out all the time, looking uneasy, he suddenly asked, does Grandma know that she is sick? Unexpectedly, the little girl was so sensitive. Mother Gu was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly, yes, I know. Her second son was not a liar. She guessed it from the look in his eyes yesterday. And when she saw her youngest son coming today, she was even more certain of her guess. I don't know how many years I have left to live. She sighed and said sadly. Nuanu blinked, held her cheek and said, I know. As she spoke, her eyes fell on Feng's mother's face. Grandma can live to be 102 years old, she is very long-lived. Mother Feng was slightly startled, thinking she was comforting her, and touched her head with a smile, then I'll lend you my good words. Grandma doesn't believe it? Nuanu noticed this sensitively. Let her. It doesn't look like it. Nuanu was not annoyed. After all, she had said it, and it was their own business whether they believed it or not. It didn't matter. She changed the subject and said, Dad is worried about Grandma. Although he didn't show it, she just knew it. Yeah. When this was mentioned, Mother Feng smiled warmly, I know your father is a good boy. Nuanu will like to hear this, she spoke much nicer than that bad old man. Nuanu was in a good mood, and she liked her, so she was willing to talk to her a few more words. Actually, being born alone is nothing. In ancient times, this meant the fate of either an emperor or a god of war. Ordinary people are not worthy of this fate. You may not be able to pick one out of a million miles away. She spoke in a light tone, with a hint of pride in her words. Mother Fong was stunned for a moment and looked at her carefully. Many people knew that Fong Mohan was doomed to be unlucky. Everyone who heard about it would look disgusted and terrified, fearing that they would be tainted with the slightest bit of bad luck. So far, for more than 20 years, only this little girl was willing to not mind. He also looked very respectful. She looked at her carefully for the first time and finally understood why her usually indifferent son was willing to adopt this little girl. In addition to her being well-behaved, sensible and considerate, another thing is that she truly accepts him. Don't distance yourself from him or hate him just because of his unlucky fate, but treat him sincerely and protect him. Thinking of this, she showed a genuine smile on her face, took Nuanuo's hand, and said softly, "Nuanuo, thank you so much." Nuanuo blinked, a little confused. Why should she be thanked? She was telling the truth. Mother Fong didn't explain anything. She looked out the door and said with a smile, "You're back." "Yeah." Fong Mohan walked in, put the fruit basket on the table beside him, and asked casually, "Would you like some apples?" Mother Fong shook her head. "I can't eat it." "You can peel one for Nuanuo." Fong Mohan didn't refuse. Sitting aside with a knife in hand, he had great knife skills and could peel the fruit without breaking a sweat. Nuanuo looked at her in amazement and could not help but run over and lie beside his legs, watching curiously. After glancing at her, Fong Mohan raised the knife a little higher. Mother Fong sat at the head of the bed and watched this scene, feeling truly relieved. After cutting one, Fong Mohan neatly divided the apple into 2 halves and handed them to Nuanuo. "1 half is for your grandma. This apple is very big. One person cannot finish it all. It is just right to share it." "Yes." Nuanuo ran to the bed and handed it to Feng's mother without saying a word. Then she ran to Fong Mohan, broke the half in her hand into 2 halves with her little hand, and handed it to Fong Mohan. Raising his eyebrows, Fong Mohan did not refuse. He raised his hand to take it, then picked her up and put her on his lap. He helped her sit up, looked at Mother Fong on the bed, and said, "It's a minor illness, it can be cured. I've sent someone to find Dr. Ren. It's not a big problem, don't worry too much." He knew that she must have known it too, otherwise when he said he wanted to take her to another room, she wouldn't have followed him without asking anything. In this case, there is no need to be so cautious, as that will only add to her psychological pressure. Sure enough, after hearing this, Feng's mother felt relieved a little. The younger son never does anything without confidence and never tells a lie. She believed him. She nodded with a smile, and glanced at the little girl sitting in his arms, chewing an apple. Thinking of what happened just now, she couldn't help but said, "Nuanuo said I can live to 102 years old. Really?" Fong Mohan looked down at Nuanuo in surprise. Nuanuo nodded and admitted, "What I said is true." Face reading is a basic skill, and she had learned it a long time ago. Mother Fong originally wanted to tell her son this as a joke, but she saw that he looked thoughtful, as if he believed it. She was a little curious for a moment. "Did you really believe it?" "I was just joking." Fong Mohan pinched Nuanuo's hand and thought it was a little thin. He thought about asking Aunt Lee to make more delicious food for her when he got home. Hearing this, he said casually, "Believe it. Nuanuo doesn't lie." Yes, I don't lie." Nuanuo also nodded seriously in his arms. The two, big and small, were so serious that Feng's mother began to believe it a little. Could she really live to be 102? She would only be a little over halfway through her life. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt some hope. It must be her youngest son who helped her find the miraculous Dr. Ren, that's why she was able to live so long. That's definitely right. Chapter 38 Buying Jade. With Nuanuo, her caring little girl, and her little son by her side, Feng's mother felt much better. She didn't know if it was because of this, but her physical examination report looked better than the previous 2 days. When Feng Machin discovered this, he was a little surprised. As a doctor, he naturally knows that a good mood is really beneficial to the condition. Although it cannot be used as a medicine, it still has some effect. But what puzzled him was, with his third brother's cruel temper and his sharp tongue that could make people angry to death if he spoke, how the hell could he be in such a good mood? With this question in mind, he went to the ward. When we arrived, Nuanu was holding Feng's mother's hand and analyzing her palm with her. The little girl spoke very logically and the little fat on her face made her look serious, but what she said made people laugh. Something like she might slip when she goes downstairs tomorrow, so she should be careful. It's not winter now and it's not raining. The hospital has anti-slip designs everywhere. Mrs. Feng doesn't go out and stays in this ward every day. How could she slip? He shook his head and didn't take her words seriously. He just thought that the little girl was teasing Feng's mother. No matter what, it was well-intentioned. Thinking about it, he walked in and found that his third brother was also there, peeling an apple with a fruit knife in his hand. He was sitting in the corner in the blind spot, and he didn't notice him when he was standing at the door. He couldn't help but look at his movements a few more times, until Feng Mohan opened his eyelids and glanced at him lightly, then he reacted. Mo Chen is here. Mother Feng saw him and greeted him with a smile. She pinched his tender little hand and said, "Call me second uncle." Nuanu also turned her head and looked over, but didn't call anyone. Mother Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, she was somewhat happy because she knew that the girl didn't want to call for help because her two sons were not good enough to the youngest son. Seeing her defending her youngest son so much, she was so happy that she couldn't contain herself and would never scold her for this. Obviously, Feng Mochen was also aware of this and did not force it. He just nodded to her, then looked at Mother Feng and said softly, "I came to see you. How are you feeling today?" "I'm fine." As the mother and son were talking, Nuanu made room for them and ran to Feng Mohan. She nimbly climbed onto his legs, found a comfortable sitting position, and took his hand to hold her so that she wouldn't fall. After finishing, she looked up and smiled at him. The movements were smooth and seamless, and it was obvious that this was not the first time. Feng Mohan lowered his eyes and glanced at her, then continued to peel his apple. His slender and beautiful fingers twirled the knife in his hand skillfully, and he soon finished peeling the apple. He gave the peel to the little girl to play with, cut off another small piece, and handed it to her mouth. Nuanu was playing with the fruit peel with both hands. She couldn't eat it herself, so she just ate it with his hands. Feng Mohan didn't mind the trouble and just put his hand next to her mouth to feed her. Although Feng Mochen was talking to his mother, he was always paying attention to this side out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that Feng Mohan was actually willing to serve a little girl, his heart was immediately stirred and he looked at this scene in surprise. He was so shocked that he didn't say anything for a moment. Mother Feng followed his gaze and laughed, "With Nuanu here, Mo Han is different." Feng Mochen looked at the scene thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. It was indeed like that. He could hardly recognize his younger brother. "Is the medical examination report out?" Feng Mohan suddenly spoke in a cold voice, his eyes sweeping over him without a trace of emotion, as if he had seen a stranger. Feng Mochen. I recognized him, it was definitely his brother. Taking a deep breath, he handed him the report, "It's out." Feng Mohan took it and took a look. It was only 2 days, so the difference was negligible. The only good news was that the condition did not get worse. Sensing his emotional fluctuations, Nuanu stopped playing with the fruit peels, took a look and understood what he was thinking, patted his hands and said, "Dad, we'll find Dr. Rin soon." She figured it out, it will be in these few days. Yeah. Feng Mohan nodded. He had been looking for him these past 2 days. Every time, it was the same as what Nuanu said. Every time he got news about Dr. Ren's whereabouts, after his people went there, they got the news that he had left. Always one step short. Thinking of this, Feng Mohan breathed a sigh of relief, not knowing when this opportunity would come. Seeing that he was frowning, Nuanu took off the copper coin from her neck and wanted to figure out who her father's benefactor was. If she could find that person, she could help him find the miracle Dr. Rin sooner. But after calculating for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. Nuanu couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why couldn't she figure it out? Could it be that her skills had declined? She didn't believe it and counted it a few more times. Seeing the little girl frowning, Feng Mohan suddenly took away her coins. Nuanu looked up at him in confusion. "Don't worry about it," Feng Mohan said. Judging from the last time she vomited blood, it would probably be detrimental to her to tell fortunes too much. Anyway, the person would be found soon, so she didn't need to worry about it anymore. "You should count less in the future." His tone was serious, but his hands were gentle. He strung the copper coins on the red string and hung it around her neck. She blinked, understood what he meant, nodded happily, and explained, "It's okay, they are all small things, and the impact is not big." Fong Mohan didn't say anything, but pinched her slightly fleshy earlobe. "Is a blessed one. Then just save it up, there's no need to spend it all the time." Mother Fong and the others didn't understand what they were talking about. After a while, Mother Fong said, "Mohan, take Nuanu out to play for a while. It's boring to stay in the ward." Fong Mohan nodded, said nothing, and walked out holding Nuanuo's hand. When he got outside, he looked down at the little girl and asked, "Where do you want to go?" Nuanu thought about it and remembered something. "Let's go buy jade for Dad. Grandma's illness is easy to cure, but the evil spirit in Dad is not." She had explained to him the benefits of wearing jade at the last auction. After a moment of silence, Fong Mohan finally nodded. "Forget it, the little girl means well. If it really helps, I can spend more time with her. It doesn't matter if it's useless, I've already prepared for it." There was a street in Jing City where all the jade was sold, so Fong Mohan took her there. After visiting several stores, Nuanu shook her head and whispered in Fong Mohan's ear, "Dad, the jade here is not good." She didn't understand jade, but she could see the spiritual energy on it. The spiritual energy on this jade was not enough, but there were some that were almost there. But it was okay for ordinary people, but it was of no use for her father to wear it. She also knew that she couldn't affect other people's business, so she spoke in a low voice, but the people around her still heard it. The man snorted, "Our Gong Yufang is a century-old brand, the quality of our jade is first-rate. Little girl, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand." Judging from what he said, he seems to be the owner of this store. Even if he is not the owner, he must be the second in command. Fong Mohan glanced at him and said calmly, "The best is just the ice type. It's just this good for a century-old brand." His voice was light and there was disdain in the corners of his eyes. The man was surprisingly not angry, and looked at him for a second longer. "So you are an expert. I have a batch of rough stones that I just received. Is this gentleman interested in taking a look?" Chapter 39, Gambling on Stones. Hearing this, Fong Mohan ignored it and lowered his head to ask Nuanu, "No one you like?" Nuanu nodded. After a moment's silence, Fong Mohan raised his eyes and said to the man, "Let's go. This shop is really quite good, the quality of the jade is genuine, there is no adulteration, but the girl's requirements are too high, and there is nothing that meets her requirements." Of course, Fong Mohan naturally wouldn't think that she had done anything wrong, he just thought that it was the fault of this store. Seeing that he was interested, the man led the way and introduced himself. He said his name was Li Sainer, and he was the second owner of the Gong Yufang shop mentioned earlier, so he was a little angry when he heard them say that their jade was not good. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a beer belly, chubby and with an honest and simple look. Only the occasional shrewdness in his eyes showed that his true self was not what they saw. Nuanu stared at him for a while, then quietly pulled Fong Mohan's sleeve and whispered, "Dad, be careful of this man. The light on him was very dim, which gave her a bad feeling and he didn't look like a good person." Fong Mohan nodded, squeezed her hand soothingly, and didn't care. He was not afraid of what he might do to him, he just treated him as a fat sheep to be slaughtered and wanted to trick him. That depends on whether he has the ability to do so. The corner of his eye passed over him, and a dark light flashed in Fong Mohan's eyes. For some reason, even though the sun was shining brightly, Li Sainer, who was walking in front, suddenly felt a chill and shivered. He touched his forehead in confusion, wondering if it was an illusion. Not paying much attention, he glanced at the person behind him and couldn't help laughing. It's obvious that this person is rich. He might make a lot of money today. Even if you can tell what the jade in their store is and what it is used for, that's easy to recognize. But being able to recognize it even when it's wrapped in weathered leather requires real skill. People who know a little are the easiest to deceive because they are all very self-righteous. Thinking of this, he smiled even more happily, and while talking, he brought them to the place. He wasn't lying just now, they did import a batch of raw stones. "Sir, this is it. Take a look. If you like anything, just tell me. The price is very cheap for you." Fong Mohan glanced at the stones around him and asked nonchalantly, "Gambling on stones?" "That's right. What's the point of having jade that's already been made and displayed in the store? The most interesting thing is the jade that you personally selected and developed yourself. What do you think?" he said with a smile. It's easy to say, the jade in the store is real and can be seen, but this is not necessarily the case. There are many people who spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars to take a piece of stone home. Fong Mohan did not comment. Dad, what is gambling on stones? Nuanu put her arms around his neck and asked curiously. See these stones? He said, pointing to the piles of stones around him. Some of them have jade in them, and some don't. It depends on whether you can choose the right one. You have to pay first before you can cut it. No one knows what's going on inside. The saying one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, one cut makes you cut into linen cloth is all about gambling on stones. Nuanu thought about his words carefully, and suddenly heard someone crying while holding a stone next to him, so she asked, what happened to him? Lysander knew without even looking that he had lost the bet. He said regretfully, it seems that this person is not very lucky. Nuanu watched for a while. Some people were holding stones and laughing excitedly, but more people were crying like the one just now. Yes, if they could win the bet, then Lysander wouldn't have brought them here. After looking at him, Nuanu suddenly smiled and said, Dad, I want to play this. Fong Mohan glanced at her, raised his eyebrows, and whispered in his ear, don't be afraid, I have a way. She had just observed that the happier people laughed, the more spiritual energy the stones in their hands had. Those who cried while hugging stones had no spiritual energy or extremely thin spiritual energy. She seemed to have found the way. Although she doesn't know how to gamble on stones, she can judge by looking at the concentration of spiritual energy. It's absolutely no difficulty. Fong Mohan didn't know that she could see it, but seeing that the little girl was so confident, he nodded. It doesn't matter if she loses money, as long as she is happy. Seeing this, Lysander smiled even more happily. The fat sheep took the bait. Would you two like to go to my stall first? Fong Mohan raised his chin slightly, lead the way. Seeing this, Lysander didn't mind his cold attitude. He didn't care whether he liked to laugh or not. As long as the money went into his pocket and he liked to laugh, that was enough. I took them to a stall that had the most stones, and it looked like it did have some heritage. Fong Mohan put Nuanu down and said, go and choose. Seeing him like this, Lysander even gave him a symbolic persuasion, sir, why don't you come by yourself? Let a child come, then it's just fun. No, she's luckier than me. The corner of Lysander's mouth twitched. For something like this, does it depend on luck? However, this time he felt that he could make more money. Fortunately, this man had a smart face, but he didn't expect that he was actually a fool. Thinking this in his mind, he moved a chair over for him with great hospitality and enthusiasm. Fong Mohan sat down and drank his tea nonchalantly, not seeming to worry at all that Nuanu would make him lose money. As soon as Nuanu landed, she walked towards the stones. She squatted on the ground, put her hands on the stones, touching or patting them, just like picking watermelons. Seeing this scene, Lysander already started thinking about where to eat tonight. People passing by looked at the little girl's gesture and shook their heads. Nonsense. Without paying attention to them, Nuanu quickly picked out a bunch of stones of all shapes and sizes. Finally, she pointed to the largest stone on the ground and said, and this one. Lysander glanced at it and felt disdainful. The skin is loose and the sand grains are rough. It's obvious that this material is not good. He said it was unreliable. Okay? Fong Mohan asked. Nuanu nodded. There was no need for a waiter. Lysander came over with a calculator and started to calculate the bill. The corners of his mouth were getting wider and wider. Sir, the total is 9.67 million. Do you want to pay by card or? He asked tentatively. Fong Mohan didn't even look at it. He took out a card and threw it to him, then lowered his head and wiped Nuanu's hands with a wet towel. It's actually a black gold card. Lysander's hands trembled and he almost dropped the item. He looked at him in shock and didn't dare to do anything else. Anyone who can afford this card is definitely not an ordinary person. After quickly swiping the card, he returned it respectfully and asked, Sir, do you want us to cut it for you? No need. Fong Mohan shook his head. Seeing Nuanu staring at other stalls, eager to try, he said, put it aside for now, and cut it together later. Okay. Lysander responded respectfully, and then he saw the girl went to other stalls and used the same method as before. However, that girl also paid the money neatly without saying a word. Wow, you are really rich. But no matter how rich you are, you can't help spending like this. See how much he lost today. Chapter 40 Little Fat Sheep. Before long, Nuanu became famous. There's no way, it's just too conspicuous. The little girl was pretty, but she didn't seem very smart. She was picking stones at the stall like she was picking watermelons. After she finished picking, her father paid for them without saying a word. The father and daughter looked like prodigals. A kind person nearby reminded, "You still have to be cautious when gambling on stones." Fong Mohan glanced at him, said him casually, and then asked Nuanu, "Is there anything else you like?" Nuanu pointed at a round piece and said, "This one looks good." Fong Mohan didn't even glance at it and said directly, "Then it counts," swiped the card. Passerby. Seeing him like this, the bystanders shook their heads and stopped trying to persuade him. They only thought to themselves that he might not be able to remain so calm in the future, and they wondered how much money he would have to pay. They think so, but the store owner doesn't. Everyone knew that a fat sheep with a lot of money had come here, so they urged the shop assistants to deliver all the stones quickly, trying to get her to pick more from their own shop so that they could make a fortune. Nuanu had no idea that she had been labeled a stupid fat sheep in the eyes of everyone. Carefully feeling the spiritual energy on the stone, she took a few steps and suddenly retreated. The stall owner was also a little surprised. Everyone knew that this little girl was a naive person. No, she was a big customer. He quickly greeted her, "Whichever one you like, pick it up." Nuanu nodded, pointed to a football-sized rock in the corner and said, "I want this." The stall owner took a look at it and moved it out conveniently, laughing in his heart. This stone was put together by the boss when he purchased the goods, to make up the weight. He didn't expect that the little girl would actually like it. "Do you want this 500,000? Nuanu stared at it and nodded. Seeing that she seemed to value this piece particularly, Fong Mohan took another look at it. He also knew a little about gambling on stones. He knew at a glance that the chance of this piece turning out to be green was low in the eyes of professionals, but seeing the little girl's reaction, he felt that it was not necessarily true. Fong Mohan paid the money. Before, they would have someone load the goods directly into the car after paying. But this time, Nuanu asked the store to put the goods in a cloth bag and let Fong Mohan carry it. Seeing her like this, Fong Mohan felt even more strange. However, as soon as he took the stone, he suddenly understood. His fingertips paused, his expression moved slightly, he glanced at the little girl, his face showed no fluctuation, but his heart was not as calm as he appeared. This stone. How to say it, although he couldn't see what was inside, when he held it, he suddenly felt refreshed, as if all the dust on his body had been washed away. It was just like when he first put on the talisman that the little girl gave him, but this feeling was several times stronger than that one. His eyes narrowed slightly and he and Nuanu looked at each other. Nuanu winked at him, held his hand, and gently scratched his palm with her fingers. Everything is implied. Fong Mohan held her hand and said expressionlessly, "See if there's anything else you like. Come and have a look around." The words and tone sounded just like someone shopping for clothes. Seeing him spend another 500,000 in the blink of an eye, the other stall owners immediately became more enthusiastic. "Normally we eat here for half a year after opening, but this time we can eat here for several years. Dry. This little ancestor must be served well." Faced with the enthusiasm of the stall owners, Nuanu didn't care and picked her watermelons calmly. It took a full 4 hours to finally finish the tour. Nuanu let out a long sigh, "That's all." Hearing her words, everyone looked back and saw her dozen or so full carts, and their mouths twitched. So many, and that's all? She must have spent several hundred million this morning. My goodness, where did this rich man come from? Lisaner ran over attentively, his eyes sparkling, and asked while bending over, "Do I need it cut open for you?" Fong Mohan shook his head, "No need." Looking at the piece in his hand, I guessed that the girl definitely didn't pick it randomly. If she opened it on the spot, it would probably cause an uproar. It just so happened that Fong had a jade shop under his control, and they also had the machines, so he could just open the shop. At this time, a group of men in black came over, with murderous auras all over their bodies. They looked like they were not easy to mess with. Everyone stepped back, and then they saw those people walk up to the fat sheep, bowed their heads and said respectfully in unison, "Boss Fong." Fong Mohan looked calm and waved his hand, "Move these back." Yes. Those people were well trained and quickly moved all the stones onto the truck. There were so many people coming in and out that everyone looked at them sideways. It looked like they were here to purchase goods. Ignoring their gazes, Fong Mohan washed Nuanu's hands with her, then bent down and picked her up. The father and daughter came and went like the wind, not caring at all about how many people they provided after dinner gossip for. They were all saying that they met a very rich person today, but unfortunately he was not smart enough and chose a bunch of broken stones to take back. Mr. Fong also found out about this matter very quickly. He looked at the message sent by his old friend, which came with a photo attached. At first he didn't know what was going on, but later he found out the whole story. His face suddenly turned ugly, and he came over and threw the phone in front of him. "You did a good thing." Phone Mohan didn't even glance at her, just picking up some food for the little girl. When he saw her turn her head and glare at the old man, he stretched out his hand and slapped her little face. "Eat." "What's so good about old men?" Nuanu said turned her head and ate obediently, but she kept her eyes on Mr. Feng's movements, to prevent him from hitting anyone. Seeing that he looked so nonchalant, Mr. Feng became even more furious. "What's wrong?" Seeing that he looked bad, Feng's mother, who had just finished the examination, immediately came over and asked. Old Master Feng pointed at Feng Mohan, furious. "Ask him. This prodigal son won't be happy until the company goes bankrupt." Before, he said that the third brother was squandering money, but at least he was still working on projects, which was a serious matter. "But he spent hundreds of millions to buy me a bunch of broken stones. It was even on the news. Now everyone knows that there is a prodigal son in my Feng family." Hearing this, Feng's mother subconsciously looked towards Feng Mohan and saw that he had a stern expression and was eating his meal slowly, as if he hadn't heard anything. Looking at the furious Mr. Feng again, his head hurt even more. "Here we go again. It seems like these father and son are natural enemies." She pinched her brows and tried to mediate, but the two remained indifferent, which made her feel tired. "How do you know it's a broken stone?" Feng Mohan suddenly said. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't show any big fluctuation because of his angry shout. Old Master Feng was not so calm. "If it's not a broken stone, what else could it be? Could there be jade inside? You prodigal son, how could my Feng family produce something like you? It's really shameful." Nuanu endured for a long time, but couldn't bear it anymore, so she looked up and asked him, "Why can't the jade be opened?" The father and daughter said the same thing, which made Mr. Feng's forehead twitch. Thinking of the news saying that those stones were chosen by this little girl, the father and daughter looked like fools, and he couldn't help but say angrily, "You too, the upper beam is crooked and the lower beam is crooked." After he finished speaking, Feng Mohan suddenly looked over, his aura suddenly dropped, his black eyes were as deep as a cold pond, and he said in a deep voice, "What did you say?" Chapter 41, Green. A chill suddenly came over him, and Mr. Feng's body froze in place. Seeing that something was not right, Mother Feng quickly pulled him aside and comforted him. "It's okay, it's just spending some money, it's not yours, it's all earned by Mohan himself, he can spend it however he wants." Seeing her, the coldness in Feng Mohan's body dissipated a little. He glanced coldly at Old Man Feng, picked up Nuanu, and was about to leave. But Nuanu suddenly said, "What I bought was not a broken stone, and my father is not a spendthrift. There is something inside the stone." She looked at Mr. Feng intently, very persistently. Seeing her like this, Feng Mohan lowered his eyes slightly, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. She was defending him. Mother Feng's eyes were also a little red. She didn't know what was going on, but she could see that her son in the photo was very happy, at least happier than he is now. She took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, "Don't we have a machine at home? Just cut it open and take a look." She didn't think Nuanu could pick out any good jade, but with so many, there would always be one, which at least proved that her son was not fooling around. Understanding what she meant, Mr. Feng's expression became even uglier. A loving mother often spoils her son. If you spoil him like this, sooner or later you will ruin the Feng family. Mother Feng smiled bitterly. "I actually hope that I really spoil him." If she had been spoiled a little more, she would have insisted on keeping him instead of obeying when he was just born. As a result, mother and son have been separated for so many years and ended up in this situation now. Hearing her words, Feng Mohan's eyebrows moved slightly, and he said, "Then let's go and cut it open and see." After saying that, he didn't even wait for them and walked away. Old Man Feng thought it was embarrassing and refused to go, but Mother Feng was very tough today and insisted that he go. Finally, he followed with a cold face. As soon as they arrived at the Feng family's jade shop, they found Feng Donghai standing at the door. When he saw them get off the car, he hurried over to greet them and said with a smile, "I heard that my third nephew brought back a batch of rough materials today. Mohan has always had a good eye, and the ones he brought back must be green. Let your second uncle have a look, too. Do you mind?" Smiling but with a dagger in his heart, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Nuanu saw through it at the first sight and couldn't help but glare at him, wondering what kind of talisman she should put on him this time, as the unlucky talisman from last time was no longer effective. She heard it, so how could Mr. Feng not hear it? He looked at Phong Mohan unhappily. If it weren't for this useless person who gave people a chance to talk about him, he wouldn't have become a laughingstock. Phong Mohan glanced at Phong Donghai with a half smile. The project hasn't been resolved yet, but second uncle is concerned about me first. When Phong Donghai heard about the project, his face froze, and then he gritted his teeth and said, I just wanted to gain some experience first. Third nephew, you are here to open stones, right? Don't worry, I have prepared everything, let's go. As he spoke, he took the initiative to open the door and invited him in. It's really hard to make fun of him. Phong Mohan didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked forward. Nuanu lay on his shoulder. She hadn't said anything until now. When she was about to go in, she suddenly smiled sweetly and said to Phong Donghai, thank you. Phong Donghai was startled. He looked down, then realized what she was thanking him for, and his face immediately fell. At this time, he bent over to open the door, just like a hotel doorman. His face darkened and he clenched his back teeth, thinking that he would be able to laugh at them soon, so he barely suppressed his anger. Humph, let us see if they can still be crazy in a while. After Phong Mohan walked in, he found that all the raw materials he bought today had been moved out. In addition, there were several cameras set up in the hall. The intention is self-evident. Phong Donghai walked up to him with a smile and said, who knows, we might find a good piece of material today. Second uncle thought that no one has seen it, so he asked the media to come here to promote our Phong family. I hope third nephew doesn't mind. Mind? Phong Mohan didn't play by the rules at all, nor did he speak nicely to him just because there were outsiders around. He glanced at him lightly and said, stay away from me. Your mouth stinks. It's making me stink. That's right. Nuanu cooperated by pinching her nose, fanning it with her little hands, frowning and looking at him with a look of disgust, which made the people around him couldn't help but look at him, wondering if he really had a foul mouth. Phong Donghai's face froze, and he could hardly hold it in any longer. This stinky girl. She's as annoying as Phong Mohan. There was a gloom in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth, determined to teach them a lesson when he got the chance. Second brother, step back. Old Master Phong also spoke, looking worried. Although he didn't like his younger son's wasteful behavior, he wondered what the second son meant by calling so many media outlets, all of which were third-rate media outlets that loved to find gimmicks to attract traffic. How many good things could come of them writing about it? It is said that family disgrace should not be made public, but he was still eager to spread it out. This made Mr. Phong dissatisfied with his younger brother. Seeing that his elder brother had spoken, Phong Donghai didn't dare to say anything else and stood back angrily. Anyway, the groundwork has been almost laid today. When Phong Mohan digs out a pile of waste rocks, he will become the biggest joke in Beijing. Let's see how he can still gain a foothold in the Phong family. Thinking of that scene, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Today, he will be ruined. Nuanu kept staring at him and saw through his thoughts at a glance. She snorted, what a bad guy. Hearing the voice, Phong Mohan patted her on the back soothingly and said calmly, why bother with an idiot? Nuanu thought about it and agreed. If she argued with a fool, wouldn't it make her look stupid too? She doesn't want to. Dad, let's go cut stones. She said impatiently. She had wanted to see it for a long time. It sounded magical. The stone cutting tools were already laid out, but they were a little high, so she definitely couldn't see them standing on the ground. So he simply didn't put her down, but just held her and asked, which piece should we cut first? Nuanu looked around and quickly picked one out. She pointed to the largest piece and said, this one. Phong Donghai made quite a fuss. In addition to the store clerks and the media, he also specially invited some people in the industry to come over. He was determined to kill Phong Mohan in one fell swoop, leaving no room for maneuver. When the experts saw the piece she pointed to, they all shook their heads. The piece only looked big, but when cut actually it was just a stone and there was no jade in it. The little girl is still a child after all, she doesn't understand anything. She thinks that the bigger her body is, the greater her chances are. How naive. With a sigh, they secretly thought that the Phong family was really going to lose face today. Nuanu didn't care what they were thinking. Seeing the master drawing a line on the stone and planning to cut it in the middle, she hurriedly stopped him and asked Phong Mohan to hold her closer. Then she pointed her little hand at the side and said, Grandpa, can you cut it from here? She was pointing to the original location where she could feel the spiritual energy. The middle is where the spiritual energy is most abundant. If you cut it from there, the spiritual energy will be dispersed. The old master looked at her in surprise, and seeing that the little girl had clear eyes and looked like a cute little girl, it was really hard to refuse, so he nodded and cut from the position she said. I didn't feel it was necessary and just thought of it as a way to entertain the child. He redrew the line, held the machine steadily and cut. The people nearby also looked over and were laughing at the little girl's blind instructions at first. Just as they were about to talk to the person next to them, they suddenly saw something and their eyes widened. After a long while, he exclaimed in disbelief, "It's green." Chapter 42, Fu Lu Shou Jade. I saw a layer of emerald green at the location of the knife edge, covering a large area. Everyone exclaimed, "It really exists." The experts also went to take a look and were somewhat surprised, but still not optimistic. It's probably just this layer. There is a saying that goes, "I'm not afraid of a line, I'm only afraid of a large area." This is what it means. Because there is often such a large area at the skylight location, but it is just a thin layer and is not valuable at all. The surface doesn't look like it can produce green, maybe it will look like this if you cut the whole piece. Ignoring them, Feng Mohan pinched the soft little face and asked casually, "Where should we start next?" "Here." Nuanu pointed to a location without hesitation. Tsk Feng Mohan raised his chin and signaled the master to do as he was told. The boss is here, so the old master will definitely not say much. I just feel that he really spoils this little girl. Changed position and continued cutting the second time. This time, it turned out green again. And it's a big piece. Now, even those experts became interested. If it wasn't just this piece, then it might be a whole piece of jade. Those are really two extremes. Either you become poor suddenly or you become rich suddenly. This is where gambling on stones gets exciting. Grandpa, cut here next time. Just when they were struggling, Nuanu had already found the position and spoke while gesturing with her little hands. Because what she pointed out just now was all correct, the old master was a little shocked, and couldn't help but wonder if this little girl also knew what she was doing, so he subconsciously followed her instructions and cut it. Still green. Mr. Feng couldn't help but look over. Now a lot of areas have been cut, and a large area of green has appeared in front of everyone. If this whole area is... Gulp. Some people couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Wow, how big must it be? Someone who was an expert couldn't help but take a flashlight and shine it inside. After a long while, he said with certainty, "This bet is a win." As he said that, he turned around and asked Feng Mohan, "Boss Feng, how much did you pay for this?" "I'm willing to pay 3 times the price." Such a big piece, even if it is not of excellent quality, its size alone is not bad. Someone recognized him. It was old Lu from Baiyuzwang. He had a very good eye. Since he said so, then this piece of jade really is jade? It's such a big piece of jade. Oh my god, what kind of luck is this? Feng Mohan thought for a moment and said, "This piece is only about 200,000 yuan. After all, the store owner is not optimistic about it, he is just trying to fool outsiders, so the selling price is not high. If it were tripled, it would only be about 600,000 or 700,000. Someone was unhappy at the moment. "Old Lu, you are not fair. You only offer 3 times the price for such a big piece." "Mr. Feng, I will offer 10 times the price. Please sell it to me." "How much can be obtained from such a big piece if it is made into a smaller one?" "The cost can be recovered by selling a smaller piece." "Cut it first." Feng Mohan looked indifferent. He didn't say whether to sell it or not, and let the master continue cutting. The old master nodded, and his hands became more careful. After more than an hour, they finally finished cutting the entire piece. He was so tired that sweat broke out on his forehead, but it was far less exciting than cutting out such a large piece of jade. Everyone was also looking at the whole piece of green on the table. It was so emerald green and full of spiritual energy, and they gasped one after another. After a while, someone suddenly shouted, "I'll give you 10 million. This voice immediately pulled everyone back from their daze, and they immediately shouted loudly, "I'll give 20 million. 40 million. But in a short while, it soared to 56 million. The media were also taking photos. What a reversal! What a reversal! There's something to write about today. Feng Mohan stood quietly aside, his emotions calm. In fact, the quality of this jade was not very good, it was just ice type. Its main advantage was that it was large in size and transparent without many impurities, which was the most rare thing. When the price rose to 61 million and no one was bidding, Fong Mohan looked at the store manager beside him and said, "Go through the formalities." The store manager came to his senses and quickly looked at the final winner of the auction. "Sir, please come this way." Old Lu, who spoke first, gave up when the bid reached 50 million. He felt a little regretful, but felt that it exceeded his expectations, so he did not continue to bid. But he was not frustrated, instead he became interested. "Boss Fong, please continue." He was so pessimistic about the piece that turned out green, so he wanted to see if the other pieces would produce the same miracle. Fong Mohan nodded and touched her sweet little face. Nuanu understood, and immediately pointed to the stone closest to her and said softly, "Cut this." She was also a little excited now. She didn't expect these stones to be so valuable. The one just now was the one with the least spiritual energy in the pile, but it was sold for so much money. What about the others? The abacus in her mind was clattering, and she laughed even more happily. Dad spent so much money, and finally I can help him earn it back. Happy. Mr. Fong stopped talking at this moment and just stood aside in silence. Fong Donghai had a grim expression on his face. When he saw the new stone placed on top, he took a deep breath. This was impossible. It must have been an accident. Fong Mohan was just lucky. He would definitely lose everything from now on. As if she had guessed what he was thinking, Nuanu went against him and gestured with her hands, and the old master followed suit and cut. The entrance is not green, but yellow. The old master's breathing also quickened. Nuanu tilted her head and asked in confusion, "Why is it yellow?" The piece just now was emerald green, and everyone was fighting for it so hard, which must mean that the green ones are good. This piece is yellow, so it must be worthless, right? But the spiritual energy of this piece is obviously stronger than the big one just now. She looked at Fong Mohan with some guilt. It seemed that she would have to pay compensation to her father this time. Fong Mohan curled his lips into a smile, stretched out his hand and rubbed her head, with a hint of laughter in his voice. "How come you were so lucky? Jadeite does not only come in green color. White, colorless, red, purple, etc. may also appear. Yellow jadeite is considered rare among them. Scarcity makes things valuable, so the price is naturally high. According to conservative estimates, the minimum value of this piece is just yellow jade, not including other possibilities. If there is anything else." The others also thought of this, and an idea popped into their minds. Without waiting to continue cutting, they immediately started bidding, even more crazily than before. Nuanu was also frightened by them and couldn't help but shrink into his arms. Seeing this, Fong Mohan put his hand on her back, raised his eyes slightly, and said lightly, "Did I say I was going to sell it?" His voice was not loud, but everyone suddenly fell silent. Feeling the pressure, they dared not shout anymore. Only some people secretly contacted their families and asked them to send money over quickly. "Gotta take a picture of this." "Go on." Fong Mohan glanced at the old master. The old master wiped the sweat from his head and stopped cutting. Instead, he started rubbing the stone. Although it was slow, it was the most stable and safest method and guaranteed not to damage the jade inside. After a lot of effort, the old master was exhausted and sweating all over. But when he saw the final product, he felt fortunate that he had chosen to polish the stone. Otherwise, it would have been a pity if his hands shook and even a little bit of it was damaged. He, who was used to seeing jade, thought so, let alone others. Everyone stared at the piece of jade on the table that had red, yellow and green colors, and their breathing became lighter. Fulu Shou Jade. It turned out to be the Fulu Shou Jadeite. Chapter 43, Making Wedding Dresses for Others. Someone exclaimed, and Nuanu blinked when she heard this. "What is Fulu Shou Jade?" Fong Mohan was also a little surprised. He had guessed before, but he didn't expect to actually get Fulu Shou Jade. When he heard the little girl's question, he explained casually, "It's like this. Jade with 3 colors of red, green, and purple or red, yellow, and green is called Fulu Shou Jade. Yellow represents wealth, red represents health, and green represents longevity, so it's called Fulu Shou Jade." After hearing his explanation, Nuanu suddenly realized and immediately said, "Dad, can we not sell this? Give it to Grandma and bless her with health and longevity." What a filial little girl. Fong Mohan touched her head and said, "Okay." That's exactly what he meant. Hearing this, they knew that he was not going to sell it. Many people felt a little regretful, but they also had higher expectations for the future stones. They did not dare to offend him, and they all praised the little girl for being filial and thoughtful, and congratulated Mother Fong for having such a well-behaved granddaughter. I just don't know when this little girl appeared in the Fong family. Mother Fong was also deeply moved when she heard her words. At first she was just betting to prove her point, not wanting to hear her husband talk about her son like that. She thought as long as she won one of the pieces, she wouldn't lose too much. Unexpectedly, the girl had such good luck that 2 pieces came out green in a row. She had a hunch that the others wouldn't be too bad either. Since she did not lose money, her husband's accusations against her son were not valid, and she was happy in her heart. When she saw the Fulusho jadeite being cut out, the first thing she thought about was how much it could be sold for, so that she wouldn't have to lose the money her son spent. But she didn't expect that the little girl was still thinking about her. She was so moved that her eyes turned red. Now Mr. Fong felt a little embarrassed. He wants it too. But the little girl only gave it to her grandmother and didn't mention it to her grandfather. Still, there were some blind people who came to congratulate him, which made him feel even worse. As for that, he was just wronging his youngest son. He muttered to himself, feeling a little unhappy. Nuanu didn't care whether he was happy or not. She hugged Mother Fong and rubbed her neck, saying a blessing in a crisp voice, "Grandma will definitely live a very long life." Yeah. Mother Fong wiped her eyes and couldn't help but hug the little girl. Just after hugging for a while, Nuanu let go and crawled back into Fong Mohan's arms. She was not put down just now. Fong Mohan deliberately lowered her a little to make it more convenient for them to hold her. After they held her, he immediately lifted her up a little. Nuanu was addicted to playing now. She waved her little hand and imitated him and said in a very imposing manner, "Continue." She is so adorable that all the old men want to take her home to be their granddaughter. Who doesn't like a little granddaughter who was both cute and discerning? Feeling their gazes, Fong Mohan slightly turned his body, protected the person in his arms, and winked at his assistant. The assistant immediately understood and found a chair and said, "Please sit down, Mr. Fong." Soon after, others were moved in. In just 5 minutes, the hall instantly became like an exhibition hall. Everyone sat down and was more orderly than before. Nuanu sat in the front row with the best view. People kept coming in behind me. Some came to give money, thinking of taking pictures of the right ones later, while others came over to watch the fun after hearing the news. Seeing this scene, Fong Donghai's face turned completely dark. He stared at the position on the stage, hoping to cut out a piece of stone. Unfortunately, it turned out green again this time. Listening to the bidding below, his face turned pale. If it happened once or twice, it could still be considered luck, but when it happened again and again, he couldn't help but wonder if all the rough materials they brought back were jadeite. Otherwise, how could the probability be so high? Thinking of this possibility, his breathing slowed down slightly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, the 4th, 5th, and 6th pieces are all green. How could this be? Did they really just pick them at random? Why is every piece green and even of such good quality? The others were also thinking about this, and in the end, they could only conclude that Fong Mohan really had good vision. As for why it wasn't Nuanu who had the best vision, it was obvious. Nuanu was too old and a child wouldn't understand gambling on stones. Most likely Fong Mohan picked the one first, then asked the little girl to choose, and pretended to pick the treasure accidentally. This is a case of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. The so-called press releases are probably just something the media wrote to attract attention. They thought so, but Lee Sainer knew clearly. At that time, Fong Mohan really didn't say a word. The girl chose everything herself. He stared at the screen with a pale face. Fong Donghai wanted to bring disgrace to Fong Mohan, so he specifically chose the live broadcast method this time, so Lee Sainer realized that the big fat sheep he thought was actually Fong San. This person is not a fat sheep with a lot of money, he is clearly a gambling king. That little girl's eyes are so poisonous. He stared at the big rock that was moved away from him, and watched a large piece of jade emerge from it. His heart suddenly sank. I lost, and it was a big loss. For a moment, everyone in the entire gambling stone market looked unhappy. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly a group of people came over, looking at the stones on the ground as if they were treasures, with green light in their eyes. After asking, I found out that they knew that Fong Mohan selected the raw materials from them, and they thought the green rate here was high, so they quickly sent people to buy it. High green yield rate. These few words stabbed them in the heart again, but when they saw so many customers, they felt a little better. In fact, they did not lose money. They sold them for several times the purchase price. They just felt uncomfortable when they saw their own stones turning green. People are greedy after all. Nuanu had no idea what was happening in the gambling stone market and was still sitting in the store watching the stones being cut. After seeing enough, she gradually lost interest and yawned with her hands covering her lips. Are you sleepy? Fong Mohan noticed her movement at the first moment, lowered his eyes to look at her and asked. Yeah. Nuanu rubbed her eyes and leaned lazily in his arms. Fong Mohan looked at the time and saw that it was already dark, so he stood up and asked his assistant to continue watching the place. The rules are very simple. All of them must be cut before being sold, and the highest bidder wins. If you encounter rare species, tell him first and then make a decision. So far, a piece of Fulu Shou jade, a piece of red jade, and a piece of glass jade have been opened. Thinking of the stone in the trunk that the little girl took out specially, Fong Mohan suddenly became curious about what was inside. Are you sleepy? Seeing Nuanu lying in his arms, nodding her little head, Mother Fong asked in a low voice. Fong Mohan nodded. Let's go, I'll take you back to the hospital first. She is still ill and should not overwork herself. Yeah. Feng's mother also nodded, without forcing herself. She was in a much better mood now. With the few dollars that were just opened, the money spent by her youngest son had been recovered. Even if the next one did not turn out to be green, no one could label him a prodigal son. And in her opinion, there might be even bigger surprises later. She waited for everyone to praise her son. Thinking of this, she let out a long breath. When passing by Fong Donghai, Fong Mohan suddenly stopped, looked at him sideways, raised the corner of his mouth, and said, "Second uncle, thank you. We invited the media to do a live broadcast, so today's news must have spread long ago. There is no need for him to market it. It is easy to imagine what the situation will be like after today." Fong Donghai immediately understood what he meant and his face turned dark. After all the planning, I ended up doing nothing for him. Chapter 44 Dragon Stone Seed. Fong Donghai was so angry, but Nuanu woke up at this moment, opened her round eyes, looked at him softly and said, "Thank you, second grandpa, you are so kind." After saying that, she reached out and hugged him, then quickly let go and grinned at him. The smile is lovely and full of cuteness. But in Fong Donghai's eyes, they all became knives piercing his heart. He looked at them with trembling lips. It was too much, really too much. Kill people and destroy their hearts. After getting angry, the father and daughter left. Seeing the little girl become energetic again after teasing Fong Donghai, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly, looking very clever. Fong Mohan pinched her little face and asked, "What kind of spell did you cast on him this time? Dad found out again?" Nuanu was a little surprised, then looked at him with admiration, and whispered in his ear, "Things are not going as we wish. We specially punish bad guys like these who like to play tricks. Don't let him dare to attack his father again. Let him fail every time." Having guessed the effect from the name, Fong Mohan curled his lips and carried her to the car. Mother Fong looked at him and smiled with relief. With Nuanu around, she saw her youngest son laugh several times throughout the night. Seeing her husband coming out, she glanced at him and said casually, "Let the driver take you back. I'll take Mohan's car." "Mr. Fong?" He wanted to say something, but Feng's mother had already walked away. He was so angry that he stomped his feet again, covering his heart with his hands and making a sullen face. "I was in a bad mood, and I was in the wrong today. There was nothing I could say, so I could only accept it. It's not his fault. Who could have thought that so many jades could be unearthed?" Sitting in the car, just when Mother Fong was about to say something, Nuanu suddenly rested her head on her legs and said, "Grandma, I fell asleep. Remember to hold me, don't let me fall, and don't yell at me." The little girl warned her seriously, which made Mother Fong laugh again. She forgot what she wanted to say just now, put her arm around her, and said with a smile, "Okay, go to sleep. I won't fall. Thank you for your hard work, Grandma." After smiling at her, Nuanu closed her eyes. As soon as the car arrived at the hospital and stopped, she opened her eyes immediately. Mother Fong was slightly stunned. It was not until Fong Mohan sent her to the ward and the father and daughter left that she vaguely understood what was going on. Just now, Nuanu guessed that she wanted to speak for the old man, so she said that on purpose. It's not that she was not allowed to persuade the father and son to reconcile, but she knew that the root of the problem was not with her, so what she said was useless. Of course, she might not have thought that much about it, she just simply didn't want to say those words and make her father unhappy. Thinking of this, Feng's mother felt a little complicated for a moment. She actually doesn't see through a child as well as he does. Why? After Feng's mother left, the back seat of the car became more spacious, and Nuanu lay on it, sleeping soundly. After arriving home, Fong Mohan carried her out. The little girl didn't wake up. She rubbed against him in his arms and fell into deep sleep again. Feeling her dependence, Fong Mohan smiled again. He carried her back to the room and went to the study to work. Not long after, his cell phone rang, and his assistant's voice was a little excited. "Boss Fong, we found a piece of Imperial green. Do you want to keep it or sell it?" Imperial green? Even though Fong Mohan was always calm, he was a little surprised to hear the news. Looking up in the direction of the door, he leaned back in his chair and said, "Don't sell it. Keep it." Now, he was even more curious about what was in the trunk. The next day, Nuanu woke up and remembered this incident. "Dad, where's that big rock I asked you to hold?" Fong Mohan raised his hand and picked her up and put her on the chair, and pushed the plate in front of her, in the car. "Oh, then let's cut it open later. The stuff inside can be used to make a jade pendant for Dad. No evil spirit will dare to come near you if you wear it." Hearing this, Fong Mohan raised her eyebrows slightly. Is this what she was looking for before? Okay, let's go to the store later. Nuanu was a little anxious, so she pulled him there as soon as they finished their meal. When I arrived, I found that there were already a lot of people inside, even more than yesterday. I was a little confused for a moment. The assistant was the first to notice him and walked over quickly to explain. "Cutting stones takes time. We only cut a few pieces yesterday, but they brought back a lot, so we have to continue today. These people also came to see if there are any good jades." Nodding, Fong Mohan asked, "Are there any other masters?" "Yes, Master Yang is here too." "Does Mr. Fong need you?" "Well, take me there, find an empty room with a machine." Hearing this, the assistant was a little surprised. He glanced at the piece in his hand and was a little curious about what treasure he could open alone. Although he wanted to know, he didn't show it on his face. He quickly arranged everything. "President Fong, please come this way." "Well, you should get busy too." "Yes." Master Yang was already inside. Fong Mohan handed the stone in his hand to him and said, "Please open this one." Hearing this, Master Yang took it and looked at it carefully. He said, "Mr. Fong, please forgive me for being frank, but this piece doesn't look like it can produce green." Fong Mohan didn't say anything. He used his long legs to hook a chair over and sat down with Nuanu in his arms, raising his chin slightly. "Open it." Nuanu also reminded, "Grandpa, you have to use this, you can't cut it with a knife." She pointed to a stone brushing machine nearby and said that she didn't know what it was, but had seen it yesterday and knew what it was used for. "This piece is not small, it is bigger than a football." The main reason is that Master Yang is not very optimistic about it. If he rubs it bit by bit, it is hard to say how long it will take. But the boss had a request, so he didn't say anything more and started to wipe it. He is also a master craftsman with many years of experience. He is very steady and meticulous in his work. As he rubbed the skin bit by bit, a hint of green suddenly flashed in his eyes. He paused, a little surprised, and then his expression became more serious and his movements became more steady. In this way, more than 3 hours passed. Nuanu was a little bored, so she held Fong Mohan's hand and started playing. After a long time, Master Yang finally stopped and looked at the things on the table. His breathing was slightly stagnant. He bowed to Fong Mohan and said respectfully, "Boss Fong, you have good eyesight." "I was wrong." Fong Mohan stood up and said, "I don't blame you." He didn't realize that it was all the little girl's fault. He didn't say this, because she was still too young and a big tree attracts the wind. After saying this, his gaze fell on the jadeite that had been opened, his eyes slightly deep. Nuanu also came over and touched it with her little hand. It was icy cold, very comfortable and smooth. She asked curiously, "Dad, what kind of jade is this? Is it expensive?" She didn't understand the price, she only knew that this piece of jade was very spiritual and better than the one she had seen from Master 9 before. However, Master Jo's piece had been pawned for food money because of her. Thinking of this, she felt a little guilty and looked at Fong Mohan again, waiting for his answer. Fong Mohan looked at the jade on the table. Even at a distance of more than 1 meter, he could vaguely feel its coolness. It was free of impurities and very green. He curled the corners of his lips and slowly uttered 3 words. Dragonstone seed. Chapter 45. What did you do to Nuanu? Yes, it's the Dragonstone. Master Yang took a deep breath, and his usually steady hands were now shaking with excitement. Nuanu blinked. What is Dragon Stone? This time, before he could speak, Master Yang could not help but introduce, Longshore is a kind of jadeite that grows in rock caves. It is extremely rare, warm in winter and cool in summer. It has all the qualities, water, color and workmanship. It is in short supply and is truly top-grade jadeite, the best of the best jadeite. After saying this, he looked at Feng Mohan and bowed again. Congratulations, Mr. Feng, for winning this precious treasure. Dragon Stone species. Today, he actually saw the jadeite that only appeared in legends. Dragon Stone is a type of jade that is even rarer than Imperial Green. But today, there is such a large piece of it in front of him, which is simply a miracle. If this news gets out, who knows how many jade lovers will go crazy about it. Master Yang, you didn't see anything today, and you didn't find anything. Do you understand? Feng Mohan suddenly said. Master Yang was startled, then realized that he didn't want anyone to know that he had a dragon stone seed, and asked in confusion, Boss Feng, why is that? If he wanted to sell any piece of jewelry he made, it would be priced sky high. Even if he didn't sell it and wanted to keep it for himself, that would be a good thing. Who wouldn't be envious if he told others about it? Feng Mohan didn't explain anything, just said, I keep a low profile. Hearing this, Master Yang's mouth twitched. He didn't know who was the one who treated the garage as a luxury car exhibition. He is still low-key. Are there any low-key people in the world? Of course, he only complained about this in his heart and dared not say it out loud. Yes, I will never tell anyone. Then Mr. Feng, what are you going to do with this dragon stone? I mean, I also have some carving skills. If you want to make something, you can give it to me. Don't worry, I will definitely make something that will satisfy you. He asked, looking at him eagerly, full of expectation. Feng Mohan didn't say anything. He looked down at Nuanu and asked her what she meant. Nuanu had no objection. Sure, then could you please make a jade pendant for my dad, and also a jade Buddha pendant? Can you do that? Yes, yes, yes. Master Yang nodded repeatedly. It won't take much to make these two, what about the rest? The remaining Nuanu had no idea, so she looked up at Feng Mohan and asked him to make his own decision. Can you wear this? He asked her, looking down. Nuanu shook her head. She spent 500,000 yuan to buy this piece and she couldn't wear it. He understood and pondered for a moment before saying, let's make a set of jewelry for girls. As he spoke, he pinched her earlobe. It was obvious who it was for. I can't wear it now, but I will be able to one day. Hearing this, Nuanu was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses. She couldn't help but rub against his arms, then remembered something and said, by the way, Dad, can you make me another jade pendant? I'll give it to someone. She wanted to return a piece of Master Zhou's property to her because she had pawned it. Well, whatever you want. Thank you, Dad. Nuanu couldn't help but put her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss on the face. The sound was crisp and loud. Master Yang's eyes twitched and he looked at her with admiration. It's amazing that you dare to get close to the King of Hell. But Mr. Feng seemed to be different in front of this little girl. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard Feng Mohan say, then leave the rest to Master Yang. His face became serious and he said seriously, don't worry, Mr. Feng, I will definitely do it well. Yeah. Feng Mohan nodded casually, you can keep the remaining materials for yourself. Although they are just scraps, they are enough to make some small accessories. Hearing this, Master Yang was also a little surprised. He never thought that he would have a share. He thought that being able to touch it was the greatest blessing. He immediately said, thank you, Mr. Feng. Remember, you haven't revealed anything today. If you tell anyone. He didn't say the rest, but glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, full of intimidation. Master Yang's expression froze, and he immediately said seriously, yes, I will definitely not tell you. Nodding, Feng Mohan carried Nuanu away. In the hall outside the door, a new piece of spring color is blooming. The combination of purple and green is warm, fresh, and very beautiful. Feng Mohan was almost numb. He really didn't expect that the little girl could pick out so many good things, and they were all rare varieties. He didn't know if it was because of the influence of the dragon stone, but now he even felt that Fu Lu Shou and Imperial Green were nothing. Sure enough, it floated. After reflecting for a second, Feng Mohan looked down at the little girl in his arms and thought that this was normal. Who gave him the right to be so proud of such a treasure? Boss Fong. The assistant came over. Are you done with your work? Yeah. Fong Mohan instantly restrained his expression and nodded calmly. You can stay here for the next few days and go back after you finish your work. Yes. The assistant responded and reminded, Mr. Fong, remember to check the company's stocks. From what he said, he knew that the price had increased. Fong Mohan nodded casually, feeling a little bored. He responded casually and walked away. The assistant looked at his back with admiration. So awesome. Mr. Feng's vision is really amazing. Although he spent several $100 million just to buy this batch of raw materials, he earned back several times more. It took just one morning. It's amazing. Now, those who originally wanted to laugh at him and secretly called him a prodigal son must have their faces swollen. Thinking of this, he admired Fong Mohan even more. Although he didn't know what he was thinking, Fong Mohan could guess it. He glanced at the little girl humming a song in the back seat and said, I can't say that you found those raw materials. Will you be angry? Nuanu uttered an ah, what are you angry about? They all gave me the credit, saying I had good vision. So that's what it is. Nuanu waved her hand indifferently, what does it matter? What's mine is Dad's. Why should we differentiate between you and me? We. Reading these two words, Fong Mohan showed a smile on his face. Well, I understand. There is really no need to separate the father and daughter into such fine categories. Dad, where are we going now? Eat, then go to the company. Good. The batch of raw materials brought back by Fong Mohan had an almost 100% green yield. Coupled with the live broadcast, the matter became known to the entire network in an instant. Fong's stock price soared, and Fong Mohan's worth is about to be re-estimated. Ren Huixing came out with his medicine box on his back, found a restaurant to eat, and when he heard the TV on, he casually looked up. The next second, he suddenly stopped eating noodles. He stared at the little girl in Fong Mohan's arms without blinking. Whether it was the appearance or the small red mole between the eyebrows, it all showed that he had not recognized the wrong person. But when did his apprentice know such a man? And why was he so close to him? With his brows knitted tightly, Ren Huixing dialed a cell phone number and angrily said, Laojiu, what did you do to Nuanu? Chapter 46 Found Someone. So, you sold Nuanu just because of this? Ren Huixing clenched his fists and looked at the person opposite him, furious. Nuanu has a special physique, and their lives are a little hard, but the little girl is so considerate. In addition to practicing and studying every day, she also massages their shoulders and backs. She is so well behaved that the first word she learned was to call her master. They watched her grow up little by little. How could he give Nuanu to someone else just because of such a small thing? Besides, there is a solution to the problem of Nuanu. Didn't the brothers go down the mountain just to solve this problem? They trusted him and handed Nuanu over to him, but look at what he did. When he thought of this, Ren Huixing became furious and glared at him fiercely. Maoishan also shrank his neck somewhat guiltily. Ever since he received the call from him, he felt that the situation was not good, but he still didn't dare not come. Sure enough, he got angry after he finished speaking. He quietly moved back, poured him a glass of water, pushed it in front of him, and said quickly, Brother, don't be angry first, listen to my explanation, I have a reason for doing this. Hearing this, Ren Huixing barely controlled his emotions and gave him a cold look, signaling him to speak quickly if he had anything to say. Maoishan swallowed his saliva and said with a bitter face, Brother, you also know that Nuanu's physique is innate, and it's not just a matter of money. No matter how much money the second brother donated, it's still useless. Nuanu is growing up day by day. When she was young, she could survive by stuttering. It doesn't cost much money, but when she grows up, she will have to go to school. The school can't pay her tuition in installments, right? There will be many places to spend money in the future, and we can't delay it any longer. This does make sense. Ren Huixing's anger subsided a little. He thought of something and frowned again. So you handed Nuanu over to that kid from the Fong family? Didn't you check it out before making a decision? Don't you know what kind of person he is? The famous Mr. Fong-san, who is moody and a ruthless character at a young age, makes everyone in the black and white world tremble when they hear his name. He actually dared to hand Nuanu over to him. Is he helping her or harming her? Talking about this, Maoishan felt a little aggrieved. I originally picked Wen Qingzi for her. He has many merits, a good temper, and loves to do good deeds. It would definitely be good for Nuanu to follow him. Who knew that Nuanu chose the wrong person? There is such a thing? Ren Huixing's eyebrows moved slightly. Why don't you correct it, or just leave it alone? Why didn't I correct her? Of course I did. Mao Shan suddenly became excited. Seeing his eyes drifting over, he sat down with a pursed mouth. I told Nuanu that she recognized the wrong person and wanted her to find Wen Shengze, but she insisted on being with Feng Mohan. She said that Wen Shengze was good to everyone and Feng Mohan was only good to her. It's a bunch of crooked logic. It's a good thing that you are here, brother, please help me persuade her. I didn't expect there were these things in it. Ren Huixing stroked his beard thoughtfully, and when he saw him from the corner of his eye, he immediately looked disgusted. All right, get out of here now. I get angry when I see you. Something that is not worrying. No matter what, the bottom line is that he felt that Nuanu was a burden to him, so he sent her away. If I had known this earlier, I would not have let Nuanu follow him. What kind of master is he? Feeling his disdain, Mao Shan felt bitter. He didn't want that either. Why don't you understand his painstaking efforts? Why? Nuanu had no idea that her two masters almost quarreled because of her. She went to the company or the hospital with Feng Mohan during the day and went home to sleep at night. She became more and more attached to him. Master Yang worked very quickly. It didn't take long for him to carve the jade pendant and send it over. Take a look and see if there's anything you're not satisfied with. I'll change it. Master Yang said kindly. Feng Mohan didn't care and directly handed the jade pendant to Nuanu and asked her to look at it. This action made Master Yang stunned and gave him a new understanding of him. Who would have thought that Mr. Feng, who was so decisive and efficient outside, is actually a daughter slave? Nuanu took it, looked at it carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. She didn't have any requirements for the jade pendant. She was attracted by the spiritual energy of the jade. To complement the jade pendant, Master Yang carved a dragon on it, which looked mighty and domineering, and was able to drive away evil spirits just by looking at it. She likes it very much. Oh, and this one, I took it over as soon as I finished it. Master Yang handed over another piece, which Nuanu intended to give to Mao Shan. The pattern was very simple, just a simple carving. Nuanu took out a piece of talisman paper from her small crossbody bag. Just as she was about to take action, she suddenly remembered something and looked at Master Yang with her dark eyes. Feng Mohan also looked over and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You can go back first." Okay. Seeing the little girl take out a talisman, Master Yang felt a little strange, but he didn't ask any more questions and left obediently. After he left, Nuanu walked to the coffee table, wrapped it with talisman paper, and lightly tapped with her fingertips. The talisman paper sank into the coffee table and disappeared. Then, he followed the same method and pasted a talisman on Feng Mohan's piece. He put away the other piece, held this one in his hand and handed it to Feng Mohan, and said, "Dad, wear this one with you. It has a spirit-gathering talisman I drew on it. This jade pendant will automatically absorb spiritual energy in the future, and it can also be used to help you block evil spirits." Feng Mohan took it and saw the little girl looking at him eagerly. He paused and put the jade pendant on the table, then put it in his pocket and carried it with him. Only then did Nuanu start to laugh. Then he remembered something else. "Dad, I calculated that Dr. Ren will be able to see the doctor today." Hearing this news, Feng Mohan's eyes moved slightly. Really? Yeah. Nuanu nodded heavily and took out the compass. After a few days of nourishment, the compass's luster became softer and felt better. "The destiny has arrived, Dad, I will take you to find him. After Grandma's illness is cured, Dad can have a good sleep. He hasn't slept well during this period." "Well, let's go." Feng Mohan's expression also relaxed a little. Nuanu held the compass in one hand and drew a talisman in the air with the other hand, muttering a spell silently. Soon the needle on the compass moved and pointed in a direction. "Follow me," Nuanu commanded. Feng Mohan followed without hesitation. "Turn left ahead. Turn right at the intersection. Go straight for 200 meters after the turn ahead." Feng Mohan was driving the car, and Nuanu looked at the compass instructions. After driving for more than an hour, they finally stopped at a place. "Right here." She also looked up and said, "Huh? Why are you here?" "The hospital where Grandma lives." Feng Mohan also looked over and was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. He answered it and narrowed his eyes when he heard the words on the other end. The Taoist priest who calculated that he was born under the heavenly fox star was also in the hospital? Ha, after so many years, I finally found him. He went around to the other side, carried Nuanu out, and walked inside. Nuanu also kept staring at the compass, knowing that the compass's instructions must be correct. As soon as I thought of this, the compass needle suddenly started spinning around and couldn't stay in one direction. Nuanu frowned suddenly. What's wrong? Fong Mohan also noticed something unusual. Someone is disturbing me, Dad, please put me down first. Fong Mohan nodded and put her down. Nuanu took out a piece of talisman paper and slapped it on the compass. The compass's rotation speed slowed down a little, but it still couldn't locate the position. After a long while, she hung her head in frustration and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Dad. That person is more powerful than me. I can't find him. The divination clearly showed that we would be able to find Dr. Ren today, but unexpectedly something went wrong at the last minute. Who is this person? Why not let them find him? Hearing this, Fong Mohan showed no expression. He rubbed her head, bent down and picked her up. It's okay. I'll send someone to look for her. Let's go to the ward first. Yeah. Nuanu nodded. She was in a bad mood and felt a little useless. Fong Mohan didn't say anything. He glanced around briefly, then carried her away. Behind a wall not far away, Ren Huixing frowned and looked at the person next to him, saying unhappily, What are you doing? Maoishan was so tired that sweat all over his forehead. He raised his hand to wipe it off. The little girl was really talented. He almost couldn't hide anything from her. Hearing his question, he explained bitterly, Brother, I read my fortune this morning. It's going to be a bad day. An enemy is coming. I was wondering who the enemy is, but when I saw that kid just now, I suddenly remembered that I read his fortune when he was just born. It was also my suggestion to send him to the countryside. From the looks of that kid, he seems to be a vengeful person. I can't let him see me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and got him away. As he spoke, he patted his chest with lingering fear. Before he could say anything else, he suddenly felt a chill behind him and the smile on his face froze. Yeah? A cold voice sounded, and an overwhelming pressure came over him instantly, frightening Maoishan so much that his heart skipped a beat and he turned his head stiffly to look. Chapter 47, Reverse Scale. Master, Ninth Master? Nuanu looked at them with surprise and extended her hand towards Ren Huixing. Fong Mohan handed her to him, and after he had held her firmly, he let go of her. He glanced sideways at the person on the other side and suddenly laughed, but there was no smile in his eyes. It turns out that the one who calculated my fate was this master. He spoke word by word, and with every additional word, the chill grew thicker. Maoishan couldn't bear it anymore and took a half step back. He never expected that he could find them and come back to attack them. He looked a little embarrassed for a moment. Seeing his cold eyes that looked like he wanted to kill someone, he hurriedly said, Nuanu, help me. No future. Ren Huixing rolled his eyes at him, stepped forward to block him, looked at Fong Mohan, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Mr. Fong. Fong Mohan looked over, his coldness slightly subsided, Divine Dr. Ren. Ren Miracle Doctor? Before Ren Huixing could speak, Nuanu exclaimed in surprise, then turned to look at Ren Huixing, full of surprise, Is the master the Divine Dr. Ren that Dad is looking for? Hearing this, Ren Huixing glanced at Nuanu, and seeing that her eyes were full of dependence on Fong Mohan, he sighed slightly in his heart, raised his hand and tapped her forehead lightly, Didn't Master tell you? I used to be a doctor. Oh. She knew this. When she was in the mountains, she often saw the master performing surgery on injured animals. She knew that he had medical skills, but she didn't expect he had such a famous reputation. What a miracle doctor. He sounds very impressive. I didn't expect that the person my father was looking for was him. Very good. She was delighted and asked, Master, Grandma is sick, can you help her? Grandma is a very kind person and is also very good to Dad. She talked about Fong Mohan every other sentence, which made Ren Huixing feel sad. When he thought about his precious disciple being snatched away like this, he felt a little indignant. Seeing that she was speaking for them again, he couldn't help but pinch her little face, Why are you so useless? It's only been a few days since my heart turned to the Fong family. Nuanu wrinkled her nose, puffed out her chest and said, I have a promising future. I have helped my father earn a lot of money. She is very capable. Seeing her like this, Ren Huixing felt both angry and amused. A smile flashed in Fong Mohan's eyes and he stretched out his hand towards Nuanu. Nuanu threw herself into his arms without hesitation, and this scene made Ren Huaixing so angry.
Thank you, Dr. Ren. Fong Mohan said. Ren Huaixing didn't like him and didn't want to pay attention to him. He glanced at Nuanu, who was looking at him eagerly in his arms, and swallowed back the ridicule that was about to come out. His face looked a little bad. He took a deep breath and slowed down before saying, "Take me to see it first." Nuanuo's eyes curved instantly. "Thank you, master. You are so kind."
This one sentence made Ren Huaixing relax. Looking at the cute little girl, he sighed. When he arrived at Feng's mother's ward, he instantly put aside all other thoughts and regained the rigor that a doctor should have.
"Have you checked it out?" "Yeah." Fong Mohan handed him the examination list that had just been issued yesterday on the bedside table. Ren Huaixing took a look and nodded. "It's stomach cancer for sure." Mother Feng's heart tightened.
She looked nervously at the doctor brought by her youngest son.
Seeing that he was dressed simply, she was unsure about his medical skills. She asked anxiously, "Can he cure it?" Ren Huaixing didn't say anything.
He carefully read all the checkup sheets and then nodded. "Yes, surgery is necessary.
It's already in the late stage. Conservative treatment won't be very effective." Fong Mohan nodded.
His second brother said the same thing.
"Does the surgery have a high chance of success?"
Hearing this, Ren Huaixing raised his eyebrows, about 70% to 80%.
So high? Fong Mohan understood what he meant almost 100%, and the remaining 20% or 30% was just that he didn't express it too fully. He heaved a sigh of relief, and his face became more serious. "Then I'll have to trouble Dr. Ren."
Nuanu also said, "Thank you for your hard work, master." Seeing that she kept leaning on Fong Mohan, looking completely disloyal, Ren Huaixing sighed, but he couldn't blame her. If anyone is to be blamed, it can only be blamed on the unreliable person who pushed Nuanu to this man. Thinking of this, he glared at Maoishan, who was standing in the corner and trying hard to reduce his presence.
Old Master Fong and Fong Huachen also rushed over after hearing the news.
Seeing Ren Huaixing, Fong Huachen was delighted and stepped forward quickly. "Divine Dr. Ren, you are here."
Of course he knew the big names in the medical field. "I just didn't expect that my third brother could really find him."
"Great, he has saved." Seeing his excited look, Ren Huaixing nodded slightly. "Let's prepare a meeting to discuss the treatment plan.
The surgery can be arranged in the next 2 days."
Okay.
Fong Huachen said okay 3 times in a row.
At this moment, he couldn't hide his inner excitement and was a little out of control.
Ren Huaixing didn't mind either, it was human nature. "Master Mao?"
While they were talking, Mr. Fong stared at Maoishan for a long time and finally recognized him. The main reason was that the last time he saw him was more than 20 years ago, when he was still dressed very decently. Now he was wearing such tattered beggar's clothes that he almost didn't recognize him.
What happened? Why did he suddenly become so miserable? He looked at him and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Hearing this, everyone looked over.
Maoishan scratched his head awkwardly, coughed lightly, straightened his back, restrained his expression, looked like a master, stroked his beard, and said lightly, "Something happened." After he finished speaking, he noticed Fong Mohan staring at him, and his heart suddenly felt empty.
His calculations were indeed correct. Fong Mohan was indeed destined to be a lonely star.
It was not wrong for them to send Fong Mohan to be raised in the countryside. He was too young to be able to bear this fate, so it was better to raise him in a humble manner. But after all, he has caused an impact on others. Now he has become the father of his little apprentice, so he can only say that it is a bad fate. Ren Huaixing was too lazy to look at him.
He looked at Fong Mohan and said, "Mr. Fong, do you have time? Let's chat."
As he spoke, his eyes drifted in the direction of Nuanu.
It was self-evident what they were going to talk about.
Nuanu suddenly realized something, and quietly hugged Fong Mohan's neck and leaned closer to his arms. Seeing her like this, Ren Huaixing shook his head, knowing that he couldn't stop her, but some things still had to be made clear. Patting her on the back soothingly, Fong Mohan nodded slightly and raised his hand to make a gesture of invitation. "Please come this way." Mr. Fong and Mrs. Fong looked at each other, confused, not understanding what they were going to talk about. Maoishan nodded at him with a stern face and followed him out. As soon as he got outside, his shoulders slumped. He is most afraid of his eldest brother. They were not related by blood and they only met each other later. It was fine with the others, but he was scared when he saw his eldest brother's sullen face. He has a good temper and is usually not stern-faced. He is always smiling, but he is reluctant to talk to people when something bad happens. This time he really touched his sore spot. Thinking of this, Maui Shan's heart shuddered again.
Chapter 48 Destined Father.
Fong Mohan took them to a private kitchen near the hospital and entered a private room.
Take a look at what you would like to eat. Fong Mohan handed him the menu and rarely used respectful words, acting like a junior.
Ren Huixing looked at him, knowing full well that he did this on purpose. He had gotten to know him a little over the past few days, and as expected, he was all negative. He was arrogant, moody, ruthless, and never soft-hearted. He was never a good person, let alone a filial person. He even treated his own father with a cold eye, but now he was being humble and polite to him.
It was obvious for whom he was doing this. He glanced at Nuanu, who was sitting next to him, and saw him rinse the cup and pour a glass of water for Nuanu. His expression eased a little.
He shook his head and said, "Let's talk business first."
Fong Mohan nodded, "Please go ahead."
"Thank you for taking care of Nuanu during this period.
To be honest, I didn't expect Nuanu to recognize you as her father."
He calmed himself down and spoke.
Hearing this, Fong Mohan was not angry, but just said casually, "It's fate." He also didn't expect that such a little girl would appear.
If it had happened in the past, or if it had happened to someone else, the result might not have been the same as it is now.
So, we can only say that they are destined to be together.
Hearing this, Ren Huixing paused. Seeing Nuanu looking at Fong Mohan from time to time, her eyes full of trust and dependence on him, his mood was a little complicated. He knows the child he raised well himself. Although Nuanu looks easy to talk to, he is actually very wary of others and won't get close to them easily. Seeing her like this now, she has truly accepted Fong Mohan in her heart. Thinking back to Maui Shan's previous visit to Nuanu, it was obvious that if he asked Nuanu to leave him now, not to mention whether he would agree or not, Nuanu herself would not want to do so. And he couldn't bear to see the little girl suffer. After looking at Nuanu, he turned his head to look at the person next to him. "I just saw a performance outside. Why don't you take Nuanu out to watch it for a while?" Knowing that he wanted to get them away, Maui Shan didn't want to be attacked by their cold air here any longer, so he immediately nodded in agreement and walked out holding Nuanu. Instead, Nuanu struggled a little, called out "Master" uneasily, and then looked at Fong Mohan with some worry in her eyes. Ren Huixing felt a little sad after seeing this. He took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I just want to say a few words to him." He looked kind, and after thinking for a moment, Nuanu followed him out obediently. As soon as they left, Ren Huixing's face immediately lost all expression.
It can be seen that Mr. Fong is really good to Nuanu.
I am very grateful, but I have a question.
How long can Mr. Feng's kindness last?
Have you thought about this?
Let's not consider whether Mr. Feng's interest in Nuanu is just a whim. Even if you really want to raise Nuanu, how long can you do that?
There was something behind his words, and Fong Mohan understood it almost immediately. The hand holding the cup clenched unconsciously. A star born out of weal and woe will not live past the age of 28.
This is something that almost everyone in Beijing knows.
He also knew Maui Shan, so he must be aware of this matter. Seeing that his face was calm, Ren Huixing paused and softened his tone. "I'm sorry to bring up this matter, but I raised Nuanu, so please forgive my selfishness. This child looks soft, but she has a stubborn personality. She has recognized you as her father, and that is a lifelong thing that will not change.
If something happens to Mr. Fong, what should she do?
His 27th birthday is coming soon, and according to Maui Shan's calculations, if it comes true, he will only have 1 year to live. By then, Nuanu would only be 4 years old. How could she bear this? The most important thing is that although Maui Shan is sometimes unreliable, he has never made mistakes in calculations." In the box, the atmosphere suddenly became cold. It wasn't that cold, but it seemed to be stagnant. After a long while, Fong Mohan let out a long sigh and said calmly, "I'm already prepared for this matter."
"Oh?"
Ren Huixing raised his eyebrows slightly, and became more interested.
Fong Mohan leaned back in his chair and said something calmly.
Ren Huixing's breathing tightened, and he leaned forward subconsciously. "Are you serious?"
Fong Mohan also looked at him and asked instead of answering, "If I'm not serious, would you still be willing to come out and have dinner with me?"
Of course not. He had met quite a few people and boasted that he had some good eyesight. At least he had never made any mistakes in judging people. From the first moment he saw him, he knew that he really loved Nuanu.
The eyes can't lie.
Maybe he is really not nice to others, but he is sincere to Nuanu. So, from the moment he planned to meet him, he never thought that he could take Nuanu away. I came to see him because I wanted to explain everything to him. Looking at the young man in front of him who was only 26 years old, Ren Huixing smiled slowly. Then Nuanu, I'll trouble you from now on. The girl has a special physique, but she is a very good person. It's worth raising her. Hearing this, Feng Mohan's lips curled slightly. I know. Of course he understood his daughter. In the lobby, someone was performing Sichuan opera face changing on the stage. It was magical, but Nuanu was a little distracted and kept looking towards the box. Seeing this, Maoishan couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. Don't look at it, it's just that evil star. No matter how capable your master is, he can't bully him. Hearing this, Nuanu turned her head and frowned. Master Jiao, don't call me dad like that. She doesn't like it. Look, she just called him an evil star, and he was right. She started to protect him right away. Maoishan felt even more sad. After staring at him for a while, Nuanu suddenly said, by the way, Master Jiao, I have a gift for you. Give her a gift? Maoishan looked at her curiously, and then saw her take out a jade pendant from her small bag. That jade. Feeling the spiritual energy on it, his pupils shrank slightly and he was speechless. Dragonstone seed? Nuanu tilted her head and looked at him. Master, do you know this too? Of course, this is a dragonstone species, a legendary existence. Maoishan was a little shocked and a little unbelievable. How do you have this? My father took me to pick stones to play with, and they were cut from the inside. When she said this, Maoishan immediately understood what she was talking about, gambling on stones. Then he has good taste. He muttered. Actually, it was she who chose it, but seeing him like this, Nuanu didn't explain anything, wanting him to have a better impression of his father. She handed it forward. Here, this is for Master 9. For me? Maoishan asked, pointing at himself. Nuanu nodded. Yes, Dad asked me to give it to you. She asked for it and her father agreed, so it's not wrong to say that it was a gift from her father. Can that guy be so kind? Maoishan was a little skeptical. Dad is very good. Nuanu pouted, then remembered something and showed him her arm. Master, look, I can spend 655 yuan a day now. Maoishan looked at it carefully for a while, and then he found that it was true. He was even more surprised for a moment. How did you do that? My father helped me. He donated a lot of money for me. I just slept for one night and suddenly I had so much extra money. Speaking of this, Nuanu was still a little excited. Maoishan's expression was a little complicated. They were all donating money in the name of Nuanu, especially the second brother, who had the most money and donated a lot. The 100 yuan that Nuanu got in the beginning was earned by him, and he spent tens of billions in total. How much did this kid donate to make Nuanu's income increase so much? Oh, and when I first met my father, I accidentally ate something very expensive. It was also my father who donated money for charity. The pain was gone after a few hours. Master, I think my father and I have a special fate. What do you think? Are they destined to be together? Maoishan frowned, somewhat unwilling to accept this result. But apart from that, it seems difficult to explain why Feng Mohan's money has much better effects than theirs. Could it be that he really calculated wrong? Is Feng Mohan the destined father of Nuanu? Chapter 49, It's Your Home Too. Master, Dad is really good to me, just believe me. Nuanu pulled his sleeve and shook it gently, saying softly. Seeing her like this, Maoishan's heart softened all of a sudden. Okay, I'll be relieved if I treat you well. Nuanu grinned and stuffed the jade pendant into his hand. Then Master, please keep this gift as well. This gift is very valuable. Maoishan doesn't want to accept it, but he is reluctant to give it up. Dragonstone is hard to come by, and it is not a matter of money. Seeing him hesitate, Nuanu said beside him, Master, with this jade pendant, your cultivation will definitely be able to go a step further in the future. With its help, your calculations will be more accurate and long-term. The last sentence directly hit Maoishan's heart. He rolled up his sleeves and put away the jade pendant. Seeing her looking at him with a smile, he reached out and tapped her forehead unhappily. Little clever ghost. I know clearly that this is the temptation he can't avoid the most. Nuanu smiled, and then said, Master, if you accept Dad's things, you will have karma, so you have to help him with his death. She used the blood evil to calculate that her father would die at the age of 28, but she didn't figure out what exactly happened. She only vaguely saw a dagger, a bloody dagger. My father died with that dagger. Thinking of this, Nuanu pursed her lips tightly and her face turned a little pale. Hearing her words, Mao-shan glanced at her. It turned out that she was waiting for him here. He snorted, "It depends on my mood." Nuanu immediately hugged his arm, showing a soft and cute smile and acting coquettishly to him. "Master Jiao, good master, Nuanu likes you the most, just help Nuanu, you don't want to see Nuanu without a father, right?" As she spoke, she pursed her lips pitifully, tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked so pitiful. Mao-shan knew that she did it on purpose, but he couldn't bear to let her go, so he could only raise his hands and surrender. "Okay, I'll help." Nuanu laughed instantly. She rubbed her little face in his palm and kept saying that she liked him. Mao-shan felt relieved, but still said, "Nuanu, you know that the death tribulation is the most difficult to resolve. He is also destined to be a lonely star. The death tribulation is hundreds or thousands of times more difficult than that of a normal person. Master only said he would help, but he can't guarantee that he can help. You have to understand this." Hearing this, the smile on Nuanu's face faded a little, and she nodded. "Well, I know, let's find a solution together." No matter what, she would never let anything happen to her father. Mao-shan understood her thoughts and was about to say something else when he saw the door of the box opened. Ren Huixing waved at him, and he took Nuanu in first. Nuanu ran to her previous seat and sat down. She looked at Feng Mohan, then at Ren Huixing, blinking and asking, "Master, Dad, are you done talking?" "Yeah." Ren Huixing nodded, looking at her with tender eyes. "Nuanu, from now on you should follow your father well and be filial to him, understand?" I didn't expect him to say that. Nuanu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Even Mao-shan looked at Feng Mohan in surprise. He wondered what this kid had said to convince his elder brother so quickly. As he was thinking, he heard Ren Huixing say, "Old Nine, you know about Xiao Feng's fate. Tell him how to resolve it." "Goddamn Xiao Feng." The corner of Mao-shan's mouth twitched. Seeing Feng Mohan acting like a polite junior, he kept complaining, saying, "Why is he pretending? Everyone knows what he is like." Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare say it out loud in front of Ren Huixing and Nuanu. The best way to dispel evil spirits is to do good deeds and praise merits. Only merits can ward off evil spirits. Can you do it? Dad can donate money, and so can I, Nuanu said while leaning on the table, counting on her fingers. With her father's financial resources, donating some money would not be a problem. If she had no money, she could buy stones to earn it back. Mao-shan shook his head. Donating money is a shortcut, but it is only an indirect method after all. We cannot rely on this alone. The most important thing is that he should do good deeds himself. This will resolve his natural evil spirit. And when doing good deeds, he must be sincere and receive the sincere gratitude of others. Only then will it count. Do good things for yourself, and do it with sincerity. Worry appeared in Nuanu's eyes and she turned to look at Feng Mohan. She knew how resistant her father was to doing good things. Feng Mohan took a sip of water and asked calmly, "Is what Master Mao said true?" "Of course." Mao-shan straightened his back. Although he was unhappy with him, it was related to his profession and he had promised Nuanu, so he naturally would not joke about it. "So, can you do it?" He raised his eyebrows and looked at him, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Feng Mohan put down the cup and lowered his eyes slightly. He saw the worry in the little girl's eyes. He raised his hand and touched her head, and said calmly, "Yes." Nuanu's expression was slightly shocked, and she was stunned for a moment, then she came to her senses, happily holding his hand, and couldn't help but welling up tears in her eyes. Feng Mohan raised his hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, then held her to sit on his lap. "Are you hungry?" "Yeah." Nuanu blinked, looked up and smiled at him, her smile looking a little silly. Reaching out and pinching her chubby face, Feng Mohan handed the menu to Ren Huixing. "Please order." This time, Ren Huixing did not refuse again. Before clicking, he asked Nuanu what her current merit value was. When he learned that it was already more than 600, he looked at Feng Mohan in surprise. Then he thought of something, smiled with relief, lowered his head and ordered a few dishes. He ordered 2 dishes and handed them to Feng Mohan, asking him to order more. Feng Mohan ordered 2 signature dishes and added a serving of pudding. Naturally, as grown men, they wouldn't eat that kind of food. It was obvious who it was ordered for. This time, even Mao-shan was speechless. At least now it seems that he really cares about Nuanu. Ren Huixing often traveled around with a medical kit on his back and had been to many places, so he naturally saw and heard a lot. However, no matter what he talked about, Fong Mohan could always reply with a few words. After the meal, his impression of him improved a lot. I told him, I can cure your mother's illness, don't worry.
Fong Mohan nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. It's my duty. Fong Mohan smiled, glanced at the little girl in his arms, remembered something, and said, Do you have a place to stay in Beijing?
If not, you can stay at my house, and I can spend more time with Nuanu. Ren Huixing was not the type of person who liked to trouble others, nor did he like to live in someone else's house.
But after hearing the second half of his sentence, he hesitated.
After hearing this, Nuanu immediately invited enthusiastically, Yes, master, come and we can live together.
Dad's house is very big and there are many empty rooms. It's your home too. Fong Mohan corrected her mistake. Yes, it's my home too. Nuanu changed her words and smiled even more happily. Master, I miss you guys too, why don't you come and keep me company, okay? Seeing her like this, Ren Huixing couldn't bear to refuse. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how they got along with each other on a daily basis so that he could completely put his mind at ease. Thinking of this, he nodded and agreed. Nuanu cheered instantly, causing several people to burst into laughter. Chapter 50. He beat his father and didn't help him. After dinner, I went back to the hospital. Old Master Fong and Fong Machin were also waiting in the ward. They were a little surprised to see them come back together. Old Master Fong couldn't help but look at Mao Ishan, who was walking at the end, and asked tentatively, Master Mao, do you know him? Yeah. In front of him, Mao Ishan regained his appearance as a master, glanced at Nuanu, and said, This is my apprentice, of course I know him. Apprentice? Mr. Fong looked at Nuanu in shock. Even Feng's mother was a little surprised. Nuanu is Master Mao's apprentice? He's also my apprentice. As if the shock was not enough, Ren Huixing added, watching their surprised expressions with interest. Mr. Fong and the others were truly shocked. They all froze and looked at Nuanu in disbelief. The disciple of Dr. Rin and Master Mao? This little girl? They must have heard it right. Who is she? How could she be the disciple of these two masters at the same time? Nuanu had been in the mountains for many years and didn't know the status of Ren Huixing and Mao Ishan, but she could sense that they were very respected. She ran to Fengmu, took her hand and looked up and said, Grandma, I'll tell you, I calculated very accurately, you can live to 102 years old. If you don't believe me, ask my master. As she spoke, she looked towards Mao Ishan eagerly. Mao Ishan's fortune-telling starts at a minimum of 1 million yuan, and each word is worth 1,000 gold. He never does business at a loss. But now seeing his young apprentice looking at him eagerly, he had no choice but to nod. Fearing that they would neglect Nuanu, he added, Nuanu has inherited my true teachings. With this relationship in place, they won't dare to be unkind to Nuanu in the future. As if seeing through his thoughts, Fong Mohan glanced at him with a half-smile, walked over, picked Nuanu up, pinched her little face, and asked casually, Do I need to do anything before the operation? Just fast the night before. After saying that, Ren Huixing looked at Feng's mother and said, Relax and have a good rest. Don't worry. Nuanuo's calculations are very accurate. If she said you can live to 102 years old, then you will definitely live to that age. Hearing this, Feng's mother was stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction of Nuanu, feeling a little moved. She originally thought that the little girl was just saying that to comfort her, but she didn't expect that the little girl was really capable. She had finally found Dr. Ren, whom she had been looking for a long time. He was probably willing to save her because of her. Thinking of this, Feng's mother looked at Nuanu more eagerly. Nuanu didn't understand what was going on, so she looked up and smiled at her. Then can you, my dad, give me some help? Seeing old man Fong standing aside, Fong Machin suddenly remembered him. He was not in good health either. Ren Huixing glanced at him, stroked his beard and said calmly, Don't get angry, cultivate your character. There is not much more to say about the rest. Does this mean you don't want to be treated? Fong Machin was slightly stunned, somewhat puzzled as to why his attitude suddenly changed. His eyes turned slightly, and when he saw Fong Mohan's indifferent expression, he suddenly realized. He was willing to treat his mother for the sake of the little girl, but his father. Why? Old Master Fong also understood what was happening. His face suddenly felt hot and he felt so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He has always been very concerned about his reputation, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face today. Seeing this, Mother Fong felt embarrassed for him.
She was about to say something good for him, but then she remembered something and swallowed it back.
Forget it.
If I continue talking, he might think I'm begging him Mohan and say something even more unpleasant.
There are some precautions before the operation.
Ren Huixing took Feng Mohan and others to Feng Machen's office as he had something to explain.
Maoishan took advantage of this opportunity to sneak away. Feng's family? He didn't want to go there. That guy wanted to cut him into pieces. How could he be fine in his territory? Laugh.
Old Master Feng was so ashamed that he went back to his ward. Suddenly, only Nuanu and Mother Feng were left in the room. Seeing that Nuanu was concentrating on peeling melon seeds, Feng's mother wanted to say something but stopped herself.
As if she sensed it, Nuanu raised her head, blinked, and asked curiously, "Grandma, do you have anything to say to me?"
After hesitating for a while, Mother Feng nodded and said, "Your grandfather just has a bad temper, but he's not a bad person."
Upon hearing this, Nuanua's brows wrinkled and her nose twitched. "No, he's bad."
She looked up at her, still furious. "He hit Dad."
She saw it all.
These 4 words immediately pushed back everything that Feng's mother wanted to say, and for a moment she didn't know what to say.
He wanted to explain, but what could he explain? Should he say that Feng Donghai came to the old man to complain, saying that he couldn't even tolerate his second uncle and wanted to kick him out, so he was angry?
However, Feng Donghai did not cause any trouble to Mohan in private.
Even when Mohan was gambling on stones a few days ago, he asked the media to come.
It was obvious that he had bad intentions.
In this case, why should Mohan give in to him?
He is the kind of person who cannot tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes.
But he is Mohan's father after all.
Then Dad is also his son.
Speaking of this, Nuanu became even angrier, a little indignant. Why didn't he think about Dad being his son when he beat him?
Even if Dad did something wrong, he should just teach him a lesson.
Why did he beat him? The beating was so severe.
The masters never beat her when she was naughty.
Thinking of the injury on his back, Nuanu felt even more upset and couldn't peel the melon seeds anymore.
She carefully put the peeled melon seeds into her small bag, planning to give them to Feng Mohan and Ren Huixing later. After putting it away, she clapped her hands, stood up and said, "He beat my dad so hard that his body was covered with wounds.
He is a bad guy. I don't want to help him." What? All injuries? Mother Feng was suddenly stunned and said hastily, "I guarantee that he only hit Mohan that time." Nuanu didn't believe it. Then where did Dad get the knife wounds, burns, and scalds? Wasn't it him who did it? Of course not.
Suddenly thinking of something, Feng's mother froze in place, pain flashed in her eyes, and she leaned dejectedly on the pillow, never saying a good word in his behalf again. It was indeed not him who did it, but he also had his reasons.
Including her.
She closed her eyes bitterly, not daring to recall. Suddenly, the scene flashed through their minds when they went to pick up Feng Mohan to take him home. It was a freezing winter with the temperature below 10 degrees Celsius, but the 15-year-old boy looked like he had just crawled out of the water. He was soaked with water and covered with frozen icicles. His clothes were thin. He glanced at them indifferently and walked past them without any emotion. At that time, Feng Moyan and Feng Machin, who went with him, were wearing the warmest down jackets and branded clothes, which formed a sharp contrast with the thin and ragged boy.
How ridiculous. What qualifications does she have to ask him to do things for them? I don't have the face to do that.
She was in a state of depression, which made Nuanu confused, not understanding what was wrong with her.
"I'm leaving."
After an unknown amount of time, Feng Mohan came in from outside after finishing his discussion. He glanced at Feng's mother and paused slightly.
Nuanu scratched his head, feeling a little uneasy.
It seemed like she said something wrong and made her angry.
But she didn't know what she said wrong.
After a moment's silence, Feng Mohan picked up Nuanu as usual. Before leaving, he looked at Mother Feng and said, "Have a good rest and prepare for the surgery." Mother Feng came back to her senses, looked at him, pulled the corner of her mouth with difficulty, and said
Chapter 51 I have surgery tomorrow, can you wait for me?
Sitting in the car, she held the seatbelt with her small hands, hesitated for a moment, and then repeated what had just happened.
Finally, he hesitated and said, "Dad, did I say something wrong?" So that's how it is. Feng Mohan understood. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that the little girl was a little nervous. He shook his head and said, "No. Why does Grandma look so sad? Maybe you're thinking about something from the past. Don't think too much about it. It has nothing to do with you." Oh. So that's it. Nuanu leaned back in the chair.
Then Daddy should comfort Grandma when he has time.
She doesn't look very happy.
The master said she will have surgery soon, so she should be happy.
Yeah. Feng Mohan nodded lightly, with an inexplicable expression.
Ren Huixing sat aside, listening to the father and daughter talking, and felt more touched in his heart. It can be seen that Feng Mohan still protects Nuanu very much, and Nuanu also likes him. I just hope he can survive this crisis safely.
Because Mao Shan slipped away temporarily, the extra guest room was left vacant. Feng Mohan didn't care and let Ren Huixing pick one at random.
He picked the one closest to Nuanuo's room.
He was here, and Nuanu was a little excited.
She pulled him to her room to show him, and took out a few clothes and put them on the bed. These are all bought for me by Dad. Hearing her talk about Feng Mohan taking her to the wholesale market, Ren Huixing was surprised, but then nodded with relief. Pulling the busy Nuanu to sit down, he said softly, "It seems your father treats you well, so Master is relieved."
"Well, Master, don't worry." Nuanu nodded seriously and pulled his sleeve and said, "Master, don't blame Master Joe.
I wanted to find my father myself.
I am very happy to be with my father. I will come to see you when I have time."
It turns out she saw it all. For a moment, Ren Huixing's eyes were somewhat complicated.
He touched her hair and asked, "Don't you blame your ninth master for sending you away?"
Nuanu thought about it and shook her head. "It's not strange. I felt a little uncomfortable at first because I couldn't bear to leave my masters, but I also didn't want to implicate them anymore. It's not a burden, it's not a burden." Ren Huixing frowned and corrected her words. He cursed Mao Shan in his heart. Looking at the good things he had done, he actually made Nuanu have such thoughts.
"The masters are very happy to have you here.
They have never felt that our Nuanu has ever brought us any trouble," he emphasized again in his serious tone. Nuanu was stunned for a moment, then she smiled even more happily, moved towards him, took his arm and said happily, "Okay.
I know, I'll remember it. But I really want a dad too. Dad doesn't seem to be affected by my fate. I think we are really destined to be together."
The 9 masters were unable to bear her fate, and the money donated in her name was not as much as her father's. She felt that she and her father were really destined to be together. Although she recognized the wrong person first and accidentally blamed him, the result seemed to be good. Ren Huixing also thought about this, feeling somewhat amused and a little emotional. Perhaps it was really as she said, they were really destined to be together. Perhaps it was true what Lao Jiu often said, that Nuanu was very talented in metaphysics, and her finding Feng Mohan was not necessarily a mistake. Perhaps Feng Mohan was the father she was destined to meet. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat relieved. It doesn't matter who that person is, as long as he is good to Nuanu and makes Nuanu happy, that's enough. Nodding, Ren Huixing brought up another matter. "Then you can't waste what your masters taught you.
You have to study hard. Remember?" Nuanu nodded and said in a childish voice, "I'll remember it."
After rubbing her head and talking to her for a few words, Ren Huixing left.
The operation is scheduled for the day after tomorrow.
On the second day, Feng's mother will have to fast and make preoperative preparations.
After get off work, Feng Mohan took Nuanu to the hospital.
He first handed Nuanu to Ren Huixing, and then walked towards Feng's mother's ward. He saw the dark circles under her eyes at a glance. It was obvious that she did not sleep well last night. In addition, she was fasting before the operation, so she looked very bad. Feng Mohan raised his hand to turn up the temperature of the air conditioner in the room, then walked to the window and looked at the crowd outside. In my sight, a mother and child appeared, running in hurriedly, holding a child. The child was a bit big, looking about 6 or 7 years old. The mother had a bit of difficulty holding the child, but she still gritted her teeth and held on.
"When I was young, I resented you. In fact, I am still angry until now," Feng Mohan suddenly said.
On the bed, Mother Feng's body froze. She turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes instantly misted over. She choked and said, "It's our fault.
We didn't fulfill our responsibilities as parents."
Even if some children are born with disabilities, there are many parents who are unwilling to give up on that child and hold on with gritted teeth. Their children just have a special fate, but they back off. As soon as he was born, before he could enjoy the warmth of this world, he had to endure the coldness of this world.
Indeed. Feng Mohan did not go against his will to comfort her.
When Mother Feng felt more and more guilty, he turned around and said, "Then make it up to me in the future." Mother Fong was slightly stunned and stared at him blankly, not quite understanding what he meant for a moment.
Is that what she thought?
Fong Mohan rolled up his sleeves slowly and said casually, "Someone once said that I was a motherless child.
Now that I finally got one, I can't let anyone scold me like that again." Mother Feng's eyes turned red, and tears immediately fell. She wiped them on her face and said, "Well, I will definitely live well."
Hearing this, Fong Mohan glanced at her and said, "Do the surgery well.
No matter how much you think, it's better to do it.
Nuanu is going to be a great Taoist priest in the future. She said you can live to 102 years old, so live well and don't ruin her reputation." He spoke casually, and his words were not very gentle, and even a little cold, but Mother Fong couldn't help laughing, nodded, and said, "Well, I understand." After taking a sip of water, Fong Mohan didn't want to say more after talking too much today. He just glanced at her and said, "Go to bed early." After saying that, he left without waiting for her to answer.
Wait a moment.
Fang's mother suddenly called him.
Fong Mohan stopped and glanced sideways slightly.
Mother Fong pinched the corner of her clothes and asked nervously, "I will have surgery tomorrow.
Can you wait for me outside the door?"
There was some expectation in his tone. As if she was afraid of hearing his refusal, she said to herself before he could say anything, "Forget it if you're busy. Anyway, I've been given anesthesia, and I won't be able to see you when I come out.
If you don't, you can come too."
Before he could finish his words, Fong Mohan suddenly responded in a low voice. Mother Fong was stunned for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, she only saw his back as he left. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears streaming down her face again, but this time, she felt like laughing. Chapter 52, Don't Try to Harm Her Father While She's Here. As soon as he went out, Fong Mohan saw Nuanu sitting on a chair in the corridor, swinging her short legs boredly.
He went forward and picked the person up. "When did you come?"
"Just arrived." She put her arms around his neck skillfully, stared at him tenderly, and suddenly said "Huh," and stretched out her hand towards him, but did not fall on his face. She only stopped at the right part of his forehead and touched it lightly, as if there was something there.
There is indeed something there, but ordinary people just can't see it. Nuanu touched the ball of light at the corner of his moon, feeling a little curious.
The right forehead of a person, that is, the right side of the forehead, is called the moon corner, which represents the relationship between mother and child. Although there was light at his location before, it was very dim and almost undetectable. But now the light at his location was much brighter.
She asked curiously, "Have Dad and Grandma reconciled? How does she know?"
Fong Mohan was surprised, but then she remembered that her master was Mao Ishan, and she really got the true teachings of Xianmen, so she was not so surprised and nodded casually. There was no breakup in the first place. If you are abandoned as a child, you will definitely feel resentful, but later on you won't care about it anymore. To say I am resentful is actually more about not caring.
Oh. Nuanu nodded, and glanced at the left forehead corner of his master's father and son's kinship.
The situation there was not very good. The thin line seemed to be easily broken by the slightest touch.
It's very dangerous. Oh, what?
He seems to know everything, like a smart little kid.
Nothing.
Nuanu hugged his neck. "Dad, let's go home quickly.
I'm hungry." Brother, Mohan is really something.
He already knows Dr. Ren, and he was able to cure my sister-in-law's stomach cancer.
Wouldn't it be a matter of minutes for your heart disease?
I think he just doesn't want to treat you and hates you. Just as I passed by Mr. Fong's ward, Fong Donghai's voice came out.
Fong Mohan stopped and listened quietly with an expressionless face.
Nuanu glanced at him, feeling a little worried. Then, as she listened to the noise inside, her brows furrowed. This bad guy was never at peace all day long. He would always cause trouble for her dad whenever he had time.
How annoying. I don't know what the bad grandfather will do this time.
Inside the room, Mr. Fong was also upset, and he became even more annoyed when he heard what he said. He wanted to say that he knew Fong Mohan hated him and wished him a hard life, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know what happened, and skipped the topic and asked instead, "What are you doing here?
Have you finished your work on that project?"
Hearing this, Fong Donghai's expression suddenly changed. "Brother, didn't we agree not to mention this? If it weren't for this project, it wouldn't be so difficult for him to be on the board now." Old Master Fong didn't bother to care about him, but for some reason today, the more he told him not to speak, the more he wanted to speak. He said with a sullen face, "Why, can't I say a few words? You are so old, why are you still so careless in doing things? You don't plan well before doing a project, and you don't solve problems when the project goes wrong.
You deserve to be kicked out of the company.
The last sentence immediately touched Fong Donghai's heart.
His expression changed immediately and he said unhappily, "My last name is Fong too. That is our Fong family's property."
He is a member of the Fong family, which is why Grandpa Fong has always protected him. It is also because of this that every time Fong Mohan wants to take action against him, he becomes dissatisfied, thinking that he is too ruthless and does not care about family ties. If he had said this before, Mr. Fong would definitely protect him. However, this time, he said, if your last name wasn't Fong, you wouldn't even be qualified to serve tea and water in the Fong family with your skills.
This is really heartbreaking. Fong Donghai was so angry that his face turned blue.
Old Master Fong was also wondering why he spoke so harshly to his second brother today, but he just felt displeased when he saw him and didn't want to follow his wishes.
Is this because people are getting old and suddenly have a rebellious phase again? That's strange.
Outside the door, Nuanu looked inside and saw the faint glow of the talisman behind Fong Donghai, and she understood.
Things don't go as planned. With it around, he won't be able to get anything he wants in the next few days. Humph, let him bully Dad.
Looking at the little girl with rich expression in his arms, Fong Mohan understood what was going on. He chuckled, ignored the two people inside, and walked away holding her in his arms.
Not long after, Fong Donghai also came out angrily. He didn't want to talk to his eldest brother today. Both father and son were equally annoying.
Remembering what Mr. Fong had just said that Mother Fong would have surgery tomorrow morning, he touched his chin and suddenly sneered again. The operation time was a bit early, so Ren Huixing did not go back with them last night and stayed in the hospital. In the morning, Fong Mohan was about to take Nuanu to the hospital when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was his assistant who called and said that something had suddenly gone wrong with a project and he needed to go back. Frowning, Fong Mohan looked at the time. It was almost time for the surgery.
You go and deal with it first, and we'll talk about it this afternoon. That's it.
After saying that, he hung up the phone and walked out.
The assistant knew his temper and didn't call again.
Fong Mohan was driving and was about to turn when Nuanu suddenly pointed in a direction and said, "Dad, let's take this road."
There was a car accident on the road we were originally taking. Hearing this, Fong Mohan didn't ask her how she knew that.
He just turned the steering wheel and drove in the direction she pointed.
This route is a bit longer than the original one, so it naturally takes longer.
At the door of the operating room, Fang's mother kept looking at the corridor. Every time she heard footsteps, she looked up. However, it was not the person she wanted to wait for, and the light in her eyes dimmed. Seeing her like this, Mr. Fong frowned. Fong Donghai also said immediately, "Oh my, this Mohan is too unreasonable. My sister-in-law is having surgery today, and he didn't even come earlier. Really, I don't know if my sister-in-law can see him before the surgery." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Fong glared at him and said, "It's not like we won't see each other anymore.
You can see me whenever you want after the surgery. That's different.
You didn't even come for such a major operation.
It's obvious that you don't care."
After saying that, seeing that he was glaring at him, he said no more. Glancing at his sullen face, she felt proud, as her goal had been achieved anyway. At this time, the doctor also urged me to go in. Mother Fang's eyes gradually dimmed. What he said yesterday was probably just casual talk. With a wry smile, she was about to say come in when she saw someone walking towards her and a cold male voice came into her ears.
Why haven't I seen my second uncle care about me so much before?
Her eyes lit up and she turned her head sharply to look over there.
Fong Mohan came over holding Nuanu. His eyes fell on Feng's mother, and he explained nonchalantly, "Someone got into an accident on the road, and there was a traffic jam.
I took a detour, so it took me a little longer."
Nuanu was in his arms and was now almost as tall as him.
She noticed that when he talked about the car accident, an unnatural look flashed across Fong Donghai's face and she instantly understood what was going on. He pinched the coin on his neck and hummed in his heart, "Don't try to harm her father while she's here."
Chapter 53, Bad Old Man, No Food to Eat. Seeing Fong Mohan, Feng's mother was obviously in a much better mood.
She smiled and let the nurse push her in. The door of the operating room slowly closed. Fong Mohan sat on a chair beside them, holding Nuanu in his arms, tapping on his phone.
Fong Donghai glanced at him and said, "Mohan, you must be busy with company matters. You've been working hard during this period, running back and forth between the hospital and the company."
He said thank you for his hard work, but secretly tried to draw Mr. Feng's attention to the fact that he was playing with his mobile phone at the door of the operating room. No matter whether they were chatting or doing business, it was unacceptable for him to hold his phone while his mother was undergoing surgery. Just look at Feng Moyan, who could not sit still and kept looking in the direction of the operating room, and you will know that this is the reaction a son should have. Hearing this, Mr. Feng also looked over and frowned. Feng Mohan was too lazy to pay attention to them and didn't even raise his eyelids when he heard this. Nuanu sat in his arms, her dangling short legs suddenly stopped for a moment. She blinked and said blankly, "Didn't my master go in to perform surgery on grandma? He is so powerful, she will definitely be fine." Feng Donghai sighed and said meaningfully, "It's amazing, but this is a major surgery after all. I'm really worried. I won't be at ease until my sister-in-law comes out safely." "Oh." Nuanu just said "oh" lightly, staring at him with round eyes. "Then why do you still have the mind to play games?" "When did I play games?" Feng Donghai retorted and wanted to speak again when a tinny sound came from his cell phone. "Isn't it about what is the most popular mobile game at the moment?" Nuanu was watching the fun and didn't mind the trouble. "Second, Grandpa can play a few more rounds. It's still a long way before Grandma comes out anyway. This girl." Feng Donghai gritted his teeth and could clearly feel the displeasure emanating from his elder brother beside him. He forced a smile and said, "Brother, listen to me, this is. You should go back first." Before he could say anything, old Master Feng glanced at him and interrupted him with a frown. "The company can't do without people either. After all, your last name is Feng. You can shock them a little when you go back." Feng Donghai was even more angry. Is his only value the surname Feng? He was indignant, but seeing his elder brother looking at him with a frown, he did not dare to act rashly and agreed obediently. Before leaving, I couldn't help but secretly glare at Nuanu. It was all this little girl's fault. However, why did the game page suddenly pop up on his phone? He frowned and couldn't help but look back at Nuanu. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that this little girl was weird. Something was wrong since the first time he saw her. By the way, when he first met her, he fell several times when he went out. As unlucky as her father. He must have been affected by the evil spirit of an evil star, which is why he is so unlucky. Thinking of this, Feng Donghai walked faster. Boring. Nuanu snorted softly and nestled into Feng Mohan's arms again, suddenly calming down. She no longer had the sharp-tongued look she had just had, and looked like a soft, cute, and harmless little kid. Old Master Feng couldn't help but glance at her, but he didn't expect that Nuanu noticed his peeping at the first moment and looked over immediately, but after just one glance, she looked away. The attitude is also very clear, that is, they don't like him. He did not try to hide it at all, and anyone could see it, which made old Master Feng choke. Looking at his younger son who disliked him even more and completely treated him as heir, he felt even more depressed. The operation lasted more than 4 hours. The moment the door opened, Mr. Feng and Feng Moyan immediately went forward to greet them. Feng Mohan also stood up, but did not move forward. His eyes fell on the person lying on the bed. The operation was successful. Ren Huixing took off his mask and said, "We will observe for another 48 hours. If there is nothing wrong, we can transfer you to the general ward." "Good, great." Old Master Feng laughed. "Dr. Ren, thank you so much." Compared to his excitement, Ren Huixing seemed very calm. He said him casually and asked the nurse to send the patient to the observation room. Then he walked towards Nuanu. His face softened a lot and he said softly, "You've been waiting for a long time." Nuanu shook her head and asked Feng Mohan to put her down. Then she took Ren Huixing's hand and said, "Master, you've worked hard. Let's go eat. After dinner, I'll give you a shoulder massage, okay?" "Okay." Looking at the little girl's soft appearance, Ren Huixing couldn't bear to refuse. Feng Mohan had already booked a restaurant, and also knew Nuanu's taste from his words, so he chose very light dishes. Seeing that they were going to have dinner, Mr. Feng followed them and said that he wanted to thank him properly. "However, when we arrived at the restaurant, we couldn't help but frown. Why did you choose this place? It's just a very ordinary restaurant. Looking at the menu on the wall, the most expensive item is only over 100 yuan. The restaurant is already full of people and there is not even a private room." He glanced at his younger son with some displeasure. He didn't even bother to choose a more expensive restaurant when inviting people to dinner. He showed no sincerity at all. Ren Huixing didn't mind and sat down with a smile at a table where a guest had just left. The dishes and chopsticks on the table had not been cleared away yet, but he didn't care at all, and called Nuanu over with a smile. Nuanu immediately ran over and wiped the table and chair opposite carefully twice, then she climbed onto the table nimbly and sat next to him. Fong Mohan also walked over and sat down on the chair she had cleaned, raising his hand to rinse the dishes with water. "Are you two here together?" the waiter asked when he saw Mr. Fong and Fong Moyan standing still. "The meaning is very clear, don't stand here blocking the way even if you don't want to eat." After pursing their lips, the two looked at each other and walked up. Looking at everything around him, he seemed very uncomfortable. They couldn't help but look at Fong Mohan a few more times. They thought he wouldn't be able to stay in such a place, but he seemed to be used to it and didn't have any big reaction. They couldn't help but wonder if they were being too pretentious. Ignoring the two of them, Fong Mohan handed the menu to Ren Huixing and Nuanu and asked them to order. "The food here is actually quite good. There are many returning customers, and even gourmets who drive here specifically to eat, which is enough to show how good the food tastes. It's just that land is very expensive in Beijing, so shop owners are reluctant to expand their stores. The most important thing is that Nuanu can't go to those high-end restaurants. The food here is delicious and the price is low, it is a very good choice." Ren Huixing was happy because he took Nuanu into consideration in everything and was willing to condescend to come to the restaurant for dinner, which showed that he really cared about her. After the two of them finished ordering, Fong Mohan ordered another dish and then handed the bill to the waiter. Mr. Fong, who originally wanted to order some food, found that his hands were empty. A look of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he was secretly annoyed that the old man did not give him face. Ha, she really doesn't consider him her father at all. Chapter 54, I'll teach you. Ren Huixing didn't like pretentious conversations during meals and just kept feeding Nuanu the whole time. Every time Grandpa Fong started to talk, he was either ignored by him indifferently or interrupted by Fong Mohan. After being given the cold shoulder several times, Mr. Fong was too lazy to bother anymore. He lowered his head and was about to pick up the fish when he saw Fong Mohan take the plate away and put it in front of Ren Huixing and Nuanu. "Eat more. This fish has no bones and is edible." After enduring it for a while, Mr. Fong turned around to pick up some cold dishes, but the result was the same. In the end, all that was left in front of him was a plate of tasty pickles. Sighing, Fong Moyan lowered his head to eat the white rice, and couldn't bear to look at his father's dark face. However, no matter how gloomy his face was, no one cared. After Fong Mohan and the others finished their meal, they just left as if they hadn't seen him. This made old man Fong very angry again, and he covered his chest and gasped. Seeing him like this, Fong Moyan hurriedly said, "Dad, don't be angry, take care of yourself." Hearing this, Mr. Fong took a deep breath, calmed down, and said with a stern face, "Let's go." When he was going out, he saw Fong Mohan take the initiative to open the car door and let Ren Huixing sit in. His expression was as cold as ever, but that proud head was not even lowered in front of him. Even his own father has never received such treatment. "Dr. Ren saved Mom, so it's only right that my third brother take care of him." Looking at his expression, Fong Moyan began to persuade him. Mr. Fong said nothing and walked away, covering his chest. In the car, Ren Huixing glanced at Mr. Feng's leaving figure and said casually, "You have a bad relationship with your family?" Fong Mohan started the car steadily and said, There was no need to hide something that everyone knew, I don't live with them. You are my parents after all. What kind of parents are you if you don't raise your children?" Fong Mohan's voice was cold. Ren Huixing was silent for a moment, and suddenly remembered the information he had found, which said that he was naturally cold and indifferent, and never showed any affection when doing things. Sensing the coldness in the atmosphere, Nuanu suddenly spoke up, "Master, if my biological parents come to look for me, should I go with them?" Ren Huixing came back to his senses and immediately understood what she meant. There was something he hadn't told her. When Lao Jiu picked her up, he had told her fortune, hoping to find her relatives. Unfortunately, there was a crack in her kinship line, which was a sign of being abandoned by her parents. When she was picked up, she had just been born and it was snowing outside. If Lao Jiu hadn't been out, she might not be in this world. Thinking of this, his eyes softened a little, and he touched her little head lovingly, avoiding the question and smilingly asked, "Don't you already have a father?" "Yes, I already have a father." Nuanu grinned, and dimples appeared on her chubby cheeks. She poked her fingers and said, "My father treats me well, so I will treat him well, just like the masters raised me, so I will take care of them in their old age. Master, when I get home, I will massage your shoulders and back, and you can also check if my skills have deteriorated." The little girl said happily. Looking at her little face, Ren Huixing no longer bothered about what happened just now and nodded with a smile.
In fact, Feng Mohan's reaction was not wrong. People's feelings are relative. What you put in is what you will get in return.
Vice versa. He smiled, shook off those thoughts, and started talking to Nuanu. After returning home, Nuanu picked up the book that Ren Huixing gave her and started to recite it. Feng Mohan listened to a few words and thought it sounded like some kind of medical prescription. As everyone knows, the genius Dr. Rin is proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine and has profound attainments in both areas. He asked Aunt Lee to cut a fruit plate for them, and then went to the study. There were still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with in the company. When he came down again, Nuanu had already started carving a piece of wood. There was an audio clip playing on Ren Huixing's phone next to him. It didn't sound like a common language, but the language of a small country in South Africa. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. How come she even learned this? They were studying so seriously that he didn't bother them and just sat on the sofa with his computer. It was not until it was almost dark that Nuanu stopped. She had finished carving the things in her hands and stuffed them into Ren Huixing's hands. "Master, please take a picture for me and send it to Master 3. After saying that, he ran towards Feng Mohan and hugged his legs. "Dad. I haven't talked to him all afternoon and I missed him so much." Feng Mohan put his computer aside when she came over, reached out to take her, and put her on his lap. He suddenly remembered what Nuanu had told him about her masters. The eldest master who loves playing with knives is a miracle doctor, the ninth master who loves looking at the stars is a master of Shenmen, so who is the third master who loves playing with wood? He originally thought that they were just some ordinary people who were not doing their jobs properly, but when he saw Ren Huixing and Maoishan, he suddenly realized that the things behind it were not as simple as he thought. Just as he was thinking about it, Nuanu suddenly grabbed his sleeve and said, "Dad, let's do good deeds tomorrow. Grandma's problem has been resolved, and it's time to get rid of the evil spirit in Dad." She looked at Feng Mohan eagerly, and was somewhat excited, but when Feng Mohan heard this, his body suddenly stiffened. "Do good things?" Just at this moment, Ren Huixing turned his head and looked over. His eyes were gentle, but the smile on his face made him feel a little pressured for some reason. Pinching his brows, Feng Mohan nodded helplessly. "Yeah. Of course he would do what he promised her, but when it comes to doing good things, he really has no experience." As if she sensed his difficulty, Nuanu patted her chest and said seriously, "Don't be afraid, Dad, I can do it, I'll teach you." Seeing her excited look, Feng Mohan swallowed the words "how about we go the day after tomorrow" that were about to come out of his mouth and said him. Suddenly, Nuanu became happier. Looking at her smiling face, Feng Mohan also smiled. "Forget it, I have to go sooner or later. Besides, if I want to stay with the little girl longer, I really have to find a way to get rid of this evil spirit." Seeing that he agreed, Nuanu couldn't help but cheer, and ran upstairs, saying as she ran, "Dad, I'll go get ready." "What are you preparing for? Didn't she just come here from any street before?" He looked at Ren Huixing strangely, with a questioning look in his eyes. However, Ren Huixing did not answer anything. He just took a sip of water, looked at him with a smile, stood up and patted his shoulder. "Come on, don't let Nuanu down." After saying that, he followed her upstairs with his hands behind his back, looking like he was there to watch the fun. "Watching the fun? Whose fun are you watching?" Feng Mohan didn't understand why, and always felt that there seemed to be something else behind his words. "But I couldn't ask." After thinking about it, he simply let it go and was too lazy to explore anything further. He would know the answer tomorrow anyway. Tomorrow. Thinking about the good deeds he has to do tomorrow, Feng Mohan started to have a headache again. Chapter 55, First Battle Defeat. The next day, early in the morning, right after finishing their meal, Nuanu pulled Feng Mohan out. "Dad, hurry up." "Wait." Feng Mohan pulled the little girl helplessly, took a pink hat from the shelf on the entrance and put it on her, to prevent her little face from getting sunburned like last time. The brim of the sun hat was too large, so Nuanu's vision was somewhat obstructed. She tilted her head higher when looking at him. From Feng Mohan's perspective, she could only see a fleshy chin. He scratched her in a good mood, curled the corners of his lips slightly, took the saline solution that had been poured in a long time ago, held her hand, and said, "Let's go." "Yeah." Nuanu jumped and followed him and got in the car. "Where are the things you prepared?" Feng Mohan asked casually while fastening his seatbelt and thinking of this matter. "Oh, right." After he reminded her, Nuanu also remembered. She rummaged through the small bag she carried across her body for a long time, took out a talisman, and leaned over and said, "Dad, give me your hand." Raising his eyebrows slightly, Fong Mohan still handed it over obediently and took a glance at it. He still didn't understand what was drawn on it. Nuanu took the talisman and circled it around his arm. She touched the end with her fingertips and the talisman paper disappeared. In less than 3 seconds, a number slowly appeared on his wrist. Seeing this scene, Fong Mohan was slightly surprised, and then his eyes fell on the same position of her wrist and shook it. "Is this my merit value?" Nuanu shook her head, then nodded. "You could say that the merit value and the evil spirit value are corresponding. The merit value is a positive number, and the evil spirit value is a negative number. They can offset each other, and if a person's merit value is greater than his evil spirit value, this number is positive, otherwise it is negative." "And his?" Nuanu looked at the number that appeared on his wrist, dumbfounded and embarrassed. She scratched her face and suddenly felt a little stressed. Fong Mohan also lowered his eyes to take a look, and sneered, "It turns out that I really am a bad star. Otherwise, how could it be so unlucky? 99,999. He is really good at being able to count 5 digits at once. It's not like that." Nuanu subconsciously grabbed his hand, her little face full of seriousness. "This is affected by fate, and the resentment, hatred, and jealousy of others are all counted as evil spirits. Dad is so powerful and so outstanding, there must be a lot of people who are jealous of you, so the number appears so large." Hearing this, Fong Mohan raised his eyebrows. He didn't really care about this matter. He just wanted to tease the little girl. "If I am better, I will attract more jealousy. Wouldn't I be more vulnerable then?" Nuanu was stumped by his question. She was also very confused about this. Good and bad things were not so clear to explain. Maui-shan studied how to quantify these things just to make it easier for Nuanu to know how much money she could spend. As for how this number came about and how it was converted, Nuanu only has a vague understanding, but there is definitely nothing wrong in doing good things. She bit her lip and tapped her head in annoyance. "I'm sorry, Dad. I'm so stupid. I don't know how to explain it. The master just told her to do good deeds. She didn't know anything else." Seeing her self-blaming expression, Fong Mohan suddenly regretted teasing her. He coughed lightly and rubbed her head. "Dad was just joking. It's just doing good deeds. At most, I can just do more." "Yeah." Nuanu cheered up again, clenched her little hands into fists, and encouraged, "Come on, Dad. I'm with you." "Okay." Fong Mohan smiled and asked, "Can you let me see the value in your hand? This way he will have an idea of what to expect when there are changes in the future." "Sure." Nuanu came over happily, put their arms, one big and one small, together, and then drew a talisman in the air with their fingers. Maybe it was because he was too close to her, but Fong Mohan vaguely saw something like a silk thread wrapped around their wrists, making a circle, as if connecting the two of them tightly together. Like a talisman, the line quickly disappeared. Then, the number on Nuanu's hand appeared in front of him. I touched my wrist unconsciously, as if I could still feel the pull of the string, and a sense of satisfaction suddenly arose in my heart. In this world, there is someone who is closer to him than blood. "Dad, can you see it?" Seeing that he didn't say anything and didn't know what he was thinking, Nuanu stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. "Yes." Fong Mohan nodded and retracted his gaze. "Sit tight, we are about to set off." "Yeah." Nuanu quickly sat back, fastened her seatbelt, and shook her short legs. "Dad, I'm sitting well." Fong Mohan nodded slightly, stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove out steadily. According to Nuanu, the more people there are in a place, the more people will need help, so they specifically chose a busy street. Today is the weekend, and there are many passers-by passing by. Nuanu pulled Fong Mohan to stand on the side of the road, standing on tiptoes to look around from time to time, waiting for an opportunity to do good. Soon, Nuanu found the target, and hurriedly tugged at Fong Mohan's sleeve, urging him, "Dad, go quickly." She pointed in a direction. There was a mother and son. The child was only about 3 or 4 years old like Nuanu. He was crying loudly. His mother tried to coax him for a long time but to no avail. She was getting very frustrated. Nuanu stared at that place and said, "Dad, go help that auntie to calm the kid down. What are you trying to appease? A child?" Fong Mohan frowned, but didn't move. "I can't." He had never coaxed any other child except her. "It doesn't matter. Just tell the kid to stop crying and listen to his mother.
This is what the mother needs at the moment.
Tell him to stop crying.
After pondering for a moment, Fong Mohan came up with an idea.
Seeing the little girl looking at him eagerly, he nodded and walked towards the mother and son. The young mother was having a headache because of her son's crying, when she suddenly felt a shadow falling. She looked up in a daze and saw an extremely handsome face. The man had sharp features, a well-dressed body, and exuded a powerful aura. She was stunned for a moment, staring at him blankly, and then she saw him frowning slightly. His eyes fell on the crying child rolling on the ground, and he said, "Shut up." The voice was cold and carried the oppressive feeling of a superior. The child's crying stopped abruptly, and he stared at him with wide eyes, pouting his lips. Just as he was about to open his mouth and continue crying, Fong Mohan looked over at him. "Don't cry." The child was stunned and quickly covered his mouth with his hands to suppress the cry that was about to come out of his mouth. He looked at him in fear, as if he wanted to cry but didn't dare to. Seeing this, Fong Mohan felt relieved. It seemed that coaxing children and doing good deeds were not difficult tasks. He raised his arm slowly, glanced at the evil energy value, and his eyes narrowed slightly.
100,000.
Very good, he did a good thing and successfully increased his evil spirit value to over 6 figures.
What are you doing?
The young mother looked at her child, whose face turned blue with fear, suddenly came to her senses and yelled.
Nuanu, who watched the whole process from the side, said. Chapter 56. Give it all to him.
Nuanu gave away a candy and finally calmed the child and his mother. She kept apologizing and explained that her father really didn't want to scare him, but just wanted to coax him. The young mother looked at him suspiciously. Seeing his stern face, the coldness around him spread uncontrollably. She immediately shrank her neck and couldn't help muttering, "He doesn't act like he's trying to coax a child.
It's meant to scare people." Fong Mohan narrowed his eyes with some impatience.
Seeing this, Nuanu hurriedly grabbed his hand and squeezed it, successfully suppressing his anger. She then spoke a few words to the child and made him laugh. The young mother's face looked better and she left with the child in her arms. She waved at them and watched them leave. Then Nuanu let it go and turned to look at Fong Mohan, speechless for a moment. After staring at each other for half a minute, Fong Mohan frowned slightly. "I just want him to stop crying."
His tone was calm, but Nuanu could hear some grievance in it.
She immediately began to feel sorry for him, hugged his legs and nodded, "Yeah, I know, my dad is the best." She believed him. Hearing this, Fong Mohan's expression relaxed slightly. He pinched his eyebrows with a headache, not knowing what to do. His philosophy has always been to only look at the results, not the process, but this time he realized that even if the results are the same, the results will be different if the processes are different. Trouble. These 2 words came to his mind. Nuanu didn't expect him to lose in his first battle. He felt helpless and scratched his head, saying, "It's my fault for not explaining it clearly to Dad." After thinking for a while, she said, "How about this? I'll show Dad how to do it, and he'll watch me do it first, and then do it himself."
Yeah. Fong Mohan nodded. This was the only way. Leaning against a tree, Fong Mohan let out a long breath.
He never thought that one day he would have to stand here and learn to do good deeds. If this got out, it would really be laughable. He took out a cigarette with some annoyance and was about to light it when he glanced at Nuanu and put the lighter back. He put the cigarette under his nose and sniffed it. The smell of tobacco calmed his mood a little. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Nuanu. Compared to his clumsiness, the little girl seemed very skilled at doing good deeds. From time to time, someone thanked her, and he vaguely saw her pointing in his direction. The person suddenly realized something and lowered his head to say something to her. He couldn't hear clearly because he was far away, but seeing the little girl smiling happily, he guessed that he was praising her or something like that. After showing the way to someone, Nuanu ran back to Fong Mohan. I bent over to wipe the sweat off her face, and saw that her little face was still turning red. She wasn't exposed to the sun, but the hat couldn't block the heat. Fong Mohan was slightly displeased and whispered, "It's too hard. Forget it. If you want merit points, I can just give you money to buy them." "What about Dad?" Nuanu looked up at him and asked. "Your master said that throwing money is also useful, but the effect is smaller. But this is not rigorous. The effect is not great, it's just that you don't throw enough. As long as you throw enough, it will always be useful." Nuanu shook her head, "It's different. My father's evil spirit is innate, so he must rely on himself to resolve it. Other methods are certainly useful, but for this kind of innate evil spirit, they are only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. She gulped down a few gulps of water, then looked up at him and smiled, patting her chest and saying, "Don't be afraid, leave it to me." After saying that, he went back to work without waiting for Fong Mohan to speak. The little girl has a sweet mouth and looks cute. Even if she takes the initiative to help, people will not feel wary. Most people will agree to let her help with the intention of coaxing a child. She kept spinning like a little top. She only ate a quick meal at noon and then went back to work. Fong Mohan couldn't stop her even if he called her. She didn't stop until it got dark. Fong Mohan picked him up and said, "Let's go have a barbecue." The little girl seems to like eating meat. Nuanu couldn't help swallowing, but still shook her head to refuse, put her face on his shoulder, and yawned, "Dad, I want to go home and sleep." As she spoke, her voice slowly lowered, and soon the sound of breathing was heard. Fong Mohan glanced sideways at the little girl in his arms. She was well behaved to begin with, and looked even more obedient after falling asleep. At this moment, her face was full of weariness that could not be concealed, which made people feel distressed. When I got home, I carried her all the way back to her room, but she didn't wake up at all. "I'm really exhausted." He couldn't help but touch her little face and stare at her for a long time. Fong Mohan took the small blanket and covered her belly. He wanted to put her arms in place, but his eyes suddenly stopped at one place. Looking at the number on her wrist that hadn't increased at all, he frowned and subconsciously looked at his own wrist, which had increased from 100,000 to 99,992. In a flash, he suddenly understood why Nuanu had pointed at him many times. She gave him all the merit points she gained today. She helps him do what he can't do. She helped him earn the merit points that he couldn't earn. He immediately understood what it meant to leave it to her. Is she planning to take on the nearly 100,000 negative merit points for him? For a moment, Fong Mohan felt both sour and swollen in the heart. No one had ever been so nice to him. His parents had abandoned him, his brothers despised him, and everyone thought he was doomed. No one dared to get close to him. Even if they did, it was to get benefits from him. Only this little girl gave him all her sincerity. Be nice to him without any ulterior motive. My eyes slowly moved to her little feet. They were a little red and had a blister on them, all from today's wear. For him. Looking at the sleeping little girl, Fong Mohan gently held her hand, reluctant to let go. How can she be so sweet? It seems to be able to wipe away all the bitterness in this world. I couldn't help but lean over and hug her gently. Nuanu seemed to be aware of something. She opened her eyes, mumbled, and fell asleep again. She said, "Don't be afraid, Dad. I will do good things for you and give them all to you, all to you." Listening to her mumbling, Fong Mohan felt even more anxious. After hugging her for a long time, he reluctantly let her go, turned the bedside lamp to the dimmest setting, stood up, and walked out lightly. Maybe because she was too tired yesterday, Nuanu didn't wake up until almost 10 o'clock the next day. She looked at the time and quickly slid off the bed, but suddenly found a piece of gauze wrapped around her foot. After taking a look, she exclaimed, "Huh? I didn't feel any pain." She moved her feet, put on her shoes and ran out. She first went to Fong Mohan's room and study, but didn't find him. When he walked into the living room and saw Ren Huixing sitting there, he asked, "Master, have you seen my father?" Ren Huixing put down the newspaper in his hand and nodded, "Yeah, I saw him go out early in the morning." "Where did you go?" "I don't know. He probably went to the company. He asked you to stay home and have a good rest today. He left some food for you. Let's eat first." "Oh." After answering, Nuanu washed her hands, sat at the dining table, ate a few bites, and suddenly put down the bowl. "Master, let's go find Dad." Chapter 57. Dad, I will spoil you from now on. Hearing this, Ren Huixing glanced at her and asked, "Does your foot hurt anymore?" "Feet?" Nuanu looked down at her feet. The gauze on them was very obvious. She looked up and asked him, "Did Master do this for me?" She thought that was the case, but she didn't expect Ren Huixing to shake his head and say, "Your father did it for you." As he spoke, he couldn't help but think of last night, when Fong Mohan took a needle and gently pricked the blisters on her feet, applied medicine, and bandaged them. His movements were very gentle throughout the whole process and he didn't hurt her at all. The pain in his eyes could not be faked. "You're a pretty good father," he suddenly said. Nuanu tilted her head and looked at him strangely, not understanding why he suddenly said this, and said as a matter of course, "That's right, Dad is very good."
Seeing her protecting him like this, Ren Huixing couldn't help laughing. Well, let's eat first. Even if we want to go find him, we have to finish our meal first. All right. Hearing this, Nuanu obediently picked up the chopsticks and started eating. After a while, she held up the bowl to show him, Master, I'm done. The implication is that you can take her to find her father. Seeing that her heart and eyes were filled with Feng Mohan, Ren Huixing shook his head helplessly, feeling a little sad in his heart. Finally, he sighed and agreed, let's go. Nuanu was delighted and ran upstairs to change her clothes, put on her hat, carried a water cup, and stood at the door waiting for him eagerly. Seeing her like this, Ren Huixing felt both angry and amused, and couldn't help but reach out and tap her nose gently. You really have forgotten your master because you have a father. Nuanu wrinkled her nose, hugged his hand, and said softly, No, now that I have a dad, Nuanu will not forget my master, really. Afraid that he wouldn't believe her, Nuanu was a little anxious at the end, raising her little hand and saying, I swear. All right. Ren Huixing wrapped her little hands and interrupted her, Master was just teasing you. After staring at him for a while and making sure that he was really joking and not angry, Nuanu heaved a sigh of relief and rolled her little face against his palm, Master is the best. Ren Huixing pinched her soft little cheeks, looked at the little girl, and started laughing too. Although Feng Mohan didn't say where he went, Nuanu still knew his location with the help of the copper coins. Before leaving, he also specially asked for a driver, for fear that if Nuanu and the others wanted to go out, there would be no one to take them there. But he didn't expect that the person did go out, and his purpose was to find him. Nuanu put her face against the window and saw him at a glance. Just as she was about to get off the car, she suddenly discovered something, exclaimed let go of the handle and stared at him. Seeing that her expression was wrong, Ren Huixing also looked over and was slightly stunned. Feng Mohan was seen standing next to an old man on the sidewalk, as if he was about to cross the road, but he walked extremely slowly, which was completely inconsistent with his usual pace, and he was always half a step slower than the old man. The old man had weak legs and walked slowly. He had only walked halfway when the red light came on. Drivers on both sides honked their horns impatiently, which startled the old man so much that he quickened his pace and almost tripped. Feng Mohan quickly gave him a hand, which helped him stabilize. Thank you. The old man looked at him gratefully. Seeing that he had stood firm, Feng Mohan loosened his hand and said lightly, It's okay. He glanced at the driver who was honking the horn, his eyes slightly narrowed. Even though there was a layer of glass between them, the driver still felt the chill. He was so scared that he withdrew his hand that was about to be pressed down, leaned back in his chair, and suddenly came to his senses, only to find that he was covered in cold sweat. That man's eyes were too scary. After the old man walked past, the red light came on again. The driver felt impatient, but thinking of the look just now, he dared not move. He could only complain in his heart, and when the green light came on, he hurriedly started the car and left. Nuanu moved in the direction of Feng Mohan to the other side of the car window, looked at him standing on the side of the road, and then walked towards a person. So, Dad is doing a good thing? Suddenly, she felt a slight touch on her wrist. She looked down and saw a faint golden light entering it. The number on her arm also changed. Changed from 655 to 669.5. Did Dad give her the merit? Her little mouth was slightly open, and she stared blankly outside. Feng Mohan was wearing a high-end suit, his posture was straight, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows were slightly raised. It can be seen that he was not good at doing this kind of thing and was a little clumsy, but he still tried hard to make himself do it. He also gave her all the merit points he earned. Nuanu looked in that direction and saw him picking up the garbage dropped by pedestrians on the road. Finally, she couldn't help but open the car door and ran towards him. Hey, miss? The driver exclaimed. In the back seat, Ren Huixing seemed to have expected this and waved his hand, It's okay, let her go. Seeing her hugging his legs, Ren Huixing smiled and said, Let's go. The driver hesitated, We won't wait for the lady? We won't be needed anymore. He will take good care of her. He didn't say who it was, but the driver knew it very well. Looking at the man whose brows softened, he felt a little emotional. Since the young lady came, the third master has changed a lot. Suddenly, a soft little creature hugged his legs, and the scent of milk hit him. Feng Mohan looked down and saw that it was her. He raised his eyebrows slightly, Why are you here? I'm here to find Daddy. Nuanu hugged him, opened her arms, and had a bright smile on her face, Daddy, hold me. Feng Mohan took a half step back and said, I just threw away the garbage, my hands are dirty. Then I'll wash Dad.
As she said that, she turned on the water on her back and motioned for him to stretch out his hand. After a pause, Fong Mohan squatted down and stretched out his hand. Nuanu poured water into his hands carefully so as not to splash on him.
All right. The little girl still had to drink, so Fong Mohan didn't use much.
He just washed her briefly and called a halt. Nuanu covered the bottle, wiped his hands with her sleeve, then threw herself into his arms, hugged his neck tightly, and nodded her little head against his neck. Fong Mohan held her little butt and stood up, then looked down at her feet. Does your foot still hurt?
It doesn't hurt anymore. Didn't I tell you to rest at home? Why are you running out? I wanted to see my father, so I asked the master to send me here.
After saying that, Nuanu stepped back a little, held his face and kissed him, then said, Dad, in the future, when you do good deeds, just keep the merits for yourself. If you give them to others, it will be a loss, which is too much of a loss.
Then why did you give me yours? Fong Mohan asked, stroking her little face with his fingertips. Nuanu tilted her head and said as a matter of course, Dad needs it more than I do. I already have a lot of money, so I don't need it. It's only 600 yuan, it's not a lot. Fong Mohan held her little hand, reluctant to let go.
Nuanu looked at him, hugged his neck again, leaned her chin over him, and whispered, I know Daddy is good to me.
Fong Mohan glanced sideways.
She was lying on his shoulder. He couldn't see her full face. He could only see the corners of her mouth turned up and his nose was filled with the scent of her milk.
Nuanu said in a brisk voice, I also want to be good to Dad. Dad, don't be too touched. These are all things I am willing to do. You have to learn to adapt, understand?
The little girl's voice was soft and sticky, and at the end she spoke in a somewhat tough and preachy tone, which made people laugh.
Chapter 58 Secret Photography.
Fong Mohan couldn't help but smile, and the next moment, his face was held by the little girl again. She looked at him seriously, patted his shoulder with one hand, and said earnestly, Dad, you have to get used to it as soon as possible.
I will spoil you in the future, okay? Fong Mohan didn't say anything, just stared at her.
The little girl was still very tiny, less than 1 meter tall, but she told him, a 1.9 meter tall man, that she wanted to spoil him, and she said it so seriously. He wanted to laugh, but as soon as he moved, his eyes felt hot. He held her head with his hands, pressed her into his arms, and hugged her tightly.
Nuanu didn't understand what was going on.
She blinked, then realized something. She patted his back gently with her little hands, frowned, and felt helpless.
How could her father be so easily moved? This is just the beginning. It doesn't matter.
She will pamper him more in the future. When he gets used to it, he won't be moved by such a small thing. It didn't take long for Fong Mohan to calm down, but he still didn't let the little girl follow him. He put her in the car and said, sit inside and don't come out. I'll go home when I'm done.
It's so hot, she shouldn't hang out outside.
As for what she needed, he just had to spend money, it was no big deal. Seeing his firm attitude, Nuanu had to give up and warned him, then Dad, don't give me the merit, keep it for yourself.
Fong Mohan turned on the air conditioner and said, play in there by yourself, don't come out, remember? Nuanu nodded obediently, I'll remember it.
After rubbing her head, Fong Mohan left. The car was parked in the shade with the air conditioner on, which was very comfortable. Nuanu leaned on the window and watched for a while, but seeing that he was busy, she didn't go over to disturb him. She glanced at the number on her wrist and suddenly remembered something. If she did good deeds in a day, she could only earn a few cents at most, but when her father helped her, it seemed like her income increased by 10 yuan at once.
She was busy looking at him just now and didn't pay attention to this matter.
Now that she recalled it herself and was sure that she remembered it correctly, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised for a moment. She just said it, her dad brings good luck to her.
I couldn't help but grin and laugh happily.
After feeling happy, she took off the copper coin from her neck and played with it. Suddenly, she felt a flash of light. She turned her head and looked outside, and saw a sneaky figure hiding beside the car with a mobile phone in his hand, as if he was taking a secret photo.
Nuanu looked for a while, then suddenly pressed the window down and asked, what are you doing?
There was an anti-peeping film on the car window, and Nuanu was a short and fat girl now. Goli didn't notice her at all just now. When he suddenly heard a voice, he was so scared that he sat down on the ground. He looked up in shock and saw it was a little girl. He breathed a sigh of relief, patted his butt, stood up, and said fiercely, where did you come from, little brat, get out of here.
Nuanu wasn't angry either. She leaned over to take a look at his phone and asked, "What are you filming?" Goli waved his hand. "Go away, what do you care what I'm filming?"
Nuanu blinked, leaned over the window, and said in a soft voice, "Uncle, if you take pictures randomly, something bad may happen." Hearing this, Goli thought she was cursing him, and became even more impatient.
He raised his fist and said viciously, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you up." "Who are you going to beat?" A cold voice came.
Goli was startled, and turned his head blankly. When he saw the person coming, his legs weakened again, his face turned pale, and his phone almost fell to the ground. Third master.
Fong Mohan narrowed his eyes, glanced at Nuanu, and his hostility was slightly suppressed.
He looked at Goli coldly, and his voice suddenly became cold. "Get lost."
Yes, I'll get out of here right now." Goli did not dare to delay and got up immediately. However, he stumbled and fell again.
He did not have time to cry out in pain and crawled away using his hands and feet. He looked back at him with fear in his eyes, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he did not catch up with him. After turning the corner, he leaned against the wall exhausted, wiping the sweat from his head awkwardly.
He remembered something and hurriedly took out his mobile phone.
Seeing that the photo on it was still there, he smiled with satisfaction again.
"This time it's going to be big." "Dad, do you know this person?" Nuanu asked curiously. Fong Mohan shook his head. "I don't know him."
As for why he knew him, there was nothing strange about it. There were probably not many people in Beijing who didn't know him, and the only one who dared not to be afraid of him was the little girl in front of him.
"Are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry."
"Are you thirsty, Dad?" Seeing the sweat on his head, Nuanu wiped it with her hand and handed him the cup.
Fong Mohan did not refuse and gave her what he was holding. "Ah, watermelon." Nuanu looked at the red flesh with surprise and couldn't help swallowing. "Eat it." Fong Mohan looked at her greedy look with amusement. "Yes."
Nuanu took it with a smile, opened the car again, pulled him to sit on the side of the road, put a piece of paper under him, looked up at him, and urged, "Dad, sit down." Fong Mohan glanced at the ground, hesitated for a moment, and then sat down. Nuanu immediately handed the watermelon in her hand to him. "Dad, let's eat together." As he spoke, he picked up a piece with a skewer and handed it to his mouth.
She looked like she wouldn't eat it if he didn't, so Fong Mohan had no choice but to eat it. Seeing this, Nuanu laughed happily and picked up a piece as well. Sure enough, it was the same as the one above, sweet and juicy, and very delicious. The father and daughter took turns eating the watermelon while sitting on the side of the road, looking a little unpresentable. Fong Mohan didn't care. He sat there quietly with his long legs slightly bent. It seemed a bit cramped sitting on the low roadside, but his face was full of satisfaction. He raised his hand to wipe the mouth of the girl next to him. Nuanu also looked over and smiled at him, with dimples on her face. "Daddy, is it sweet?" "Sweet. I think it's very sweet, too." Then he gave him another piece. "If it's sweet, eat more." Fong Mohan opened his mouth and ate it without saying anything. The sweetness spread from my mouth to my heart, and for a moment I couldn't tell whether the watermelon was sweeter or she was sweeter. A camera secretly popped out from the corner. Goli looked at the photos he had just taken with satisfaction. The dignified president of Fong Group was actually sitting on the roadside eating cheap watermelon and wandering around the street, not knowing what he was doing. Could it be that something went wrong with Fong Group and he was so upset that he became stupid? With a sigh, Goli looked through the new photos he had taken today and started thinking about where to celebrate tonight. The thought of it made him happy, and he left with his phone in satisfaction. Seeing her finish the last bite, Fong Mohan wiped her hands carefully with a wet towel. He glanced at her and a sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. They will only use some inferior means. There really hasn't been any progress at all. Chapter 59, Small Punishment. Brother, this is outrageous. You actually ran out on the street like this. People who don't know would think our Fong family is going bankrupt. As soon as Fong Mohan and Nuanu walked to the door, they heard Fong Donghai's words. Nuanu was lying on Fong Mohan's shoulder and playing with his hair. When she heard this, she turned her head away abruptly, frowned, and looked a little unhappy. Why was this bad guy so restless all day long? Inside the room, Fong Donghai took out his cell phone and said indignantly, "Brother, take a look at this photo. If it gets out, what kind of image will our Fong family have?" Photo? Nuanu's ears moved and he suddenly realized that the bad guy who took the photos was sent by him. Hateful.
Suddenly remembering something, her eyes rolled around and she smiled, quietly poking Fong Mohan's shoulder and pointing inside. Seeing this, Fong Mohan raised his eyebrows slightly.
Come in?
He was just passing by, but he didn't expect the little girl to want to go in.
Fong Mohan didn't hesitate, he turned around and pushed the door open.
I want to see what photos uncle got. He came suddenly, and his voice was cold and mocking. Fong Donghai was so frightened that his hands trembled and his face froze. He felt embarrassed as if he had been caught saying bad things about someone. He pulled the corners of his mouth and said awkwardly, Third nephew is here. Old Master Fong also saw him, raised his eyelids, and said in a bad tone, What are you doing here?
Didn't you say that you would not come even if I died? Fong Mohan didn't even glance at him and looked at Fong Donghai. Where's the photo? How could Fong Donghai dare to show it to him?
He just laughed dryly and said, Nothing, I was just kidding.
Really? Fong Mohan raised the corner of his lips slightly and looked at him with a smile.
Fong Donghai's face twitched but he said nothing.
During the stalemate, Mr. Fong suddenly took the phone away and said, What photos? Let me see them, too.
He had no interest at first, but now he was a little curious.
Brother!
Fong Donghai didn't expect that he would take it away suddenly.
He exclaimed and his body became even stiffer.
It was one thing for him to dislike Fong Mohan, but hiring someone to follow and film him was another.
Who could have thought he would come at this time? Just as he was thinking about it, Mr. Fong frowned and threw his phone away, looking suspicious. What the hell is this thing you took a picture of?
Hearing this, Fong Donghai was slightly surprised.
Why did his reaction seem to be wrong?
He picked up the phone in confusion, and when he saw the photo on it, his pupils suddenly shrank, his hands loosened, his face showed horror, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back, looking frightened. Seeing him like this, Fong Mohan narrowed his eyes, bent down to pick up the phone, and frowned when he saw the photo on it. This was exactly the photo of him on the road today, so why did he feel like he saw a ghost when he looked at it? Thinking of something, he glanced in the direction of Nuanu and saw that the little girl looked like she was enjoying the show, as if she had known it would be like this.
He understood.
Fong Mohan threw the phone back without changing his expression and said dimly, I didn't expect second uncle to have such a strong taste. Fong Donghai's face turned pale, and he still hadn't come back to his senses. When he heard his words, his mind couldn't help but recall what he had just seen. It was a woman with long hair draped over her shoulders, her face was pale, her white dress was stained with blood, there was a big blood pit on her forehead, blood was slowly flowing down, she was looking straight at him, the corners of her mouth were full of blood, she was grinning, and she stretched out her hand, as if she was going to strangle his neck at the next moment. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew across his face, which was very refreshing. Fong Donghai shuddered suddenly, and the cold sweat on his head slowly slid down and dripped into his mouth, tasting salty. Suddenly, he seemed to feel that it was like blood dripping from a woman's face, and in front of him, he seemed to see that figure vaguely. His eyes suddenly opened wide, his body shook like a sieve, and he suddenly let out a hysterical scream and ran out in panic. The moment he shouted, Fong Mohan raised his hands and covered Nuanuo's ears. Nuanuo blinked her eyes and watched him run out, falling down 3 times and crawling. She shook her head in disappointment. She thought he was very brave because he was always thinking about harming her father. She didn't expect that such a small thing would scare him like this. It's really scary. Thinking about it, she turned her head and looked in one direction. Xiao Liang was bending over, looking at her own photo curiously, her hair sliding down, and she brushed it behind her. She felt Nuanuo's gaze looking at her, and she folded her hands awkwardly in front of her belly, pursed her lips and gave her a shy smile. She didn't expect that she could scare people like that. Nuanuo looked at her and waved his hand indifferently. He didn't blame her, he was just too timid. What's going on? Old Master Fong was also startled by his sudden scream. He frowned deeply and couldn't help muttering. He looked up and saw Fong Mohan turn around and walk out. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word to him, nor did he look at him, which made Mr. Fong so angry that he asked angrily, Didn't you see your father? Fong Mohan still ignored her, and walked out holding Nuanuo, and asked casually, What's going on? He knew that the man was taking pictures of them secretly, or maybe he was taking pictures of someone else, but no matter who it was, the person in the phone shouldn't be a ghost. Judging from the little girl's expression, it seemed like she had known it for a long time. Nuanuo poked her finger and blinked innocently, I have already warned that person, taking random photos will cause trouble. Unfortunately, he didn't believe it. She didn't do anything, she just let Sister Xiao Liang stand in front of her father and was photographed by him. As for what they saw at the beginning, it was true that they could only see their father, but just now she accidentally opened his yin-yang eyes a little bit, so he could see Sister Xiao Liang. After hearing her explanation, Feng Mohan couldn't help but smile and pinched her little face. Is it really unintentional? Nuanu chuckled, pinched her thumb and fingers to make a small distance. Okay, I admit that I did it a little bit on purpose. Just a little? Nuanu giggled, hugged his neck, and shook his short legs. Who asked him to take a secret photo of Daddy? No one can bully her father. Feng Mohan smiled and walked forward with her. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, is his yin-yang eyes closed now? Nuanu glanced at the time and shook her head. Each time I can open my yin-yang eyes, it's only half an hour, and now the time is not up yet. He ran so fast after he finished driving that only a few minutes had passed. But Dad. Nuanu changed the subject, with a puzzled expression. I found that there is a kind of yin energy about him. It's the yin energy that only dead people have. Generally speaking, it will disappear naturally, but not on him. It's been a long time, and now it looks like it's getting heavier. This means that he has come into contact with the source of the yin energy many times. She discovered it some time ago, but she didn't know where he got it from. Really? Feng Mohan raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had guessed something, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Seeing him like this, Nuanu held his face and looked at him for a while, then said, Dad, why do I feel like you're going to do something bad? It's really not a good thing. Do you still like me like this? Of course. Nuanu hugged his neck. Dad is dealing with bad guys, not doing bad things. This is to eliminate harm for the people. I said the wrong thing. The little girl changes the subject really quickly. Feng Mohan couldn't help laughing and pinched her little face again. So Dad, what are you going to do? Nuanu couldn't help but ask curiously. Feng Mohan did not hide it from her and whispered something in her ear. After hearing this, Nuanu's face lit up with joy. That's great. I guarantee that the bad guy will never dare to do bad things again. Chapter 60. Leave the dangerous matters to him. Outside the hospital, Feng Donghai hurriedly opened the car door and got in. The air conditioner in the car was on, and he shuddered at the coolness. He immediately said, turn off the air conditioner. Deputy President? The driver turned his head in surprise, thinking he had heard it wrong. It's summer now and the temperature is almost 40 degrees Celsius today. Turn it off. Feng Donghai urged with a dark face, feeling that the cool breeze had not yet passed. It's so scary, why did the photos in his phone suddenly turn into a female ghost? He was puzzled. As soon as he turned off the air conditioner, the temperature immediately rose and his body became warmer. He came to his senses and wanted to call Goli immediately, but his call was empty. Then he realized that he had dropped his phone and did not take it back. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't want the phone anymore. It's too unlucky. What's going on recently? Why does he always encounter such weird things? Feng Donghai rubbed his head irritably, then looked up, his heart tightened again, and he suddenly shouted, stop the car. The driver immediately stepped on the brakes and turned to look at him. Vice President, what's wrong? What's wrong? Don't you see anyone in front of you? No one? The driver looked confused. He looked ahead and his expression became even weirder. Vice President, there's no one ahead. Not only was there no one there, it was also very empty. The previous car was 800 meters away from them. Where are these people from? What, no one? Feng Donghai's body stiffened and he turned his head stiffly, only to see a figure standing diagonally in front of him. A car drove over in the lane next to him, and he thought he would see a bloody car accident scene the next moment, but he never expected that it would pass right through him. The man was still standing there. No, that's not a person, it's Ghost. A scream broke through the carriage. Feng Donghai's fat body suddenly shrank into a ball, holding his head and trembling. His shout scared the driver so much that he trembled a little. He looked around subconsciously and became nervous. Could it be that such a thing really exists? He swallowed his saliva, and after a long while, he asked, Vice President, are we going home now? Hui, go back quickly. Feng Donghai said with a trembling voice. Yes. The driver started the car immediately, not wanting to stay with him for even a second longer. Unfortunately, the road ahead was temporarily closed, so he had no choice but to change another route. Coincidentally, this road passes by a project that Feng Donghai had previously invested in but has now suspended. The driver mentioned it casually. After all, it was the project he valued most, so Feng Donghai still looked up. The next moment, his eyes suddenly opened as wide as they could and he was completely stunned. The driver saw that his reaction was not right and was about to speak, but he rolled his eyes and fainted. Vice President Nuanu was sitting in Feng Mohan's arms eating an apple when she suddenly heard a noise outside. She ran to the door and stuck her head out to take a look. I saw a nurse pushing someone to a nearby ward. As for that person, her eyes lit up, and she hurried back to the room, pulling Feng Mohan's sleeve and excitedly said, Dad, that bad guy is in the hospital. Feng Mohan put down his phone, he already knew the news. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, his eyes narrowed slightly. So, the problem with the Jinhu Park project was really caused by a haunted place? This project has been plagued by accidents since its inception. Workers had accidents every few days. Later, people said that the park was haunted. The workers went on strike one after another, and were replaced by new groups, but with the same result. The rumors of the haunted Jinhu Park became more and more widespread, so the project was temporarily stopped. He didn't believe it at first, but now, it seems to be true. Thinking about this, he took Nuanu outside and asked, Can you see ghosts? Yes. Then, Nuanu pointed in a direction, Look, Sister Xiaoliang is over there. Sister Xiaoliang? Feng Mohan frowned and looked in the direction of her finger, but saw no one. Nuanu slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, Oh, right, I forgot to open Dad's third eye. As she spoke, she drew a talisman and then waved her little hand in front of his eyes. When Feng Mohan opened her eyes again, she saw a figure slowly appearing in the direction she had pointed. The body was covered in blood, as if he had died in a car accident. Xiaoliang also looked over, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded slightly at him. She was a little afraid of him, so she always stood in a distant place and didn't get close. When he saw her, Feng Mohan suddenly remembered the time when Nuanu vomited blood. He seemed to vaguely hear someone calling her name. It should have been her at that time. You know her well? Yes. Nuanu nodded, I have known Sister Xiaoliang since I can remember. She is a very nice person. When talking about her, Nuanu's eyes were full of joy, and it can be seen that she really likes this sister. Feng Mohan nodded, pondered for a moment and asked, Do you know where your master is? Dad wants him to catch ghosts? Nuanu reacted immediately, and then patted her chest and said, You don't need Master Jiu to come, I can do it. Feng Mohan didn't agree in her heart, after all, she was only 3 years old. Be good, let him handle this dangerous matter. It's not dangerous. Nuanu shook her head, Dad, don't underestimate me, I can do it, and this will be a great merit. After hearing the second half of the sentence, Feng Mohan's thoughts wavered a little, and he asked half-believingly, Can this also be a merit? Of course there are. After a person dies, their spirit body normally cannot last long, unless they are obsessed with something. If it is an evil ghost, you can capture it and get rid of the harm to the people. If it is a good ghost, you can help it fulfill its wish and let it pass away, which is also a great merit. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then Nuanu is indeed necessary. But you should call your master. He will be a helper. If Nuanu can't solve the problem, that person can still take over. After all, her safety is the most important. Understanding what he meant, Nuanu was not able to get angry when being questioned. She was very happy that he cared about her, and agreed with a smile, Okay, I'll call Master Jiu when I get back and ask him to come. After the chat, the two walked back to the room. Feng's mother just hung up the phone. Seeing them coming back, she said casually, I don't know what happened to your second uncle. He suddenly shouted that there was a ghost in the car and fainted. I don't know what happened. The father and daughter looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. Nuanu said, Maybe he did something bad. Hearing this, Feng's mother sighed. Feng Mohan walked over, took her phone away and put it aside. You just had surgery. Have a good rest and don't worry about these things. Okay. Mother Feng smiled softly, and unable to resist the sleepiness, she fell into a deep sleep. In the evening, when she got home, Nuanu immediately told Ren Huixing about this matter, and finally said, Master, please help me find Master 9. Dad is worried about me going alone. Hearing this, Ren Huixing smiled but didn't say anything. He made a phone call in front of them and told Maoishan about this. Maoishan was puzzled. Can't Nuanu do this alone? Hearing this, Ren Huixing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Other people's father knows to worry about his daughter, but he is such a careless master that he is not even afraid that anything will happen to his apprentice. Although it is clear that he believes in Nuonuo's ability, it still seems a little lacking in comparison.
Stop talking nonsense.
See you at Jinhu Park at 3 p.m. tomorrow.
That's it.
After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. He felt painful to say any more. I shouldn't have handed Nuonuo to him.
This is a nasty thing.